I couldn't give away what had happened, although I tried. The Shadows really decided to attack my territory. Moreover, they didn't just fly in somewhere, destroy a processing plant, for example, and fly away. No, they flew into the very planet where the laboratory complex was located, and which could be considered a kind of capital of the Goa'uld outpost in the galaxy. The attack of the originals itself did not cause any damage. Even the combined attack of all the black ships could not destroy the Hattak, although it successfully removed its shields, slightly damaging the replicator blocks that made up its hull. And that's all. Although, of course, the blow of the fire ship, which fell right on the planet at the very end of the battle, was somewhat unexpected. It's a good thing that Alice was absent from the complex at that moment. Despite the lack of serious damage to the structures, the secondary effects of the explosion still partially penetrated the walls, somewhat, spoiling the park area and living quarters. How did our secretive friends know where to fly to? The only sensible explanation for this was the scout ship that had been captured some time ago. Of course, it had been promptly switched off by removing its organic pilot and taken to a laboratory complex, shielded in all radiation spectra accessible to the replicators, but these are Shadows. Even according to the most optimistic estimates, the replicator network gave a 14.981% probability that it was impossible to completely and quickly block the ship's telepathic connection with the collective consciousness of the race. In addition, it was clearly in touch the entire time it was approaching my territory, which meant that they had no need to search the entire sector of the galaxy for the planet. It was enough to search a small part of it around the coordinates where the connection with the ship had been lost. Of course, there were questions about the range of such a connection. After all, it is one thing to control what is happening in a small piece of space, by cosmic standards of course, and quite another to call to its opposite end. But I had no information about the real capabilities of the Shadows in terms of telepathic communication, so in any case, such impudent behavior could not be left unanswered. These are not the space Papuans, Dratzi, who fired at my ship at the very beginning of our acquaintance. The Shadows preach the cult of force, understand the language of force, and do not consider those who are weaker than them to be worthy interlocutors. And that means it's time for good Uncle Baal to spank a few aliens, in an exemplary manner. Yes, but the Vorlons? Yes, these comrades certainly surprised me. According to the replicators' estimates, there was a 72.032% chance that they would join the Shadows' attack. At least that was the most likely outcome, given their general dissatisfaction with my actions in their sandbox. Ambassador Kosh was certainly a sensible, if not overly cautious, Vorlon, but he was not the only decisive one in their race. However, the object dropped on my doorstep, left by a Vorlon transport, was vaguely familiar to me, although I could not say for sure what it was. In any case, the T-shaped structure was carefully surrounded by already tested force field emitter drones and escorted to one of the neighboring systems, which was used as a laboratory testing ground for dubious experiments. In the meantime, Mr. Morden, Babylon 5 surveillance cameras found the Shadow emissary at his usual place of work, at a table in one of the Zocalo establishments, where the man was having a business conversation with a rather marginal-looking representative of humanity. His bodyguard's advisors, as always, were nearby, positioned so as not to collide with the patrons and employees passing by, but at the same time to be able to intervene in any negative development of the conversation if necessary. Rising from the couch in my cabin and giving my face an expression of severity appropriate for the moment, I headed for the nearest elevator. Lord Baal? At the entrance to the sector where the Zocalo was located, Mr. Garibaldi called out to me in surprise. At that very moment, he was thoughtfully scolding some puny teenager who, judging by everything, had unsuccessfully attempted to rob one of the passers-by. Good afternoon, Mr. Garibaldi, I nod. I apologize if you wanted to talk. Please wait just a couple of minutes. I have important business. Business? Michael frowned, judging by the thought process visible on his face. His intuition was clearly telling its owner that something was wrong here, but he certainly couldn't figure out what exactly the problem was. Business, Mr. Garibaldi. With a slight smile, I point my hand in the direction of Mr. Morden's table, which could be seen even from this place. A small, let's say, educational, diplomatic conversation. Continuing on my way, I managed to notice out of the corner of my eye how Garibaldi's face changed, clearly realizing who exactly I was heading to. He waved his hand away from the detained pickpocket, throwing him a short phrase like, "I'll catch you again and tear your ears off," and tensely raised his hand with the communicator to his mouth, clearly trying to figure out whether it was worth calling security. Morden noticed me even on the approach at least. His face, which had clearly changed from, as usual, satisfied and smiling, to tense, spoke about this quite eloquently. "Mr. Morden," I addressed the man ingratiatingly, stopping a couple of steps from his table. In contrast to the shadow messenger, smiling broadly, "Could you spare me a few minutes?" Lord Baal, how can I be of service to you?" Morden's smile this time was frankly forced, and his interlocutor seemed to have taken advantage of the teleportation technology that was absent at this station. So quickly did he retreat from his place, professionally dissolving into the surrounding crowd. Two shadows standing nearby moved closer, clearly intending to protect their protege if something went wrong, but even in their movements one could feel some uncertainty. "Nothing supernatural, Mr. Morden." I come closer, leaning slightly towards the seated man.
"Literally just now, my government authorized me to notify you, and through you and your employers, I tilt my head slightly to the side, casting a short but absolutely unambiguous glance towards the shadows invisible to the surrounding, that the Goa'uld Empire considers it unreasonable to commit rash and directly aggressive actions against a neutral state. In order to avoid an unwanted escalation of the conflict, my government kindly asks your employers to refrain from repeating the situation. Otherwise, the Goa'uld Empire will be forced to declare war on them, with all the consequences that follow from this status." A few beads of sweat rolled down Morden's temple, and he swallowed, casting an almost helpless glance at his companions. "I don't quite understand what—" "It's not scary." I smile broadly, noting that it had become very quiet around me. The visitors had definitely heard my words, and Mr.
Garibaldi was acting like a statue, seemingly without even blinking. "You just have to make sure that my message reaches the right ears. And so that it is understood without any misunderstandings, I have been authorized to conduct a small demonstration." Interlude. Lorien, with an unreadable expression on his face, raised his head to the stone vaults, looking somewhere into space, upward. Neither the thickness of the stone nor the structures erected by the ancient race were an insurmountable barrier, but what he saw made the first sad. What he had hoped to avoid had happened after all. Suddenly his golden eyes widened, and he stood up to his full height. The golden threads that he had seen in space suddenly stretched out towards Zahadum, entangling the planet with a multitude of invisible tentacles. The space around the homeland of shadows flared up with numerous blue sparks, each of which unfolded into a cloud of hyperspace transition. 10, 2, 3 ships emerged from the swirls of space, sparkling with the reflections of the distant star of this system. Golden pyramids, each of which was more than 2 kilometers in diameter. The huge fleet slowly and calmly occupied the high orbit of the planet, distributing itself over the entire surface of Zahadum, so that not the slightest area of the celestial body remained uncontrolled. The first, in a state of extreme thoughtfulness, chewed his lips, assessing the situation. Intervene or let everything go as it should? Which option would be correct? It seemed that the universe froze, waiting for the next step, a step that should determine where history will go next. To a galactic war, to a slaughter that could affect many, or to a constructive dialogue that should resolve the misunderstandings that have arisen by the power of reason. Lorien sighed heavily, and a second later his body flared brightly, dissolving into thin air, only to reappear again, only this time as a huge glowing ball of light. The silvery white spark shot up into the air, seeping straight through the rock, past passages, buildings, and the shadows frozen in weariness, all looking up in the same way, listening to the voices of their species' collective mind that only they could hear. Having risen into orbit, the first stopped. Hovering not far from one of the Khataks, the ancient creature tried to understand, to feel what was behind these pyramids, but it felt there only someone's calm will, observing the planet below. Will, but not life. There was not a single living creature on the ships, no matter how bizarre their form in the galaxy. Lorien's consciousness traced one of the golden threads stretching from the abysses of space. From Babylon 5, a station built by the hands of one of the younger races. Intangible, unfettered by the limitations of physical matter, the first vanished in a flash of light, seeping through space. It seemed he would have to intervene, after all. Until something far more terrible happened than the centuries-long dispute between the last two of his protégés left in the galaxy. Demonstration? Morden asked again, with an expression of complete incomprehension on his face. I believe your employers have already received my little message. The man involuntarily glanced sideways at his invisible companions and the shadows. It seemed that they were not living creatures but interior objects. The movement of their limbs could only be noticed by the replicator's eye, so insignificant was it. And Garibaldi stood like the same living statue, differing from the aliens only in his wide-open eyes, his hand with the communicator still frozen at his mouth, and his gaze quickly shifting from me to Morden and back. Having made sure that there would be no comments, I bow briefly, returning a good-natured smile to my face, and turn away from my interlocutor, getting ready to leave. I was not going to attack Zahadum seriously, at least right now. Firstly, it would really mean a full-scale war, even though the shadow cruisers are not capable of inflicting serious damage on my ships. And secondly, the Hattaki near the planet recorded an energy disturbance of an unknown nature, the source of which rose from somewhere in the bowels of the planet, stopped for a short moment near one of the pyramids, and then flew away, at great speed, in the direction of the station. In ordinary space, without even entering degenerate space. Lorien? An unknown shadow weapon? In any case, according to the replicator network's estimates, if the speed of the phenomenon's movement does not change in relation to that recorded near the planet, it will arrive at Babylon 5 in 20 minutes? All the learned men of past humanity should have just turned over in their graves from the realization of clearly superluminal movement in ordinary space. Although, of course, this object, whatever it was, could well have used some kind of tricky method of overcoming distances, based not on the primitive interaction of speed, path, and time. Mr. Garibaldi? I raised my eyebrows questioningly, stopping near the security guard. Did you want to talk about something? Lord Baal? Garibaldi blinked, coming out of his stupor. I beg your pardon. I was simply a little surprised by your conversation with this gentleman. The man turned his eyes to Morden, who had carefully gotten up from his table, clearly figuring out how he could disappear from the sight of those around him as unnoticed as possible. Some issues should be resolved immediately as they arise, I nod thoughtfully, to avoid unnecessary escalation of the conflict. In any case, Mr. Morden himself has nothing to do with it, but he can pass my words on to where they need to be. I shrug. But a declaration of war? I hope that common sense will prevail in his employers, and that extreme measures will not be necessary. And now, unless you have urgent topics for conversation, allow me to take my leave. Yes, of course, Lord Baal, Michael, still clearly feeling a little uncomfortable, nodded. Giving the man a slight bow, I head back to the elevators, smiling at the muttering from the security guard. Now I understand why the captain fled the station right now. He knew. I think it would be wise to prepare countermeasures in case of possible aggression from the shadows present at the station, as well as to potentially repel an energy attack from Zahadum. The probability of direct aggression from Mr. Morden's satellites is 8.41. I answer Corona, continuing to monitor what is happening on the surface of the planet surrounded by Hattaks in the background, while simultaneously analyzing the results of scanning an unknown energy clot that was recorded there and is now heading towards Babylon. In this situation, I still consider your refusal to launch a preventive and now retaliatory strike on the enemy planet irrational. Moreover, Corona clearly turned on the bore, although a clearly perceptible anxiety was coming from the Neki over the network. Since Commander Ivanova's prediction has come true in full, I recommend using this feature to improve the analysis and forecasting subroutines. Now, that was an interesting option. No, I didn't consider the simplest way in the form of cutting off Ivanova's head and making brains in a jar out of it. But it would be very useful to figure out how exactly one specific telepath suddenly managed to see the future through the Great Machine. For the future, all that was left was to get my own Ivanova. And no, bad, Baal, bad. No need to think about teleporting a woman without asking, having received the exact structure of her body, and then creating an exact clone copy of her with the help of an atomic constructor. We don't need two Rikers. However, I had a sample of her DNA, taken just in case, along with other officers of Babylon 5, when I was figuring out how the telepathic gene works. Having given the command to activate the genetic laboratory, I began the process of growing several human brains with the telepathic gene. including another ideal one with parameters similar to Behemoth's, and a copy from Commander Ivanova, since it was she who had managed to achieve such non-trivial results. The replicator network fully allowed for the possibility of non-linear evolution of the gene laid down by the Vorlons, with the emergence of specific abilities in individuals. I managed to leisurely walk back to my own cabin, where I was met by a still worried Neka, who measured me with a displeased look but refrained from further comments. And after 54.13 seconds, the sensors of the replicators, as well as the sensors of Babylon 5 itself, recorded an energy anomaly in the star system in which the station was located. The guest had arrived, I suppose.
The Babylon observation system simply recorded a point of energy concentration, similar to the transition zone preparing to open. But the replicators saw the object in much greater detail. As in the orbit of Zadum, it was a large energy sphere, reminiscent of a miniature star, hanging on the border of the system and surrounded by moving appendages. "It's a living creature," came a message from Behemoth, who the next second simply teleported right into the cabin, onto my lap. Very strong mind, and the cat twitched one of its tails in displeasure. It sensed me and closed. Interesting, so it was Lorien after all. Feeling the stream of attention from the telepathic cat, the little star darted towards the station, shrinking in size and becoming brighter before our eyes, but remaining visible only to the replicator sensors. The surge of energy that had alarmed the station crew was no longer recorded by the instruments, and the dispatcher on the bridge, judging by the recording from the surveillance camera, was scratching his head in confusion, trying to understand whether the event had actually happened or whether it had been a simple computer glitch. The next moment, in the corridor opposite the door to my cabin, a tall figure of an alien condensed right out of thin air. Exactly the same as I remembered Lorien from the original story of the series. A benevolent gray-haired old man humanoid, dressed in some kind of dark robe with metallic, at least in appearance, stripes, with a neat gray beard, a completely bald head, with a golden crown on it, and golden, very attentive eyes, literally radiating many thousands of years of life experience and the calm of a good grandfather. "Will you allow me to come in?" The humanoid touched the bell panel with his hand, slightly tilting his head to the side with interest, studying the surface of the door to the cabin. I get up from the sofa, still holding the cat in my arms, and giving the command to open the door. The guest bowed his head in gratitude and smoothly stepped into the room, examining the interior with even greater curiosity. He was especially interested in the golden wall panels and their contrast with the quite cozy and ordinary set of a sofa, a couple of armchairs and a tea table by one of the walls. "How can I help you?" I raise my eyebrows. "He's clearly trying to scan your mind telepathically, but he can't," came from the outwardly relaxed but in fact collected and clearly ready for the unexpected Behemoth. "I apologize for the unexpected visit," the man sighed, "but I thought it necessary to intervene in order to try to avoid tragic consequences of the thoughtless actions of my pupils. My name is Lorien. I assume," I tilt my head to the side, "that it was you that my ships noticed in orbit around the planet Zadum." "That's right," he nodded. "For many thousands years I have been there, not interfering, listening. I cannot understand who or what you are." Lorien narrowed his eyes slightly. "However, I do not claim omniscience. Only the universe is capable of that. But I still hope to come to an understanding." "Well, let's try to come to this very mutual understanding." I gestured to the guest to sit in the chair. "My name is Baal, or Lord Baal." "Baal." Sedately lowering himself into a chair, Lorien thoughtfully stroked his beard with his long fingers. "It seems that this is something from the religious beliefs of the young race from planet Earth?" "I suppose," I smile. "It's a coincidence. However, I don't forbid them to think as they like." "Yes, I can understand. Tell me, Lord Baal, still, who are you? Why am I here? What do I want? What am I striving for?" The first's eyes widened slightly in a slight imitation of surprise, although I had been peeping at him with Behemoth's telepathic eyes from the very beginning. Either he was a cut above even the ideal telepath I had grown according to the Vorlon template, or he simply was not capable of experiencing emotions in the sense that organics were accustomed to.
simply because he had never been an organic.
I see you, but I can't see your thoughts, Lorien said slowly, somehow thoughtfully. Although you are definitely a living being, in a sense. The conversation started somehow strangely, and I had no idea where it was going to lead. From the first second Lorien entered the cabin, the replicators were studying him, scanning him in all available ranges, excluding, obviously, the teleport beam. But I still didn't understand what he was. He was a being, literally, consisting of energy, and the body he demonstrated was kind of spacesuit for the Vorlons. Simple clothing, designed for dialogue with representatives of other species, incapable for one reason or another of direct telepathic transmission. Of course, he glanced towards the G-rings with some curiosity on his face, clearly sensing something more familiar for this galaxy. But he continued to communicate with me. What is life? I shrug. As for your questions, on this station I am the ambassador of the Goa'uld Empire in this galaxy. And like all life in the universe, I strive for development. Your protégés, as you called them, or Shadows and Vorlons, as the local races call them, I believe, strive for the same. It's just that the path they have chosen. And which path do you consider to be correct? My own. I'll tell you frankly. I carefully monitor the creature's reactions, although this could hardly provide much information, as I have repeatedly told people and representatives of other species on this station. I do not seek conflicts, and I do not seek to inflate them, but this does not mean that I will not react to someone else's aggression towards me. Your ships are in orbit. We haven't fired a single shot yet. I don't let Lorien finish. Although as a return favor, I should have fired a demonstrative salvo at the planet's surface, but you didn't do it, the first rolled thoughtfully. It seems I am beginning to understand what drives you, Lord Baal, even if you yourself haven't quite figured it out yet. I am always ready to hear someone else's wisdom, even about myself. It is a valuable gift if you truly believe in what you say. Well then, I will convey your position to my students. At least, I will do everything so that they hear me. And then I will rely on the wisdom of the universe. Perhaps it believes that it is time for the galaxy to change, and your presence will be quite acceptable as the first impetus for these changes. Lorien stood up, bowing briefly, and in the next moment he was a glowing ball again, seeping right through the wall of the cabin and flying back to Zadum. The behemoth shook his head in irritation, as if shaking off drops of water that had fallen on him, and in the replicator network, through the implant installed in him, an information packet was detected. Lorien used the telepathy of the G-rings, transmitting directly to him. What? Structurally, the data packet was exactly the same information I would receive from any being with a communications implant, or from Corona and her sister, an image, a picture of what the author of this message saw, or what he wanted to show. And it was Babylon 5, the station as seen from the far end of this system, where Lorien had first stopped before knocking on my cabin. Only, in addition to the stars, the planet, and the station itself, there was something in the image, shining against a background of cosmic darkness, a cluster of golden threads, entangling the Babylon itself, the planet beneath it, and going in various directions far beyond the system. The analysis of the image took 1.121 seconds, after which an emotion of extreme bewilderment came from Corone, and I had difficulty restraining myself from imitating the famous gesture of putting my palm to my face. The arrangement of the threads, which, upon closer inspection, consisted of many glowing sparks merging together, exactly covered the arrangement of all the modules and blocks of replicators in the galaxy. And if we draw an analogy with the already available information, this image is 94.532% consistent with the phenomenon called soul, as seen by the soul hunter you captured, Coron transmitted. With a probability of 85.331%, the received telepathic data packet reflects the soul of the replicators. I finished for the girl, thinking over the data received. Every time I tried to see my own soul, I saw a flash of light and nothing. But every time, the sensory organ I was looking with was inside a cluster of replicators. On Babylon 5, in my lab, I couldn't see my soul because I was inside an image of it. But that means
Once again, this past month, I felt my lower eyelid twitch.
Coronand Yuki, created by me as separate personality matrices within the replicator network where my own voice is in my head, literally. Congratulate me, universe. I have dissociative identity disorder. According to the terminology existing in psychiatry, Yuki suddenly commented on what was happening. Our relationship with you cannot be characterized as a personality disorder. Even though we were created artificially by you, Lord Baal, we have our own personalities, motivations for actions and behavior patterns. Besides, I don't think that Earthling psychiatry is applicable to replicators. That doesn't make me feel any better, I sigh, thinking for a moment that my voices in my head are two cat girls who love cakes. But thank you. Interlude. Ivanova, you won't believe what I just saw. Garibaldi, still slightly stunned, walked into the commander's office, falling into the visitor's chair. What else happened to us? The woman sighed heavily, not raising her eyes from the work terminal. Did Jakar and Londo make peace? If only. Lord Baal almost declared war on Mr. Morden. It's about time. Cough. A second later, Susan realized what she'd heard and choked, her eyes wide in surprise. What? Lord Baal, Garibaldi repeated with a mixture of incredible satisfaction and shock on his face. Almost declared war on Mr. Morden's employers. Well, the man scratched his temple with his finger. At least he directly threatened this if they would commit ill-considered aggressive acts against a neutral state, or something like that. A heavy sigh was heard in the office. And now this, and all at the very time when the captain was absent from the station. He definitely knew that all this would happen. Ivanova was ready to bet a week's salary that he knew it. If in a couple of hours, she also found out that because of the captain's departure, a civil war or some other terrible thing had started at home, let's just say that the reserves of surprise were already running out. And what about our annoying friend, Mr. Morden? He sat there and squirmed, clearly feeling extremely uncomfortable. Michael chuckled. With such employers behind him, the woman raised an eyebrow. It's surprising that he got nervous. So, something happened there, not as we would have liked. Garibaldi thoughtfully drummed his fingers on the armrest, but let the captain's head hurt about that. All these games of conspiracy with Ambassador Delenn. Shoo! Damn it! Who remembers me? Sheridan rubbed his nose with his sleeve in irritation, having sneezed for the third time in the last half hour, and this was on the practically sterile White Star where there was simply no place for dust to come from. John? Delenn touched the man's sleeve with slight concern. Don't pay attention. There is such a sign on Earth. When you sneeze without a reason, it is believed that someone somewhere has spoken unkindly of you. Oh, I feel that something fun will be waiting for me on Babylon upon my return. Captain Sheridan, 20 seconds until exiting hyperspace. Lanier interrupted the puzzled Minbari. Okay, Mr. Lanier, everyone attention. The area at the exit coordinates is being scanned by long-range radars. We'll be spotted, but we'll have a small chance to get everything done and fly away. Any signals? Not yet, Captain. Attaché Delenn nodded, taking note of the man's words, and looked at the panel in front of him, quickly running his fingers over the glowing control crystals. But it's hard to catch anything from hyperspace. We need to go out into normal space. Good. Take the ship out as soon as you're ready. The crimson-black shimmer on the view screen gave way to a flash of light that expanded into a hyperspace funnel, and the next moment the White Star entered normal space. Sheridan had a hard time holding back an nostalgic sigh as he saw one of the planets of the solar system ahead. There is a signal. On the frequency transmitted by Dr. Kirkish from Ganymede, confirmed the Minbarian, who continued to conjure over the control panel. Can you lose? There will be interference, but I think so. Let's... Lanier passed his hand over one of the crystals, and from somewhere above came a hissing sound of static and interference. However, despite all the noise, it was almost easy to make out. Base, ready to begin transport. Repeat, ready, transport. Subject approaching target. Continued observation. Subject? Sheridan looked questioningly at Delenn. What is he talking about? The shadow ships are alive. The ambassador frowned with concern. Anyone who gets there merges with them into one whole. Only then does the ship wake up and can fully operate. Probably someone was sent inside now. Then we need to hurry. Lanier! The ship moved, picking up speed, and the rapidly increasing satellite of Jupiter appeared in the field of view. John,
If the one who gets inside is not adapted, the consequences will be terrible. Passed through the hatch, disappeared inside the ship. Something is happening. The feed from Ganymede, which the ship was still intercepting, was interrupted by a loud burst of static. And the next moment, everyone in the ship's control room jerked, hearing a piercing telepathic screech, a bone-chilling scream from the shadow ship. Lanier, still wincing, touched the control crystals again, bringing up the video feed intercepted from the satellite.
A translucent haze descended from the ceiling of the cabin, forming a holographic screen on which Sheridan saw with shock a standard archaeological dome erected over the excavation site, metal trusses, fixed cranes, and a black ship, jerkily but quite confidently rising upward, not caring about the accompanying distraction and damage. The frame was cut by a purple beam, striking somewhere below, and the image was illuminated by flashes of explosions. And the next moment, the black spider soared upward, piercing the reinforced glass structures with its hull and continuing to hit new and new targets with its weapon, destroying adjacent buildings.
That's what I was afraid of. The ship is crazy, John. The merger wasn't prepared. Now even the shadows themselves won't be able to control it. It will destroy everything in its path.
Understood. Do we have enough firepower to destroy him?
Mr. Lanier?
Sheridan frowned in concentration, turning to the Minbari.
I'm not sure. We haven't done any full tests, for obvious reasons.
Lanier looked at Dylan with concern.
But we can try. No, let's not take any chances. John paused for a moment, then nodded to himself. Yes, Mr. Lanier, fire a short burst of secondary weapons. We should attract attention. Fire on standby. An alarming sound signal of a combat alert rolled through the wheelhouse, and the hands of the assistant to the ambassador, Dylan, ran across the panel. The view outside the window shifted sharply. The ship was entering a combat course, but Sheridan realized with pleasant surprise that he did not feel the slightest change in gravity or inertia. And the next moment, from somewhere behind and to the side, a series of bright flashes struck in the direction of the ship of shadows. The pulse guns of the White Star began to work.
Most of the burst missed. After all, it was not so easy to fire accurately at the maneuvering target, but several charges still hit the target. The telepathic screech that sounded clearly showed that the black ship had fully noticed the hits.
The damage is minor. Lanier looked up at Captain with concern. The main thing is that we were noticed. But all power to the engines. Course Jupiter. Jupiter? Yes, straight to Jupiter. We are flying inside.
John? What are you up to?
We can defeat him, Dylan. The captain looked at the woman. At least, defeat him quickly and without losses. But you yourself said that he's not himself. Mr. Lanier, what is the maximum pressure the hull can withstand? I'm not sure it's sufficient. We haven't done any specific tests like that. Let's hope that it's sufficient. Our enemy is only partially controllable in Jupiter's atmosphere. It may not overcome the gravitational field. As we do. The Minbari shook her head.
Sheridan said nothing.
He had been thinking the same thing, but it was the only sane plan for victory. As sane as a plan to dive into a gas giant, hoping that gravity would destroy your opponent faster than you could be. But the man was definitely pleased by the willingness of those around him to carry out even such a crazy order. Lanier stood silently and concentratedly at the console, conjuring over the crystals, and Dylan only frowned with concern, putting her hand on John's shoulder and looking ahead. The bulk of Jupiter blocked the entire view, and a couple of seconds later everything around was completely drowned in the impenetrable hydrogen-helium clouds of the planet. The White Star was noticeably shaken. Even the perfect gravity compensators of Minbari Vorlon technology could not completely neutralize such strong vibrations. Carefully watching the ship pursuing them on the overview holographic display, Sheridan raised his hand in warning, preparing to give the command. Just a little more. Just a little more. He could already feel the weight of the gas giant's gravity pressing down on his body. He could hear the creaking of the ship's deforming hull, but the enemy was worse off. It had to be worse off. Finally, when it was no longer possible to wait, the captain waved his hand sharply. Turn around and put all power to the engines. Take the ship away, Mr. Lanier. The man was pressed into his seat by the sudden change in thrust momentum, and the ship, turning 180 degrees, began to rise back up with obvious effort. The shadow ship flashed past like a black shadow, flying deeper into the bowels of the gas giant. Sheridan could only hope that a furious telepathic scream, cut off on a high note, eloquently told John that his crazy plan had succeeded. The shadow ship had failed. A satisfied and slightly evil smile spread across the man's lips.
Any sign of the enemy? As the ship leveled out slightly, slowing down, Sheridan turned to the Minbari. No. Lanier breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the sensor readings. The scanners confirmed that the shadow ship has been destroyed. Whew. John exhaled loudly, smiling with relief in response to the lens identical smile. Then get us out of here. Just make sure no one is waiting for us when we leave the atmosphere. The last thing we need now is to fight the Earth fleet. Having surfaced to the very edge of Jupiter's atmosphere, the ship carefully scanned the space. At first glance, everything was quiet, although the interference created by the damage received from gravity did not allow one to say this with complete confidence. The White Star could restore the hull and systems, but here and now, having cast a quick glance at the captain, Lanier nevertheless decided to take a risk. Having barely taken the ship beyond the gas giant, the Minbari feverishly touched the crystals with a quick movement, opening the transition zone and directing the ship into hyperspace. They were lucky to escape unnoticed, or were they? The small reconnaissance corvette, which had been hanging motionless behind the silhouette of another of Jupiter's satellites all this time, and observing what was happening, turned on its engines, heading towards Earth. Chapter 60. Vorlon Horse. Never build a computer smarter than you are. Dark Lord Rule, number 59. The younger ones had been sniffing around the unexpected gift from the Vorlons, left by their ship near my system, for 3 days now. And the results were unexpected. The T-shaped structure was clearly a sample of Vorlon technology, with the only difference being that, unlike the skin of their ships, the material of the object was denser and, as if, less alive. The replicators found in its composition all the same minerals and components that the Vorlons use to this day, but at the same time the structure contained much more inorganic substances, metals, crystalline formations, and other additives. This test sample was old, very old, to put it modestly and politically correctly. The scan data conducted by the replicators showed that the object was slightly less than 1 million years old. In such large time intervals, it was impossible to talk about any accuracy higher than plus or minus a few centuries, even for my technologies, but the results inspired respect. The surface of the structure was covered with writings in the Vorlon language, telling some lofty and pathetic religious nonsense, insofar as this is generally applicable to an ancient space civilization. And also,
The structure was completely de-energized. The replicators found a completely unambiguous place to connect a powerful energy source, the energy conduits from which entangled the entire space inside the object. But right now, the device was reliably decommissioned. Curious, why would the Vorlons throw a de-energized ancient device onto my territory? With the visit of the Shadows, everything was transparent and clear. It was a direct and uncomplicated attack, but with the Vorlons, they could have brought their own fleet, fortunately. The characteristics of their ship obtained during the research were quite comparable with those of their dark neighbors. They could even have brought their own planet-killer ship, which, unlike the similar weapon of the Shadows, had much more modest dimensions and was suitable for long-distance transportation. But they simply flew in, left the package, and retreated at the maximum possible speed. What is this? An attempt to pay off so as not to get into trouble with more aggressive neighbors? Or a Trojan horse? Fear the Vorlons bearing gifts? In any case, the only thing the replicators could say for sure was that the object was some kind of analog of the transition zone. At least its design contained clearly identifiable components, adjusted for ancient age, matching similar ones in the local hypergates. More accurate data could only be obtained after activation. Even the replicators needed at least some information to analyze a completely unfamiliar device and the principles of its operation. Something was looming in my memory, hinting that I had definitely seen something like this before, but no, the only thing that came up in associations with something like this were some problems and adventures of the heroes, which, however, was obvious and did not cause doubt. And that means you should be prepared for various unexpected and surprising events. The area of space around the device was already limited by force fields. And now this security measure was supplemented by 3 hattaks that emerged from hyperspace and stopped at some distance from the object. If this really was an analog of the transition zone,
and after the opening someone not bursting with friendliness would climb out of there, there would be something to provide the guests with a ceremonial welcome. Although it was, presumably, an analog of the transition zone, the energy source clearly required a bit more powerful than usual, however not going beyond the limits of reasonable for a device of this type. In fact, any sufficiently powerful reactor, accessible even to the younger races of this galaxy, would have coped with the launch.
According to preliminary calculations, even the energy system of Babylon 5 would have coped with the task. Although in this case the station's reactor would have had to work to the point of exhaustion, with a load of 100% of the output power. In the case of replicators, however, well, yes. One of the younger ones who was studying the internal structure of the object picked up the energy module built using Asgard technology that had been teleported inside. With his manipulators, lowered it near the socket intended for the power element, and then reconstructed his own body, forming context suitable for the design for connecting to the system. "Oh, open up! The bear has come!" Or whatever it was. A wave of light rolled across the entire structure of the device, registered by the sensors of the replicators and reflecting the emergence from deep sleep.
The T-shaped structure shuddered, and on its surface glowed blue symbols of the Vorlon language, previously visible only during deep structural scanning. A wild mixture of self-praise and faith in divine destiny, as much as it was possible to fit the ancient dialect into simple human terms. The next moment, the replicators recorded a sharp jump in energy consumption, after which the upper part of the structure extended and spread to the sides, forming a triangular arch from the open-work emitter trusses. The space inside was filled with a dim glow, reminiscent of thick fog, and then a bright blue spark flared up in the very center, twisting into an energy whirlpool. Curiously, the ongoing process, emitting the visual representation from the point of view of physics, was almost identical to the activation of the Stargate. The whirlpool spread to the outer boundaries of the area, formed a small splash disturbance and calmed down, leaving in its place a shining funnel of a spatial puncture, going into unknown distances. The replicators, continuing to study the device, recorded a huge number of signals of clearly artificial origin, emanating from the opened funnel. Wherever this door led, there was clearly someone intelligent and sufficiently technologically advanced on the other side. This was curious and raised a number of questions. Would communication between the replicators be possible if a group of modules were sent to the other side? In the case of ordinary stargates, only the transfer of matter was one way, while electromagnetic and gravitational interactions passed through the event horizon of the gate in both directions. Would it be the same here? Where exactly does this transition lead?
The answer came by itself. The passage arch gave another bright flash, and the small object passed through the passage funnel. A ship, slightly larger in size than the heavy Earth fighter, but with the energy saturation of a cruiser. Interesting. The unknown vessel flew away from the passage at some distance and froze in space in front of the bluish film of the force field surrounding the area around the object being studied. A thin beam of light stretched towards the nearest drone emitter. Although the radiation frequencies were completely uncharacteristic for all races known in this galaxy, the replicator network with a probability of 87.543% identified this beam as an attempt to scan an unknown object. Well, shall we reciprocate the guests' feelings? Really? The ship had its own force field. It was the first time in my entire stay on this world that I had seen technology that even remotely resembled the energy fields of the Asgards or Goa'ulds.
And this field created a strong enough interference field to force the replicators to spend 3.1 seconds adapting their scanners and selecting a mode of operation that would compensate for the distortions.
Interesting.
Apparently noticing my actions, the ship turned sharply, diving back into the gate. What was happening was increasingly reminiscent of the notorious Trojan horse. I don't know where exactly the open passage led, but even one ship that flew out of there was already demonstrating technologies that seemed to not exceed the capabilities of the originals themselves. Not in terms of firepower, no, there was no data on that yet, but quite in terms of the general level of supposed development. Around the still open gates in space, bluish clouds of hyperspace transitions flared up, and new golden pyramids emerged into ordinary space, even if the unknown guests now simply close the passage from their side and barricade the door.
As they say, if you are paranoid, it does not mean that no one is watching you.
Common sense subtly hinted, and I was more than sure that Corona agreed with it 100%, that I should simply close the funnel from my side, simply by de-energizing the device. But the mere fact of opening this transition zone to the replicators was not enough for a full analysis of the principles of the device's operation, or rather, enough to build a theoretical model and further experiments and tests. But if I have to tell Ambassador Kosh thank you for the gift, I should fully understand what exactly I'm thanking for, right? The reconnaissance ship, formed from modules and built on a principle that had already been tested many times, carefully approached the funnel.
Throughout the entire route, the replicators protocolized the incoming information in all possible radiation ranges. Even if the module lost contact with the network, the data would continue to arrive until the very last moment, just as the drone itself had an algorithm embedded in it in case of a possible capture, with a beautiful fireworks display at the exit. The passage through the funnel itself was routine. A small jump in the energy consumption of the reactor installed on the gate, a flash of light, and 3.135 seconds later, the reconnaissance drone passed through the funnel, finding itself on the other side of the channel. The replicators continued to analyze all data coming into the network. The drone scanned the space around itself, recorded video, compared known values of constants.
And it turned out, interestingly, the exit from the gate on the other side, oddly enough, was located on some kind of planet, at least from the drone's point of view. A vast, presumably stone plateau was visible, framed by mountains and representing rather a huge crater with a bottom descending towards the center. According to the results of the scan, the diameter of the crater was 131 kilometers, and in the very center there was a structure that stood out even against this background, in the form of a distorted tower of complex shape, more like some kind of living formation than a building. And it was around this tower, diverging in concentric circles, that there was a city, a multitude of identical structures according to the scanners, which had voids and energy sources inside, divided into separate groups, into castes.
The gates themselves looked completely different from this side. A simple triangular arch hanging in the air and composed of 3 separate beams, apparently capable of moving apart by analogy with the trusses of a regular transition zone. The dimensions of the structure would allow any ship up to a Vorlon heavy cruiser to pass through it freely, although the latter would be very cramped. But the main thing was not even the landscape, but the results of the measurements. Based on the differences in the values of some fundamental constants known to the replicators, the new space could not be located in ordinary space. Moreover, even the degenerate space used by the local species as a hyperspace had much more in common with ordinary space than this place. And this was very curious. It opened up prospects. All that remained was to solve the problem with the local annoying aborigines. But there was still a decision to make, that having raised the drone scout higher, so that its view was not obstructed by the slopes of the crater, I saw a strange and boundless space consisting of many similar crater cities and a huge fleet of ships. Based only on visual observation, the replicators counted more than 2 million objects, some of which coincided with a ship I had already seen, flying out of the gate, but others had much more impressive dimensions. Open-work spherical structures with long protruding parts, emitting a bright purple-white light, and several of them were already heading towards the gate, either wanting to greet the guest or intending to go to the other side. The front of one of the ships filled with an orange glow, and the next moment a brightly glowing energy drop flew towards the scout drone, reminiscent of the shots of the Hattaks. The scout only managed to move slightly, avoiding a direct hit, but even that was enough.
The ship's attack literally evaporated half of the replicator blocks. The second drop that hit after finished what had started. The connection with the drone was completely lost due to the absence of the drone as such. How interesting, before the destruction, the scout managed to record the attack parameters, and one simple salvo of this weapon was 284.13% more powerful than a similar attack of the Shadow ship. And it had completely different characteristics. Perhaps if any of the younger races encountered the inhabitants of this space, The outcome would be very depressing for these same younger races. The Hetaki, who were guarding the exit from the funnel on my side, moved to more favorable positions, completely controlling the artifact being studied. Let's see what the bad gentleman can do with normal ships.
And I was almost 100% sure that they were bad. However, they themselves perfectly confirmed my rightness. A group of ships emerged from the still open funnel of the transition and, without thinking for a second, struck. A sparkling line of energy clots hit one of the segments of the energy shield blocking the space, although it did not break through it, but noticeably increased the energy consumption to maintain the plane. After pausing for a moment and emitting thin, glowing beams from their scanners, the ships adjusted their position in space and attacked again. Now each of the three ships targeted several emitters that formed the sphere of the force field. As with the reconnaissance drone, each emitter needed 2 precise hits to destroy one of the cells, opening the exit to the outside. And it was curious, very curious.
Accelerating sharply, the enemy ships flew out of the field before the replicators restored its integrity, moving the remaining emitters and redistributing the load. In the next second, 4 ships turned to the hot stacks. Characteristically, there was complete silence on all communication frequencies. The enemy did not try to communicate, to find out who I was and what was happening. They simply attacked, silently and without thinking, and they did it quite effectively. A salvo from 2 ships with difficulty but dented the shield of one of the pyramids, forcing it to disappear, dimly blinking for the last time, and the rest immediately attacked in pursuit. Cool. Interesting. Each hit, although it could not cause irreparable damage to the hot stack, was still capable of destroying a noticeable volume of replicator modules.
Сушадовні усвojenie upaniałe nizięcie prada w pyrmosza twego mowademu. Że to bieżący do dziś elena sprawno, przypiesz, przykisiesz, to mo prożesz tu my marze dolon. Załamny je to datowany wabyn groczedzi, najwinajc i klastiwo hat taka, bo porił swarze niesiony, miepiał swarze niesiony na tym. Owortego gliam zartem, tak raz pozawiecie usi, zdardzi się wrzawa olwortek z energia zarde jętradzich. Te jegdy są mi wrześniekar, że teko piramid sopko i razowie jekrzenia utanałe strewin nają drosze zarte w latchodom. Włoszostowali ergowien teraz stana by niszcza merczale hat taki trynzat lik spokadama jak borein szlarom, stam i damoważ donatyk iżej słomie zarde żej nie łamam ben. Uwrunie rondanno klokuli some i na hat takie grona grubiny drodosi z milegzek. Hat taki powarwanty trosze wod taki spredał terał działnie w tu trazmiżanie namuczego na awersze, sastancu obragun na tesie jejctie siarna abu mieli dzienia araudia. To i mijał bartali worlonała waraz byśniego mautanie. O, stamdyl z ciwy myja zarty mien, po tym swajec honeru nie zandzi sięgoana, en bali swarca.
Feeling how even my face, which at the moment, along with the rest of my body was on the Babylon, spread an anticipatory smile, I gave the appropriate command. Brightly shining bolts of energy struck the enemy ships from the pyramids, causing the enemy shields to flare up in waves of distortion spreading from the impact sites. The result of the attack was impressive. It took five hits for the Goa'uld weapons perfected by the replicators to completely remove the defenses of one of the targets. After the last one, the enemy ship's glow dimmed, but it was still practically undamaged, although it had stopped all maneuvering. The ship was hit by thin bluish beams of gravity grabbers used by the Minbari to transport large cargo or capture enemy ships, and the rest? A new salvo. From the attacks generated 7 bright flashes explosions, leaving behind only a scattering of debris quickly fading in space.
Silence reigned in this area of space again. Only the captured ship, judging by the energy consumption readings, was trying to escape from the influence. Well, to avoid surprises, bright white beams from the Asgard teleportation device struck from each of the golden pyramids, feeling every meter of the target's hull, reading its characteristics and atomic structure. Since we have such a cheeky sample, vivisection and studying by good old methods can wait. First,
it is worth taking care of backup. In case of unexpected surprises, for example, self-destruction. Of course, there are still many of them on the other side of the portal, but to start all this again, getting involved in the full-fledged war with an unknown species, I am of course a replicator and in general, my name is Legion for I am many. But, as one ninja, not burdened with enthusiasm said, how troublesome. Interlude. It's just incredible. Captain Sheridan sat down wearily in his chair, looking from Ivanova to Garibaldi and back. He had literally just managed to return to Babylon 5, leaving the White Star in one of the neighboring systems, from where the crew would easily drive it to Minbari territory until the next time the ship was needed. And now? I wonder why he even thought that such an event as a stealth raid on the solar system, an attack on the shadow ship on Ganymede, and a return to the station would go without a hitch. Yeah. No hitches. Sometimes the thought began to creep into John's head that the words Babylon 5 and problems were synonymous. Otherwise, how could one explain the recording of a galactic news broadcast, dated yesterday, when he was still flying back in hyperspace, in which the presenter, expressing concern appropriate to the situation, announced that
an unidentified alien ship attacked a government laboratory on Ganymede and subsequently disappeared from the system before the arrival of the Earth Commonwealth military space fleet.
We all understand what this smells like, right? Garibaldi raised an eyebrow suggestively. You left quietly, didn't you, Captain? I don't think Earth will be able to identify the White Star. Ivanova frowned. It's not even that someone could see us. Sheridan paused and sighed heavily. It's just an excuse. If we hadn't been there, President Clark would have made it look like a shallow ship had attacked. It already destroyed the entire lab when we were just flying in. Here it is. Gratitude for helping our home planet. Michael snorted. As they say, no good deed goes unpunished. The main thing is that they don't have any direct indication of who it was. Susan shook her head, tensely continuing to think about the situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have failed to point it out somehow. And if they knew for sure that there was someone from Babylon there, I would already be retired and sitting in prison, John said gloomily. Oh no, what are you saying? The head of security waved his hand encouragingly. You would have been simply shot, Captain. Comedian. Okay. For now, we can only wait and see how things go. I'll ask Dellin to take the White Star away from the station. It will make it more difficult to use if necessary, but it will make it almost impossible to reach Babylon 5 and any of us. I hope so, Ivanova sighed. Did something else happen while I was gone? Casting a wary glance at his obviously understated subordinates, Sheridan tensed up when he heard a skeptical snort from Garibaldi in response to his question. Nothing particularly new, Michael shrugged, falling silent, maintaining a theatrical pause. Michael. I witnessed Lord Baal approach our mutual friend whom you insistently asked not to touch, the man smiled, Mr. Morden, and very convincingly asked him, employers to refrain, as he put it, from repeating unreasonable and ill-considered aggressive actions against the neutral state, in order to avoid the Goa'uld Empire declaring war. Sheridan sighed, looking questioningly at Commander Ivanova. Susan, who had clearly heard this news before but still looked very uncomfortable, nodded briefly at the man. This was what the vision of the future had been about, conveyed to her by the captain after visiting the great machine. And it was the captain who had warned of Lord Baal's coming. And now Sheridan was very much interested in knowing how all this would play out in the long run. I was away from the station for less than 5 days, the captain groaned sadly, leaning back in his chair and throwing his head back. Next time you should send one of us, Captain. Ivanova nodded sympathetically. The man just waved his mind away. He himself understood that he was a captain, so that he could delegate important tasks to his subordinates, especially in cases where he trusted these very subordinates. But that was with his mind. Deep down, even after all the years that had passed, John continued to believe that a commander who was not capable of being on the front lines himself was a bad one, and this resulted in such incidents. And what about Morden? The captain twitched his cheek and straightened up in his chair, turning to his interlocutors. Vanished from the station 2 hours after the meeting, Garibaldi shrugged. He'll probably come back, such cockroaches are ineradicable. But for now, he's not here. And Lord Baal? And what about Lord Baal? Michael shrugged. Lord Baal doesn't change. He's seen here and there. His long-eared assistants are ruining pastry stations, but everything is quiet, if that's what you mean. No
excesses beyond what's already happened. At least that's encouraging. All we need to complete the set is a galactic war. More news? If there is, let's get it right away. It's better to finish him off so he doesn't suffer. It's not so much news, Mr. Garibaldi said thoughtfully, scratching his temple with his finger. You remember that these night watchmen have been hanging around the station for some time now?
The Night Watch was a separate headache for Sheridan.
A secret police organized by the new president and officially called upon to monitor order in the state, but in fact representing an analog of the Gestapo in Nazi Germany, with all the ensuing features. From the very moment of their appearance on the station, the captain more than once caught excessively vigilant Garibaldi employees, counted by an increase in credits to their salary, or, which was more often, an increase in personal power over those around them. Of course I remember. Their boss spent 2 hours nagging me, shoving his orders in my face and demanding that I provide space for the staff. What have they done again? They're digging, Garibaldi answered shortly, wiggling his eyebrows meaningfully. Zack shared some information with me.
Over the last couple of days, the Guard has had several meetings on Earth. They clearly suspect someone from the top of the command of conspiring against Clark, and now they have been oriented to surveillance of, let's say, suspiciously behaving senior officers. My departure? Your departure, Captain nodded the head of security. I trust Zack as much as I can trust anyone after. Well, Michael pointed his finger behind him, eloquently hinting at the place where the blaster shot made by his trusted assistant landed. But our latest affairs really do look suspicious. Secret meetings, your departures from the station with Ivanova, somehow hidden in the system. If not him, then someone else will pay attention to all this. Your suggestions? Sheridan frowned. If we are not ready to solve the issue with the Night Watch radically, it is worthwhile to lie low for a while and behave as befits honest officers.
Otherwise, he spread his hands, it is only a matter of time before they come for one of us.
I understand. So, Ivanova, Garibaldi, Sheridan looked seriously at his subordinates. We continue to work as if nothing happened. The incident on Ganymede does not concern us. Having waited for the nods of his subordinates, the captain continued. For now we have nothing to seriously press them with, but rest assured, as soon as the chance appears, I will not miss it. And what about the Guard? We'll figure out the Night Watch thing too. First we need to figure out how far Clark will go after all this. Well, Michael sighed. Good luck, we'll all definitely need it. Sheridan could only shrug his shoulders at this. He watched the officers leave the office and leaned back in his chair. Despite 2 days of almost complete idleness on the way back to the station, the man felt tired.
With each passing day, he increasingly caught himself thinking that everything around him was going somewhere wrong. The tightening of the screws on Earth, the dark experiments of their own government, flirting with forces they did not understand, even the conflict between Narn and Centauri, frozen in a shaky truce, was perceived not as a good sign, but rather as the calm before the storm. But Garibaldi was right. It was time to do something about the Night Watch. He didn't know when, but it was absolutely obvious that Haig and the other concerned people would start acting in the very near future, and this organization would simply get in the way. He was unable to influence the watch departments on Earth or other Commonwealth facilities, but he was simply obliged to ensure the smooth operation of his own station. Ambassador, what is it, Veer? He turned to see Atashan Molari looking into the cabin.
We, the Centaurian looking quite puzzled, hesitated, expressed a desire to visit Lady Morella, the widow of Emperor Turhan. Londo perked up. But I haven't received any messages. It arrived literally 5 minutes ago. Her ship arrives in an hour. This is something unprecedented. Molari thought Lady Morella was and remained a highly respected Centauri. And even after the death of her husband, Emperor Turhan, she had only slightly lost her influence, being a famous and powerful seer to whom many sometimes came for advice. But precisely that, came. The woman did not accept everyone, guided by some logic of her own, but each time communication with her, as the ambassador heard, brought serious changes in the lives of the Centauri, though not always positive, which is true. Londo himself only once tried to visit her, when he was first sent as ambassador to Babylon 5. But he had never heard of the Emperor's wife coming to someone herself, and so unexpectedly.
But what should we do, Londo? What do you mean? Molari threw up his hands. We must provide her with a worthy welcome. Whatever Lady Morella needs, she is still a noble Centauri. Moreover, she was the Emperor's wife. You will meet your ship at customs, and I will prepare everything here. An hour. We only have an hour. Cotton nodded frantically and ran out into the corridor, deciding to head straight to the Babylon passenger terminal. He knew from experience how crowded it could be before ships arrived, which meant he had to take a good observation spot in advance so as not to miss the important guest. There hadn't been many transport ships arriving from Centauri space lately, but they were still there, which meant he had to hurry anyway to avoid surprises.
To the surprise of both Centauri, the seer arrived very modestly, especially compared to the usual Imperial retinue. In addition to Lady Morella herself, only 2 guards assigned to her at court for protection, and 3 maids to ensure daily needs, arrived at the station. Leaving the maids in one of the cabins nearby, which was used to receive high-ranking ambassadors, and the guards behind the door in the corridor, Morella cast a stern look at Ambassador Mollari from the threshold and entered, with a gesture that brooked no objections, inviting Vir to follow her. "Lady Morella," Londo greeted the woman with a bow. "Your visit was unexpected, but undoubtedly brings great pleasure." "Some actions require that they be done suddenly, Ambassador Mollari." The Centauri nodded. "You, like many, know of our gift?" The ambassador nodded. "Sometimes it forces us to act, which is why we are here today." "The words we are about to speak are for your ears only." She turned to the ambassador's attaché. "Not for the prime minister or any of the dignitaries at court, not even for the emperor of Carthagia, only for you, Ambassador Mollari, and you, Vir Cotto. We will deny even the fact of the conversation." "Lady Morella," Vir muttered in surprise. "Of course," Londo nodded, looking sternly at his assistant, gesturing for the woman to sit down. "Not many get such a chance, Ambassador Mollari." Morella sank into a chair, sighed, and looked closely into the eyes of her interlocutor. "You have tied yourself very strongly to the fate of Centauri and to the fire that our house will be forced to go through in order to restore its former greatness. You had 3 ways to avoid this, 3 decisions that would have allowed you to stray from the path and lead those who trusted you away with you. You have already lost 2 of them." "However," the seer shook her head, "the 3rd path, on which you stand right now, although it will bring you many trials, will also give you many opportunities." "I don't quite understand," Mollari frowned, puzzled. "The gift of foresight is not as simple as everyone would like, Ambassador." The woman spread her hands. "Much of what you saw can only be understood when it happened, and some cannot be understood at all. One can say with certainty only one thing. You took a step, just one, but the most difficult one, to return from the darkness into which you went. And around you there is everything necessary to take a step further, only if you do not make a mistake with the direction." "I understand." "I fear not, Ambassador, but you will understand. In the meantime, hear our vision." To avoid the distraction, you must extend your hand, even knowing it will be rejected. You must find wisdom in the face of fear. And you must not flirt with gold, which is equally alien to darkness and light. I will try not to miss the last chance." "Try, Ambassador." The Centauri nodded, rising to her feet. "Not only your fate depends on this. And lastly, perhaps the most important, one of you," she turned her gaze to Vir, "will stand at the head of our people, one or the other. But this step cannot be avoided. Who it will be is hidden from us. We only know that he will have to sacrifice the future for the present, to revive the past. And the one of you who remains alive," Morella looked gloomily at the men, "will witness the new greatness of the Centauri Republic. But one of us, the one who will survive?" Vir Cotto looked helplessly from the chief to the seer and back. "Does that mean one of us will die?"
"Predictions rarely brings peace, Vir Cotto." The woman shook her head. "And the path that awaits you cannot be called easy. Anything can happen. But that is all we see, and we want to see, and that is all we came to this place for." Morella gave her interlocutors another stern look, nodded to her thoughts, and without saying goodbye left the cabin, leaving the men in a state of intense thought. Each of them was going over the words they had heard in their heads, trying to wrap their heads around them and understand what, and most importantly, how to do next. The seer's words truly alarmed the ambassador and his attaché. Neither Vir nor Londo had ever treated the gift of Emperor Torhan's wife with disdain, but suddenly realizing that this very gift now directly concerns you was hard. I don't understand, Kota shook his head. We have no relation to the dynasty, but
Even if we assume that something happens to Emperor Katagia, and he doesn't have any, even the most distant relatives, I'm worried about Lady Morella's words about the one who survived. Me too, Molari answered thoughtfully, tapping his lips with his finger. To take the throne in this way is only possible by killing the Emperor and all competitors. And that means... A spark of insight suddenly appeared in both of their eyes, and surprisingly similar thoughts suddenly crept into the heads of the Centauri, who had absorbed not only etiquette but also the skills of court intrigue since their youth. The prophecy said that one of them would become emperor, and it was quite obvious that for this to happen, this one would first need to survive. But what if? This visit from Lady Morella was so sudden, Molari said unexpectedly. Tell me, Ver, I remember correctly that today you were supposed to fly to Mimbar? Isn't that so? Oh.
No, Koto waved his hand nervously.
The transport is only tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Londo nodded his head.
Tomorrow, no. My, what nonsense. The ambassador gave a nervous laugh. Why should only one of us survive, Vir? Yes, of course, total nonsense. Vir laughed nervously in response. By the way, Londo, I completely forgot. I was just starting to prepare dinner before Lady Morella arrived. You must be hungry. Yes, somehow I don't want to yet, Vir. Maybe later. A tense silence reigned in the cabin. As one heroine of one strange and sometimes stupid animation project in ancient times on Earth used to say, crawl, my dear, crawl, crawl, crawl. And no matter how mentally abnormal it may sound, that's exactly how I felt watching the process of scanning an alien and extra-dimensional ship.
The enemy, captured by gravitational grips, did not give up trying to break free, and it was only a matter of time before its pilot, and he was definitely there, would come up with the idea of destroying the ship along with himself and my information loot at the same time. The main problem, and value at the same time, of what was happening was the mind-boggling fact that the protective field that the ship had managed to restore interfered with the teleportation beam, preventing the pilot from being pulled out in the same way as I had done with the Shadow ship. Or rather, I could still perform an atomic scan of the object which I had been doing for all these long seconds, but due to the interference created by the field, the teleportation device could not separate the living organism inside the ship from the entire ship. And at the same time, even the data already received and analyzed by the replicators were very valuable. The Vorlon artifact itself was in fact a kind of their own transition zones, scattered by the primordials across the galaxy by the method of introducing useful and necessary ideas into the minds of suitable and useful intelligent representatives of the younger races. The main differences were the amount of energy consumed by the device, which was simply an indecently huge amount for such an object, and the modest fact that these gates led not to the local hyperspace, but to a completely different dimension, different from ordinary space in the same way as degenerate space differed from it, but, unlike the latter, very, very habitable. And this information made the replicators' brains boil, if they had them, since it implied the possibility of creating devices for moving between worlds. The ancient stargates were capable of moving objects almost instantly over monstrous distances, limited only by available energy, and under specific external conditions they could even send cargo through time. The Vorlon transition zones punched a hole in reality, shifting the ship into degenerate space, which, although there was no clear evidence of this, could also be considered a parallel dimension. The great machine could even create and maintain windows to any point in space and time for any desired time. Moreover, despite the modest 15.314% probability given by the replicators, I strongly suspected that it could send the passenger into an alternate reality with the same probability, since Ivanova's vision of the future spoke very eloquently about this. And now, this. No, even if the theory is not confirmed by practical results, for just this add-on I am simply obliged to shake the energy hand, tentacle, or whatever Gauche has, and express my gratitude to him.
What do you think, Gauche? I thoughtfully transmit to Koronie and Yuki via the replicator network. Will Ambassador Kosh be very surprised if I come to visit him with a cake as a thank you for the gift? Yuki was clearly trying to say something,
but she couldn't find the words. And Karonie, from the elder Neki, came as simple and straightforward. Sound of a palm hitting the face and the emotion of rolling her eyes. But the thought was really interesting. No, it was unlikely that Kosh was even capable of eating cakes or anything else, material. Although I was certainly interested in how the Vorlons ate, if they ate. But that wouldn't save him from gratitude. In any case, against the background of the emotional upsurge, I simply could not ignore the idea that had been born, and therefore, leaving the replicators to more thoroughly study the de-energized gate and the captive, who continued to twitch, I gave my face a satisfied expression and went to the non-humanoid part of the embassy sector. According to information from the surveillance cameras, the ambassador's sheep, as well as himself, were present on Babylon 5, and since the Vorlon was not visible in the public areas of the station, it is most likely that he was in his cabin. Unlike the special sector of the station, where even the corridors were filled with an alternative gas composition, in Kosh's case, the atmosphere was different only in his own cabin, which was accessed by a separate vestibule compartment with a set of protective masks and cylinders with various gas compositions suitable for most of the aliens represented on Babylon.
With a quiet hiss, the door to the vestibule opened, letting me in. To my surprise, the second door opened almost immediately as I approached it, as if Kosh was expecting a visit. The Vorlon himself stood directly opposite the exit from the cabin, his eye diaphragm narrowed and was silent. "Why are you here?" The Vorlon finally spoke up, taking a step forward, clearly not intending to invite me into the cabin. "I came to thank you for your incredibly valuable gift, Ambassador Kosh." I smiled broadly, bowing to the ambassador and watching as the ambassador's eye first widened to its maximum, as if in surprise, and then shrank again, almost to a point. "I don't understand. That device," I continued to smile, "that your ship left on our territory. I simply have to pay you back for it. What do you want?" Kosh made an indignant sound with his vocabulator, and I quickly corrected myself. "Oh yeah, I apologize. You are especially sensitive to this issue. How can I repay you?" This time, the Vorlon hung for a long 4.18 seconds, continuing to simply look at me and remain silent. Finally, the diaphragm took on a more or less normal size, and Kosh answered. "Non-interference." "But I don't interfere anyway. I didn't even take revenge on your secretive friends." Kosh's eye narrowed again, for their thoughtless attack, although it was worth it. "Fine." Despite the completely emotionless suit and the absence of Behemoth at hand for some reason, it seemed to me that Kosh was now literally in shock from my words and the situation as a whole. Although, perhaps sending me the gate passed him by? Still, even I was unable to obtain particularly meaningful information about the real socio-political structure of his civilization. In any case, I smile again. Your gift has given me and my government a lot to think about. Having made another bow, I turn around under Kosh's gaze, which continues to closely follow my movements. Heading back to the exit into the station's common corridor, and already at the threshold, out of pure nastiness, I still turn around and, tilting my head to the side, with genuine interest in my voice, ask, "Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador Kosh, but do you like cakes?" Chapter 61. Bureaucratic Red Tape. Nothing demeans a resolution more than a careful reading of the document. From the internet. Interlude. "Captain!" Ivanova, looking extremely agitated, almost ran into Sheridan's office. "Did you see?" "Did you see what, Commander?" John sighed heavily since his return to the station from Ganymede. He had been sitting in his office all the time. Too many cases had accumulated in his absence that required careful consideration, especially in light of his and his colleagues' desire to demonstrate the behavior of conscientious senior officers at work. What can I say? He even slept at his workplace, having given himself only a modest 4 hours of sleep on the couch over the past 2 days, and the appearance of his deputy, who continued to de facto manage the current life of Babylon 5, caused him only dull irritation when Ivanova ran into her superior's office like that. It meant only one thing: new problems. More. The woman just rolled her eyes, shaking her head and trying to catch her breath. She had obviously run all the way here from the command bridge. Waving her hand toward the nearest terminal, Ivanova silently poked the power button, then switching to the news broadcast. From Earth. Sheridan, rising from his chair, felt the hair on the back of his neck rise with a bad feeling.
A threat to planetary security. The news anchor who appeared on the screen looked much more worried than in the previous broadcast the captain had seen. President Clark signed a decree introducing a state of emergency on Earth Central. At an emergency meeting of the Earth Senate held 3 hours ago, the introduction of martial law in some subjects of the Earth Commonwealth was also announced, in particular on Mars and its satellites, as well as in a number of more distant colonies. The woman read the text with all possible seriousness. The status of the Babylon 5 sector as a diplomatic international station remains unchanged at the moment, although our sources close to the government report that this decision may be temporary.
We remind our viewers that a state of emergency and especially martial law introduced in some territories carries a corresponding tightening of control by law enforcement and the military, who are now responsible for maintaining order and ensuring the safety of the civilian population. We ask you to remain calm and comply with all requests from authorized persons. We will keep... That's how it is, Captain, Ivanova sighed, turning off the terminal. It seems that President Clark has taken the situation seriously. This is already the second replay of the live broadcast. What are we going to do? So, Sheridan ruffled his hair, collecting his thoughts. First of all, what's going on at the station? I understand correctly that this has gone through all the information news terminals on the Babylon. Of course, Susan nodded. This is a regular news release. At the station,
So far, no particular changes, although Garibaldi has already raised his own to reinforce patrols in areas where civilians gather. I think in an hour or two there will be the first riots, and a reaction from the ambassadors. That's understandable. The man narrowed his eyes. Night watch? No change, but there are quite a few of them among Garibaldi's security service. He won't be able to cover the entire station with just trusted people, so it will soon become a problem. As soon as they receive direct orders from Earth regarding us, we didn't have any worries before. Sheridan fell silent, deep in thought. What was happening was not entirely unexpected, after all. When he gave Haig information about Clark's conspiracy and the preparation of an assassination attempt on the legitimate president, he was completely soberly aware that this would all turn out to be something like this.
Ana i nane najvisušno zušerste vorena, tuk ljugach sampoje horoboki stošte vikonce žeže. Mieništine z was nawożdżudziewene pred an. Ana ja rzeczywiście się dalaonie trożuwa presum bowe tknem się rozy barzen. I jalem ofemienia aktorna szczewy dalen takomiennej w tortisny z rugiech, alem o wrzebierich, jurno wru dyplomatie, jalem na wogu ze car, wejennona żenie winieście choda. Rejsie z desasunte chyroszety żyściś ta, że jezy tu polary się bokuje masz marze brawo, żywe ci siłaro, što znaj jalna, zaronu guardu. Za jamalki jeżu, że stonnie zech wożma caro jarzech to umie, że jeniejszte, što jalna żena zajmom, że jedu wyrzuch i za listja te chrapu wiace w reżimu wazeja. Jalna, że tu mnie zajam mówiacie, wojennie kto nie stanie przywodania jagurena, nie zaleny jarowu. Что jalna zaja mówiacie zani, što ja chrymace.
And this immediately created a huge problem for maintaining this very security within the framework of Babylon 5. The inhabitants of the lower levels of the station and visiting antisocial elements would definitely fuss the second they felt the weakening of control. John saw Michael Garibaldi's displeased and condemning look in his mind's eye in advance, and his resignation statement at the same time, which meant they needed to be replaced by someone. But who? This required additional planning, and urgently, before the issue became pressing. But first he needed to understand what was going on at home. And what further steps his colleagues in the conspiracy would take in response to Clark's decree. He needed to contact Haig, urgently.
Okay, Sheridan finally winced, turning to Ivanova, who was patiently awaiting his decision. Let's do it this way. Let Garibaldi make a list of his people who are at least relatively reliable. We'll do it, Susan nodded.
Night watch will have to be removed from the station, and that means replacing a decent part of the security service. The captain continued. I have several ideas, but I am waiting for your and Michael's proposals.
We'll meet in about 4 hours and discuss them. At the same time, maybe something will become clearer than it is now. And you, sir? In the meantime, I'll try to contact my friends at home. I need to find out how serious everything really is. News is good, but we all know how easily its contents can be changed by orders from above. Understood, Captain. Ivanova nodded, turning towards the exit. And Sheridan caught himself thinking that it seemed that all this time he should not have been working, pretending to be a workaholic captain, but simply and uncomplicatedly sleeping. Simply because now he definitely would not have time to rest. Grimacing, John returned to the table and, sitting down in a chair, typed the code to call General Haig on the keyboard.
But instead of the expected chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a completely different face appeared on the screen. Lieutenant General O'Reilly? He raised his eyebrows in surprise. John O'Reilly was another one of the conspirators that Sheridan knew about from Haig, but the fact that he was the one who answered the call... I'm sorry, sir, but I tried to contact the Captain Sheridan. The man quickly glanced to the side and moved closer to the terminal on his side. You are incredibly timely. If it weren't for this call, I would have contacted you myself. Sir? Listen and don't interrupt. There's not much time. There was some noise behind the scenes, and O'Reilly himself winced, glancing to the side again. He was noticeably tense. There's complete chaos going on here. I think you've already seen the newscast about the state of emergency on Earth. I saw it, sir. John nodded, frowning.
5 minutes ago, President Clark issued a decree dissolving the Senate. Immediately after the document came into effect, half of the senators were arrested. Some managed to escape, and the rest were blocked in their offices without the possibility of leaving the building. Damn it. They are, of course, trying to resolve the situation somehow, O'Reilly continued, contacting the military who are loyal to the oath and the Constitution, but... He spread his hands. Where is General Haig? John finally asked the question that was troubling him. He was returning from Io when all this mess happened, as far as I know. But at least he warned me that in case of such a thing, I needed to contact you, Captain, and fill you in on the situation. Your mother... The Lieutenant General's eyes widened, and his face was illuminated by the flash of an explosion that had occurred somewhere outside the office he was in.
The man looked down at his desk, apparently pressing a few keys on his keyboard, and the monitors behind him showed a security feed, in which Sheridan noted with shock the presidential guardsman apparently trying to break into the Senate building. At least, that's what he recognized from the double doors he saw on the screen. I have to go, O'Reilly said, urgently. In the last communication, General Haig asked me to tell you that, and I quote, everything is going to hell, John. You're on your own now. I'll do everything I can to cover Babylon 5, and you, but, you know, he pointedly shook his head towards the window, where another explosion had occurred. I'm not sure my authority will mean anything in a couple of hours. Good luck. There were sounds of gunfire off-screen, and O'Reilly quickly pressed the end button, leaving Sheridan in a state of extreme, not thoughtfulness, no, rather, in something very similar to the onset of panic. However, by an effort of will, the officer quickly regained his composure, feeling a long, unexperienced but so familiar feeling of readiness to fight the approaching enemy. Well, on their own. So until General Haig shows up, if he does, of course, he has a lot of urgent matters to attend to, and the issue with the night watch is perhaps one of the most urgent. Quickly rising from his chair, the captain straightened his uniform jacket and quickly walked towards the exit of the office. He had just had very urgent matters. Research complete. We need more gold. We need to build a ziggurat. These were the sorts of exclamations that had been spinning around in my head for the last 24 minutes and 15 seconds. And all thanks to the results of the unfinished study of the Vorlon gift and the captured ship from the other side of the gate. Confirming all the initial conclusions, the younger ones, with a probability of 99.998%, decided that this sample of organic technology was created by the Goa'uld Empire. Already familiar approaches to creating the hull material, clearly Vorlon symbols on the surface, discovered during a more detailed study of the place of connection of the Vorlon energy sources, like everything in their case representing a certain analog of the organs of living beings. In general, the T-shaped gates were created by the forces of light, and these very gates really did lead to another world, or rather, to another dimension, to be completely precise.
The difference in physical laws and constants still pointed more to this formulation, but damn it, this was really incredible, and I really will send Kosh a basket of pastries, or a cake. I just have to decide what will break his psyche to a lesser extent than my visit. As for the inhabitants of this other dimension, they were nothing supernatural. They were a species that, according to the younger ones, was somewhere halfway between the soul hunters and the Vorlons, at least biologically. They still existed in a physical body, but had impressive telepathic potential, exceeding that of even Kosh's relatives, which gave them excellent opportunities for capturing, controlling, and otherwise humiliating any intelligent species based on at least similar principles. If the Vorlons really knocked on them first, it is quite understandable why no one knew anything about these gates until now. I would not be surprised at all to learn that the proud light adepts of control got a completely non-illusory beating from the inhabitants of that reality, running home with their energy tails between their legs.
However, I probably won't ask Kosh about this directly, it's not easy for him anyway, but I will definitely add additions to the replicator database in terms of telepathy. The information from the alien DNA analog was quite suitable for decoding, allowing to significantly strengthen the already ideal telepaths. Although, of course, it was still as far as walking from Earth to Mars to Ironheart. A separate issue that required a solution was still the Shadows. The fleet of Hattaks was still hanging around Hadum, clearly hinting at the possible consequences of the thoughtless active actions of its inhabitants. The Shadows themselves were not doing anything at the moment. Even those ships that were scattered throughout the galaxy seemed to have frozen in anticipation, not participating in any way in the conflict between Narn and Centauri, or in other places where their presence was required to maintain the degree of chaos in what was happening.
Surprisingly, after a memorable short visit to the station, Lorien also seemed to completely ignore both me and my ships, having flown away from Zadum. The first appeared for a short moment directly on my territory, having made a lap of honor around the planet, the sphere of the Great Machine, and hovered for 2.341 seconds above the main pyramid of the laboratory complex, after which he sped off at full speed in the direction of Vorlon territory, and the replicators no longer recorded his presence. It seems that Grandfather decided to conduct a preventive educational conversation with the second pupils, in order to avoid various excesses, so to speak. However, this did not cancel the need to make a decision. I still have not clearly decided how much I want to get involved in what is happening in the galaxy beyond what has already been done.
The ships in orbit of the planet of Shadows, taking advantage of the opportunity, conducted a full scan of the surface and depths as far as it was possible to do from orbit, and, perhaps, I could well put one big and fat point in this matter by simply conducting an orbital bombardment, razing to the ground all the above ground and collapsing all the underground structures. Even if this will not be the famous exterminatus from one dark and harsh world, but even so, it will be possible to put a cross on the Shadows as an active and equal participant in what is happening. If not forever, then for a noticeably long time for sure. True, here a counter-question arose. Having received such a slap in the face, they could very well fly off the charts the ships scattered across the galaxy, and the nurtured followers, by analogy with Minbar for the Vorlons, would be enough to drown all the local races in blood up to their nostrils. And I was not at all drawn to getting involved, and even more so starting, in a full-fledged galactic war. And the Vorlons would hardly remain on the sidelines after such an attack on their competitors, logically deciding that they could be next. And Lorien, In general, Aber is not our method. To act as an arbitrator in all these showdowns, not much better than direct confrontation, since it potentially leads to the same result. And this can continue indefinitely. There will be no Narn and Centauri. The Shadows will find other participants in the performance. What can I say? The locals themselves are quite capable of creating a mess. One news release dedicated to changes on Earth, and the degree of tension on Babylon 5 has already increased several times. At least the inhabitants of the embassy sector have definitely run around, much more actively, trying to understand how it will all end and what they should do first. I can only sympathize with the captain, at the moment clearly extremely busy, raking up this whole pile of
waste products that has fallen on his head. Even in the recreational part of the station, it suddenly became somehow sadder, at least. Yuki and Korone, who, according to a long-established custom, had gone on another raid on yet another cafe that served cakes, returned with dissatisfied expressions on their faces, grumbling that they had been served without fire and that the sweets this time were somehow not right. And now, the two Nekis were sitting sullenly in the kitchen corner, whispering, and, judging by their search queries on the local internet, clearly planning to cook something confectionery themselves. Again, no, I definitely don't want to think about it. And to see what they use highly developed technologies for, better, yes, exactly. Having demonstratively turned away from the girls, that is, diligently ignoring the data coming into the replicator network from their side, I concentrated on completing the study of the new toy, simultaneously giving the command to awaken a certain number of Yui and Shai's male relatives who had long been created and ready for use, but somehow had not found a reason for their use. Thanks to the technology tested on all the experimental samples, the personal matrices of these creatures were licked almost to perfection, allowing, if desired, to leave them for independent existence and development. It is only necessary to allocate the cats a planet suitable for life and an initial set of resources and technologies for placement. Now, considering the quite possible unrest on Babylon 5, due to quite obvious personnel problems in the security service, they will make an excellent Imperial custodian guard to protect the embassy delegation. The main thing is not to forget to give everyone golden power armor and pompous halberds. Yes. Captain Sheridan? Finding the station captain at the back table in one of the Zocalo establishments, gazing sullenly into a glass of water that was due to an officer on duty was reason enough to be surprised. Lord Baal. The man waved his hand with a sigh. Do you have some business with me? If so, then, if it's not too much trouble, I would very much hope to reschedule the meeting for a later date. A tough day. I nod understandingly. No, I have no business, at least not urgent ones. Perhaps I should inform you that my government intends to send several guards to the station to ensure the embassy's security, but I have already sent an official request to Commander Ivanova. I think your participation is not so necessary. Guards? John raised his head, puzzled, his forehead furrowed. Oh yeah, you saw the news too. I suppose, I smile, continuing to stand next to the table. Everyone at the station saw him, except perhaps the residents of the lowest levels. It's not that I'm worried about my safety. Korone can easily handle the duties of a bodyguard. That's what Liladans exist for. And Yuki isn't far behind her. But my government, I throw up my hands. At least someone is at home. Everyone is at home. The station commander made a pun, gesturing for me to sit on the next chair. And I decided to give myself at least half an hour of rest, as far as it is appropriate and possible at the current moment. I can understand you. I understand that you most likely shouldn't, and won't be able to answer. I tilt my head slightly to the side. But should we expect any upheavals or drastic changes on Babylon 5? You are right, Lord Baal, the man sighed. I would like to know myself how all this madness will end. I can say this, at the moment, I have no news. The status of Babylon has not changed.
Although something tells me that it is only a matter of time before they take us on. We are too far away to allow ourselves to leave the station without supervision and control from above. Perhaps they will replace the captain.
John saluted with his glass, taking a small sip.
Perhaps they will reclassify the facility as military. Who knows? But in any case, I did not tell you any of this. It is not my business to discuss orders, especially when these orders have not yet been given.
Of course, I nod. As a representative of another state, I cannot interfere in what is happening. But on a personal level, I sigh, looking sympathetically at Sheridan. If you need my support, contact me. I will help in any way I can. You can even come in for tea. I glanced sideways at the water in his glass with a grin. My assistants have become interested in baking. They make excellent cakes. As if they weren't better than the local establishments. Saying this, supporting the captain, I already clearly knew that Babylon 5 was already taken. Literally, 2 minutes ago an encrypted message arrived via a closed government channel with an order for the Night Watch, ordering this organization to take control of the station. I suppose that officially a similar message will be sent to Sheridan any minute now. Still,
Such things are always done quickly and in carefully calibrated steps so that no claims can be made against the organizers. Thank you for the invitation, Lord Baal. I will certainly... The communicator on the man's hand quietly beeped, causing John to roll his eyes and wince, accepting the call. Sheridan speaking, Captain. Ivanova's voice rang out. An incoming call for you from General Smith. Urgent, on the command channel. Got it. Take Garibaldi and Franklin and go to my office. I'll be there in a moment. Well, now that I've had my rest...
John Duchon put the glass down, rising to his feet.
Thank you for your words of support, Lord Baal, he nodded, but it seems the rest is over.
Not one eye, Captain, I
watched the man leave and leaned back in my chair. Here is the official announcement, I suppose. Well, I'm in no particular hurry. I can see for myself what exactly the High Command is deigning to tell him. Of course, it is impolite to spy, but let's be honest, given the number of juniors scattered throughout the systems and the hull of Babylon 5, I still have to try hard not to hear and not to see everything that happens on the station. As incidentally I do most of the time, simply not monitoring the flow of information leaking into the replicator network. If there is something critically important there, I will still find out. Interlude. Captain Sheridan? The middle-aged man nodded seriously to John from the screen.
General Smith? The captain stood at attention.
I apologize for the wait, sir. I understand, the general nodded. You are obviously aware of the latest events? Yes, sir, Sheridan nodded. What is your opinion of me? My opinion means nothing, Captain. Just like yours. Smits cut him off sharply. It is our duty to carry out the orders of the Commander-in-Chief and to observe subordination. The captain narrowed his eyes slightly. He had known General Smits for a long time, and the general himself had occupied his post for more than a decade. And never before, in John's memory, had he said anything with such a demonstrative meaning. But subordination? It was obvious that, as a naval officer, as a military man, he was simply obliged to serve strictly within the framework of the Charter and carry out the orders of superior officers within the framework of the vertical command. Something was clearly wrong.
Sir.
I advise you to postpone your opinion until better times, Captain. However, after a short pause, measuring the man with a meaningful look, Smits continued. I have been authorized to inform you of the latest changes in orders. I am sure they will not please you, but I have been assured that these are temporary measures. Is the head of security with you? Yes, sir, Garibaldi stepped forward, frowning in anticipation of gifts from above. Good. This also concerns you. The political department has placed the responsibility for the security of all extraterrestrial objects solely on the Night Watch. The general emphasized the phrase with his voice again. What? John couldn't help but say, his eyes wide open.
By order of the Security Directorate, the guards must include current members of the Night Watch, the general repeated, as well as newly recruited ones, who must undergo appropriate verification.
This is some kind of madness, Garibaldi muttered barely audibly, hoping that he wouldn't be heard on the other side of the communication channel. General, I resolutely... Sheridan joined in more loudly. Captain, were you listening to me? Smits looked at John intently. Did I make it quite clear to you whose orders this was? If I were you, I'd look at this as an opportunity, not a duty. But sir, I have finished, Captain Sheridan. Smits shook his head sternly. The order will be communicated to you in writing as soon as possible.
Paperwork, unfortunately, is unchangeable.
The general nodded briefly and hung up, and an oppressive silence fell over the station commander's office, as everyone present thought hard about the news they had just heard, coming to the conclusion that all the fun was probably just beginning. Sheridan was still standing in front of the now dead screen, frowning and clearly replaying the dialogue that had just taken place in his head. General Smits clearly wanted to convey something to him beyond the official content of the order, something he couldn't say directly even through command channels. Something... This is sheer madness. Garibaldi threw up his hands. If they think they can... Michael,
Ivanova shook her head. Just don't do anything stupid. Nonsense? I'm not going to put on this damn bandage. But, no, Susan, I'll blow this farce to hell. Wait a minute. Both of you. Sheridan exhaled irritably. Captain.
General Smith was clearly trying to tell me something. Give me a few minutes of silence, please. The head of security snorted, but returned to his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. The man's whole appearance demonstrated that he was waiting for the first opportunity to grab something heavy, burst into the premises allocated to the night watch, and start causing mischief left and right. Finally, the station commander chuckled in surprise, moving closer to the terminal and starting the recording of the conversation that had just taken place. The political department has instructed, observe subordination, orders of the commander-in-chief. Brilliant. Have you found anything, Captain? Dr. Franklin said, noting the satisfied smile on Sheridan's face. I think so. General Smits tried to get it across to us, the whole conversation, but he couldn't say it straight out. Damn it, we need to make sure. What's the matter? Lieutenant, John ignored the woman's question, instead looking at her demandingly. Has the official document of this order not arrived yet? I don't think so, but I'll check. Susan frowned, walked around the captain's desk, and, having entered the terminal under her data, began to check the incoming messages. Look, there really are some. If only they could be so efficient when it came to coordinating bonuses. So they had it all planned out well in advance. Sheridan shrugged, standing behind the woman. In any case, is the source of the document really the political department? Yes, sir, the lieutenant nodded. It was initialed by President Clark, but the department issued the document. Wait, Franklin said, his face suddenly filled with insight. You mean to say, exactly, Sheridan snapped his fingers. The political department is a civilian organization. They have no right to give orders to the military, which is where you and I are, de jure, classified.
And that means their order to change the security service on Babylon 5 is illegal, which in turn means that I can, with a clear conscience, Garibaldi grinned with anticipation in his voice, break the faces of a couple of particularly insolent guards and throw the rest out of here by the scruff of the neck. Yes? But wait, Ivanova shook her head. Even if the order was issued in violation of the rules, it was still signed by Clark, and he is the supreme commander. But his orders along the military branch of the hierarchy must still be given in strict accordance with the chain of command. He cannot write a document and order it directly to some sergeant on the Agamemnon. That's all wonderful, of course, Susan nodded, satisfied with the answer. But what are we going to do with the Night Watch? Even if the order from Earth has no effect, what will stop them from taking power on the station themselves? I have a plan for this. And after the words spoken by General Smits, he no longer looks as crazy as he seemed a couple of hours ago. Will you enlighten us? Garibaldi raised an eyebrow skeptically. Certainly, the man nodded. In half an hour, in my cabin. And, Mr. Garibaldi, John smiled, we will need the help of one of your men, but not to attract unnecessary attention. I thought you said that you trusted Zach. In half an hour, the head of security nodded briefly, turning on his heels and leaving the office. And Sheridan himself thought, despite his words, the plan was still a gamble. Resolving the issue with the Night Watch was half the battle. Even if they removed all of Clark's henchmen from the station, it did not solve the main problem, President Clark himself. And here Sheridan alone could not cope. And General Haig, as luck would have it, did not respond to communication. Well, and how are we going to maintain order on Babylon 5 if you throw the Sentinel out? Am I the only one who sees some difficulty in that?
Franklin sighed. In half an hour, Dr. Franklin. I'll tell you everything. I just don't want to repeat it several times. As you say, Captain. As you say. No, I definitely respect Sheridan and the general he was talking to. What's his name? Smits, to find the smallest mistakes of bureaucrats and turn the entire power of the same bureaucratic machine against them. You have to be able to do that. And the funniest thing is that the situation with the order issued by the wrong department can be corrected by President Clark in a way that is extremely sad for Captain Sheridan in just a few minutes, but statesmen really don't like to admit their own mistakes, even when these mistakes are to their own detriment, so the captain will have enough time to resolve his difficulties with the Night Watch station, which is not under the control of the management before their legal status is formalized properly.
And then it will be too late to change anything. The only thing that was of some concern was the officer's decision to enlist Ambassador Jikar's kindred to patrol Babylon 5 in place of the noticeably thinner security force. No, The Narns would be happy to oblige a man who was willing to bend the laws of his own state to help one of their ships, risking dragging his homeland into war. But Narns are Narns. On a station with a significant number of Centauri, giving them the right to force could lead to some undesirable consequences. Perhaps my idea of bringing a few custodians to Babylon would be quite appropriate. I walked slowly, thinking, back to my cabin. After the first outbreak of excitement that occurred in response to the news about the introduction of martial law and the state of emergency in part of the territories of the Earth Commonwealth, the atmosphere on the station had almost returned to normal.
No, of course. In the past few hours, no one had magically forgotten about what had happened. This would have been impossible, even in a slightly longer period. But the general mood of the intelligent ones had nevertheless moved from "we are all going to die" to a calmer "it's scary in advance, but nothing is clear yet." But in the common areas of the Zocalo, it was more nervous. Regulars of cheap eateries and bars literally swarmed all the public terminals, which usually broadcast news or sporting events, and members of the station's security service and the night watch, the latter in a noticeable majority, walked around the hall with extremely gloomy faces. In Garibaldi's fiefdom, everything was somewhat worse than he thought. "Look!" An excited voice of one of the visitors was heard. "They opened fire. Come here immediately." The screen was showing a breaking news broadcast, and at that particular moment the image showed a scene of a space battle which, judging by the caption on the running line, was taking place somewhere in the vicinity of Io. "We are repeating the special edition. We have footage of a battle taking place between Earth Alliance starships in Io port space. The main vessel you can see in the footage is the Alexander, a ship commanded by General William Hague. Along with 2 escort ships, they were surrounded by Earth cruisers but refused to surrender, calling on other Earth Alliance units to unite against the current President Clark. For the first time since the rebellion on Mars, Commonwealth ships are fighting each other. In the footage you can see how the Excalibur and Schwarzkopf were damaged, allowing the rebel General Hague to escape."
We will keep you updated on the developments, but already what is happening can be considered an attempted coup d'etat launched by a group of rebel military personnel against the legitimate government.
Well, so much for it became calmer. For literally a few seconds there was an almost ringing silence around, and then Zocalo literally exploded with stormy applause and shouts from the human spectators. And then, in the best traditions of the genre, a simple and straightforward pub fight began. All I could do was shake my head, carefully moving towards the exit from the hall, through which members of the night watch were already running in, armed with police batons. "Oh, Lord Baal?" The out-of-breath Garibaldi almost ran into me in the corridor. "Good afternoon to you, Mr. Garibaldi." I smile and nod. "Phew. Yes, good. Please, forgive me, Lord Baal. I would be happy to stop and talk, but I think Zocalo will manage without your presence."
"Ah, did you see what was happening there?"
"I prefer to leave before the fun really began." I shrugged and let a group of people pass, hurrying to get away from their fun. "Damn it, in that case, I should take you to a safe place. All we need to complete the package is a diplomatic scandal." Michael grimaced at the sounds of an escalating fight coming from around the corner. "There's no particular need for that, Mr. Garibaldi," I smile. "But if you insist, I insist," the man sighed. "Whether I'm there or not won't change anything. And if they pet you, purely out of love for art, your long-eared assistants will rip my head off on the way to the elevator." "Thank you. I saw a recording of these cute creatures and a couple of rowdy Marines," he shuddered. "In that case," I smile even wider, catching the emotion of self-satisfaction that came through the replicator network from the eavesdropping coroner. "May I treat you to a cup of tea?"
I think you have half an hour
Until everything, shaking my head, points back towards the Zocalo, comes down. "Oh," Garibaldi rolled his eyes. "To hell with you. I won't refuse tea, or a short break, otherwise I'm afraid I'll kill someone by the end of the day. And then I'll have to write a bunch of reports." With a sweeping gesture, the head of security invited me to follow him, heading towards the nearest elevator. "If you put your head in the lion's mouth, don't complain if one day he bites it off. Hercule Poirot." Interlude. "Come in, Michael." Sheridan nodded wearily, opening the door of his cabin for Garibaldi as soon as he pressed the bell button. "Mr. Allen." Garibaldi sighed wearily, letting his subordinate in and going in himself. Tea at Lord Baal's had indeed somewhat smoothed out the general tension of this very long day, but it could not free Michael from all the problems that had fallen on him and the difficult decisions he had to make about them. Night watch, A bot order from Earth that had turned everything upside down. A meeting at Captain Sheridan's. He was beginning to think that he was working not on a space station, but in a small but no less cheerful madhouse called Babylon 5. How are things at the Zocalo? I saw the report about the riots. Is that why you were late? For what else? The security guard shrugged, lowering himself into one of the chairs, deciding not to mention the tea party at the Goa'uld ambassadors. Well, just in case. At the same time, I caught Zach before he was dragged off to another Guardian meeting. Captain? Commander Ivanova? Dr. Franklin? Alan looked from one person to the other, puzzled, trying to figure out what all this meant.
The chief said you had an important conversation, given the recent changes on the station. That was to be expected, but I had no idea that everything… Is that a problem, Mr. Allen? John raised an eyebrow with a wry smile. Mr. Garibaldi invited you here at my request, as one of the few people he trusts on the station. No problem, Captain. Thank you, Chief. He nodded to Garibaldi. But I would like to know why I'm here. Considering those present, I suspect that the subject will be rather slippery. The conclusion was quite logical. Even as he followed his boss here, Alan was replaying the latest events in his head. The order from Earth about the de facto transfer of Babylon 5 to the control of the Watch fell like snow on their heads, and many heads were happily turned by the new power and opportunities.
All he could do was look with unpleasant surprise at the changes happening to his colleagues, many of whom he considered friends, and whom, as it seemed to him, he had managed to get to know well during his service on Babylon. It turned out that he had simply imagined it. He was even beginning to think that he had made a big mistake deciding to join the night watch at all. The conditions in which he worked, the work duties that he had to perform, all this could not be compensated for by that miserable handful of credits that the government paid him as an incentive. And now, a secret meeting among the senior officers of Babylon 5 in the captain's cabin. That's exactly what I was going to get to, John nodded. So, you are all well aware of the latest events at home and, as a result, what is happening on the station. First of all, the captain looked closely at Garibaldi's subordinate. Mr. Allen, Mr. Garibaldi said that you joined the Night Watch only because of the additional payment that this organization provides to all its members. Is that true? Yes, Captain. Zach nodded in surprise. Don't get me wrong, the salary in Babylon 5's security service is, of course, quite good, but it's just free money for duties that I already perform as part of my job. Good, Sheridan nodded slowly. Then I think it will not be news to anyone present here that the latest order that came from Earth, he demonstratively picked up the document form lying next to him on the table, creates one big problem for the entire station and for you and me. Sir? Everyone present here, the captain gestured around the cabin, except for you and Mr. Garibaldi, are military. In fact, this means that Babylon 5, although it serves diplomatic purposes, is de jure under the command of the armed forces of the Earth Commonwealth, with all the bureaucratic peculiarities that entails. I don't quite understand. Alan looked thoughtfully at his boss. The order that came from Earth, similar to which I believe the leadership of the Night Watch received, was issued by the political department, a completely civilian organization. And although in fact it reports directly to the president, who is also the supreme commander-in-chief, the chain of command was violated, which makes this order illegal. That is in fact, Garibaldi said with a wry smile, given the introduction of martial law, the dual status of Babylon 5 and its military leadership. The security officer shook his head in Sheridan's direction. If the Night Watch attempts to carry out this order by force and de facto seize control of the station, this could well be interpreted as a military mutiny, with all the ensuing consequences. Legally, it's a bit more complicated, John shook his head, but it will cause problems for all of us, that's for sure. I'm more than sure that's exactly what they'll try to do. Garibaldi's deputy sighed, shaking his head. Understanding of what was happening appeared in Alan's eyes, especially when he recalled his last conversations with the commander of the guard squad at the station. His questions about the behavior of the senior officers of Babylon opened doubts about the trustworthiness of the captain. Yes, Zach would not be surprised at all if everything turned out like this. I remember you promised to let us in on the details of your brilliant plan to rectify the situation, Captain. Franklin raised his eyebrows. I'm just about to.
I looked through the list of employees provided by Mr. Garibaldi. Just remember, I didn't have time to write it down with absolute precision, Garibaldi reminded him. Given the tight deadline, I might have missed someone. It's not scary to check them all and recheck them all anyway. So, here's the list. If we just remove all the members of the Night Watch from the station, the captain looked at Zach, except for you, Mr. Allen, of course, we'll lose almost 2/3 of the security service. And with that, we can forget about Babylon 5 as a transport hub and diplomatic facility, Ivanova sighed. With all due respect to Mr. Garibaldi, with his remaining forces, he simply won't be able to maintain order.
The woman turned to her colleague, shrugging her shoulders. No offense, Michael. I didn't even think about it. Without people, we're really doomed. The captain is right. And this brings us to the main question. Now, Sheridan sighed. How do we solve this problem? You had a plan, Franklin reminded. Even 2 plans, if you think about it, the captain nodded. First, I will try to solve everything, in an adequate way. Although I do not feel overly naive optimism about what is happening. The head of the Night Watch can still listen to the arguments of reason and refuse to carry out an obviously illegal order. We, in turn, will turn everything so that the Night Watch will become part of the security service of Babylon 5 under the command of Garibaldi. A nod in the direction of the grimacing Michael, who, in turn, will conduct a calmer pace. An explanatory conversation with the employees, possibly thinning the personnel from overly zealous ones.
Yes, very soon the mistake made will become known, and everything will be corrected at the top. But we will have a few days head start so as not to act in a hurry. I wouldn't say the plan is ideal, the security officer drawled skeptically. But I can't help but admit that it's entirely feasible. If we check everyone thoroughly, we'll of course also lose a decent percentage of the security service, but less than in a direct confrontation. But what if they dig in their heels? If they resist, John grimaced, there will be plan B, and that's where I'll need your help, Mr. Allen. My? Zach asked in surprise. But yours, Mr. Allen. John nodded. This is what will be needed. This made me think the replicators had actually finished studying the device that the Vorlons had planted on my territory. And the results, as I said, made me think. The first assumptions were fully confirmed. The use of this technology with the addition of some previously no replicators made it entirely possible to make a transition, not within the framework of one world, but to step, so to speak, sideways. Whether it would be a parallel dimension, alternate timeline, or another world, these are details of terminology. Moreover, they cannot be theorized without experiments. But still, some aspects raise doubts even in me, having set the task of the replicator network to cross a snake with a hedgehog, in the sense of analyzing the available pool of technologies and developing a new device for moving from one point to another based on the available options. I, in general, did not count on any quick, or even sane, result. After all, the replicators themselves were very poorly suited for creative activity. However, the result exceeded my expectations, and at the same time made me think. Yes. Using the technology of the Stargate, the Asgard teleportation device, the jump zone, the Great Machine, and the new toy, it was possible to create a single device that included components from all of the above and was designed to create a kind of hyperspace window that required a colossal amount of energy to create but was capable of transporting objects to incalculable distances. No, literally incalculable. The replicators could understand that the jump would transport an object somewhere very far away, but they could not name the coordinates, as if the system did not even imply such a thing as exit coordinates. With a probability of 87.975%, the impossibility of calculating the exit point is due to the use of the temporal core of the Great Machine, came a puzzled message from Corone, who, together with her sister, were reviewing the simulation results in parallel with me. Calculation with the addition of the time variable gives too large an error that cannot be compensated for, and therefore the result is considered unreliable and discarded. Quantum uncertainty? Interesting. The correspondence to the term known on Earth is not absolute, but the meaning coincides by 83,551%. Agreed, Corone. In addition, when transferring an object, unknown accompanying effects are possible. Unpredictable consequences. I've heard that somewhere before, but still, admit it. I smile involuntarily. You yourself are interested in how this can work at all. And it can. And where should such a portal lead? The term portal, in your interpretation, has a semantic content inherent in the mystical beliefs of undeveloped species, Nika snorted arrogantly. But I very clearly heard, in the information coming from her, that Corone was very interested. This opens up very big possibilities. Yuki joined the discussion. But without experimental verification, it is impossible to say more. And how do you propose to check spatial transfer without the ability to calculate where it will be carried out? And the question was really complicated. To begin with, the same junior, of course, was constantly connected to the network of replicators, like any other block in principle. But the subspace connection, despite all its possibilities, was still limited. So, for example, I was not at all sure that it was possible to shout out to a replicator located in a neighboring galaxy. The distance between them was too great. But even if we assume that such a connection is possible, although I have not checked, it will be simply impossible to connect in a similar way to a reconnaissance module located in another world.
Yes, in the case of the degenerate space or the Asgard hyperspace jump, I did not lose connection to the network while being not here, as well as in the case of the parallel dimension located behind the Vorlon gate. But, even in the latter case, there was a certain but, consisting in the passage between the regions of space being maintained in an open state through which communication was possible. Exactly on the same principle, according to which the one-way Stargate allowed the transmission of electromagnetic communication signals in both directions without any problems. Here, theoretically, the energy sources now available to me allowed me to open and maintain even such an energy-consuming passage for the new device. It would require fully loading the MNT reactor, which of course was simply incredible, but nevertheless, but the replicators could not calculate the result even in this part. Without knowing the parameters of the exit point, it was impossible to predict the parameters of the transition itself, and throwing replicator modules into the unknown. Not that it bothered me much, but I didn't want to cause the end of the world in another dimension, or the world at all, and the replicators left without constant contact with the network could easily switch to basic instructions prescribing to absorb resources to restore optimal numbers, assimilate available technologies, and respond to aggression. However, this problem could easily be solved in advance and clearly written instructions for the scout, taking into account, among other things, the disappearance of communication or the appearance of aggressive influences at the exit point. Yes, perhaps in this version the experiment was not only feasible, but also did not cause any resistance within me. Individual replicator modules can perform the task even when separated from the main network, commented Corone.
In addition, it is always possible to send a control platform, like me and my sister. It could be a one-way ticket. Sending a self-aware replicator would be wrong, especially if it were one of you too. Your behavior, as always, is irrational. Corone habitually grumbled in response to my decision. But as I had noticed for some time, as her personal matrices develop after their transition to a state of almost fully fledged, if not quite fully fledged, intelligence, she did this mostly by inertia, because even now, an emotion of pleasure came from the girls over the network from my remark. Corone and Yuki were clearly pleased to realize that I valued them as individuals, and not just as an appendage of the replicator network, or my tool like the junior spiders. In any case, all this was very good. The thoughts and discussions were useful, but they did not solve the problem. At the moment, it turned out that I had a potentially magnificent example of technology, opening up simply incredible prospects, but I cannot use it, simply because I cannot know how exactly it will work, what will happen to the transferred object, and whether there is anything there at all, where this object can be transferred without the risk of getting not transportation but disintegration, for example. And I certainly have no guarantees whether it will be possible to return back to the starting point. And this situation was annoying. Now, as insurance in case of unforeseen troubles threatening destruction, for example if Lorien goes crazy or some chthonic cosmic entity suddenly appears wanting to devour everything that exists. Ahem. The inability to return will worry me the least, but while nothing so terrifying is foreseen even theoretically, It would be simply stupid to take risks without a good reason. However, okay, it's decided. Having given the command to assemble a prototype of the new device, I simultaneously began to draw up an algorithm of actions for the reconnaissance module, trying to lay down maximum variability of behavior, maximum adaptability and survivability, and at the same time an extensive set of instructions for studying a new area of space. In terms of complexity, the final version will be comparable to the personal matrices of Koroni and Yuki, although it will represent a strictly limited program code without the slightest chance of gaining consciousness. Interlude. Finally, it had happened. They were being given real authority. The order from Earth was a balm to Gabe Littman, the commander of the Night Watch on Babylon 5, allowing them to finally bring order to the station. Yes, it meant he would have to do a lot of paperwork, thoughtfully and carefully reviewing the personnel files of all the security personnel to determine their trustworthiness.
Yes, it meant he would probably have to endure attacks from Garibaldi and perhaps from senior Babylon officers who would obviously be very unhappy with the changes. But he was ready for all of this. The man put aside the folder with information on another potential subordinate and reached for the next order. Of course, it prescribed to take the station's security into his own hands immediately upon receiving it. But for this, the currently available members of the guard were enough, even if some of them had to be replaced after the check. And it was this check that he was currently engaged in. "Sir?" One of the guards looked into the office. "Yes, Mike? Something happened?" "Captain Sheridan to see you, sir," the man answered with some surprise. "And Mr. Garibaldi." "Really? Well done. Let them pass." The captain and the chief of security, it was clear as day that they had come to discuss the latest changes.
Although, what was there to discuss? If it was an order from the president, Lippmann didn't understand. But what? If the station's management wanted to have a row one last time, to unburden themselves, who would stop them? Chuckling, Gabe put the folder back in the pile of unread ones, and giving his face an attentive and serious expression, raised his eyes to the front door, expecting guests. "Good evening, Mr. Lippmann." Sheridan nodded briefly as he entered the room. "Good evening, Captain." The man stood up to greet the guest. "Mr. Garibaldi, to what do I owe your visit? I think you've already figured it out yourself." Smiling faintly, John pulled a chair for visitors to the table, sat down on it, and took out from the folder he had brought with him an order form, exactly the same as the one lying on the table in front of the head of the Night Watch, demonstratively placing it next to it. "I assume you received instructions from Earth."
"Of course," nodded Gabe, turning his gaze to Garibaldi, who was frozen at the entrance, leaning against the wall and sucking his teeth in displeasure. "And I was just working on personnel matters. I would be very grateful to Mr. Garibaldi for assistance. After all, he knows his people well. It will save a lot of time."
Did you read the order carefully, Mr. Lippmann?
Sheridan interrupted, raising his eyebrows. "What do you mean, Captain? Of course I read it. And if you see any problems, you should—"
"I definitely see one small problem." John interrupted the man again, "and that is that this order is illegal."
"What?" Gabe frowned. "Is this some kind of joke?"
"Do I look like a joker, Mr. Lippmann? Read the document again, especially the part about the organization that issued it, and pay attention to the signature."
"I still don't understand, Captain Sheridan." Gabe slowly took both forms in his hands. "But I'll check. If you're right."
The man put 2 copies of the order in front of him, measured Garibaldi and the captain with his eyes, and began to read. First, to compare the text of the instructions. Yes, these were orders addressed to different people. One personally to him, ordering him to take over the leadership of the security service and so on, and the second, similar, for the station commander to hand over this same leadership. At first glance, everything was transparent and clear, but Captain Sheridan's ironclad confidence that the order was illegal made him think and read the documents with much greater attention. Something caught his attention. Something was wrong. But for some reason, he could not immediately understand what the matter was. "As far as I know, you are not a military man, Mr. Lippmann," Sheridan said after a few minutes of silence. "Yes, Captain, but what does it matter?" "I suppose that's why you haven't yet seen the problem that I have. Let me explain." "I'm listening."
"These documents," Sheridan tapped the forms with his finger, once again beginning to enlighten, "were issued by the political department, that is, a purely civilian division. Nightwatch as an organization is not part of the armed forces of the Earth Commonwealth,
and of course can be subordinate to this department, but the officer courts of Babylon 5, including me and my deputies, John spread his hands. According to the current charter, which requires me to observe subordination and carry out orders of superior officers, such orders can only be given through the General Staff of the Space Fleet. Which brings us to an extremely difficult situation, given the status of Babylon 5, my powers and duties as its commander, and the martial law imposed by President Clark. The captain looked intently into Lipman's eyes. Any attempt by the Night Watch to begin carrying out this order can, and should, be considered an armed mutiny.
With all the ensuing consequences.
Mutiny? Gabe jumped up. What nonsense are you talking about, Captain? This document is signed by President Clark. President Clark is undoubtedly the head of state, Sheridan sighed, as well as the Supreme Commander. But it was not for nothing that I mentioned the Charter and subordination. In order for President Clark's order to be legal for me and to require execution, it must be transmitted along the General Staff line, along the strict chain of command. Understand, Mr. Lipman, turning for a moment to Garibaldi, who continued to lean against the wall. Sheridan leaned closer to his interlocutor. If I simply mindlessly execute this document, I will be the first to be asked later on what grounds I allowed an outside organization to organize the security of a diplomatic facility. If you want to write a huge stack of reports and explanatory notes, then I do not.
And I'm not even talking about the chaos that will begin if everyone around just like that, of their own free will, violates the established order of interactions. Silence reigned in the office. Sheridan let his interlocutor process what he had heard, and Lipman himself thought. The captain's words sounded very convincing. Moreover, everything indicated that they were true, and no matter how he felt about the station commander, no matter what he suspected him of, as long as everything really looked like this, it would be the Night Watch, not the officers of Babylon 5 who would break the law, at least if you approached the issue from the official side. And that was the problem. On one side of the scale was an order from President Clark, and personal instructions transmitted to Gabe, and on the other side was public opinion. The risk of disrupting all plans if it really turned out that the document in front of him came into being as a result of an error.
What do you propose? The head of the Night Watch finally said.
Since neither you nor I want any unnecessary violence, Sheridan looked at his interlocutor. I propose the following solution to our difficulty. You and I will send 2 requests to Earth, each to its own authority, drawing their attention to the legal error made when drafting the order. Until then, the Night Watch will formally become part of the Babylon 5 Security Service, coming under the command of Mr. Garibaldi. That way, we will carry out your order, albeit partially, and we will not leave the station unguarded, and there will be no problems with the charter. I promise not to be too much of a bore in the role of boss, Garibaldi grinned wryly. This is an unusual proposal, Captain. No, really unusual. I even find it difficult to answer anything right now. You can weigh the pros and cons. John spread his hands, rising to his feet. But I think you already realize that this is the best option.
I will not allow a mutiny. Certainly not on a diplomatic facility like Babylon 5. And the last thing Earth needs right now is a few international scandals and another interstellar war. Captain Sheridan's words sounded convincing, even very much so despite all the officer's liberties, which he thought about more than once, noticing all the minor violations and formal reasons to report to the top about the presumptuous opportunist. In reality, the commander of the Babylon repeatedly provided noticeable assistance to the Earth government, resolving very slippery issues literally in the bud, not allowing them to develop into something serious. He could be considered a careerist, he could be scolded for an overly free interpretation of laws and regulations, but in general, perhaps, he was loyal to Earth. Especially since he was a hero of the war with Mimbar.
Of course, this did not mean that all his words should be taken on faith, nor did it mean that he could be trusted blindly. Even the best officers sometimes started doing complete nonsense. However, if he had not pointed out the problem with the orders now, this would have been an excellent opportunity for President Clark's opponents to rock the boat even more, if not by attempting a full-fledged coup d'etat, then by certainly creating a diplomatic scandal involving one of the aliens. This was not at all what their homeworld needed now. Still, I have to think about it, Gabe said, gritting his teeth and admitting that someone else was right. Well, Mr. Lippin,
Sheridan nodded. Think it over if necessary. I only hope that it won't take you too much time. Yes. The captain caught his breath, already getting ready to leave. I also hope that until you make your decision, the members of the Night Watch will behave in accordance with the rules of the station.
And will not cause additional trouble to Mr. Garibaldi.
Turning on his heels, Sheridan left the office. Garibaldi followed the captain, giving the leader of the Night Watch a last attentive look that said, "I'm watching you." Michael caught up with John in the corridor, walking next to him in silence for a while, although the security guard's face made it quite clear what he thought of the station commander's idea and everything that had been going on lately. "Do you think he will listen to reason?" Garibaldi asked as he entered the elevator. "I hope he does that." The captain twitched his cheek. "But I don't count on it in the slightest. But it's still better than a direct confrontation here and now." "It's hard to argue," Michael sighed. "The main thing is that they don't decide on Earth that it's easier to just replace us all, without figuring out whose bureaucracy is more right." "Lord Baal? Ambassador Jacquard."
I opened the door to the cabin and let Denarn in, raising an eyebrow questioningly and getting up from the couch. "How can I be of service?" Surprisingly, the ambassador had a rather insecure appearance, something he usually didn't have. Denarn were usually confident and calm, letting go of emotions only in particularly difficult situations, like council meetings that directly affected his people and confrontations with the Centauri. Something happened? Unlikely. I would have known. "I apologize for such a sudden visit. I hope I haven't distracted you from important matters." "Nothing like that, Ambassador." I invited the guest to sit down with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Baal." Jacquard sat down in a chair and hesitated, choosing his words. "I've been thinking a lot lately. About the situation around our conflict with the Centauri, about your invaluable help to my people, and about the general state of affairs in the galaxy, too. And what conclusions did you come to?" "No conclusions, at least for now," Denarn sighed.
"But I have questions. Tell me, Lord Baal, your help, why are you doing this? I remember that you voiced your personal position on the participation of the civilian population in the war, but stations are something completely different. This is a colossal expenditure of resources and effort. And you're afraid," I nod understandingly, "that you'll have to pay for all this, sooner or later." "The last time I shook someone's hand, accepting friendship," Jacquard nodded. "A couple of hours later, a war started. Not that I considered this situation the same, but a direct question produces direct answers. I can understand you, Ambassador Jacquard." "Well," I thoughtfully stroked my beard, "if you are worried that I might demand payment for the protection of your planets, I can reassure you that I do not require anything, at least nothing material. You can consider this my personal selfish whim, because personally, I consider war to be an extreme method of resolving disagreements, and the most ineffective method, which incurs the greatest number of costs for both sides. And since the use of this method could not be avoided, it is warriors who must fight. Besides," I smile, "when there is chaos in the galaxy, it affects not only the immediate participants, but I do not like fuss." "This is an unusual way of looking at things, Lord Baal," Denarn drawled. "Although, of course, I can't say that I don't understand it. But then I simply have to ask again." "Of course," I nod. "I'm all ears." "After the unsuccessful attack of the Centauri on Narn," he began slowly, "I hear more and more often among my compatriots that we must respond to their cruelty. Even if it was unsuccessful, now that the Centauri have lost a significant part of their heavy ships, they have weakened."
"Yes, they are still a strong state, perhaps superior to us in capabilities," Jacquard sighed. "Yes, Narn also suffered considerable losses, but my kinsmen thirst for revenge." "And you are concerned that your worlds will lose their protection if, from being a victim," I tilt my head to the side, looking at the ambassador, "you become an aggressor?" The Narn slowly inclined his head in agreement. "Well, as they say, good deeds are punishable. Although, of course, Jacquard amazes me more and more each time, in a positive sense. Even now, although he did not experience the suffering and destruction of his home planet, as happened in the original story, he became noticeably wiser and calmer than he was 2 years ago.
He began to think ahead, carefully avoiding unreasonable actions if he had a choice.
It was easy to understand the ambassador at the moment of direct aggression from the Centauri, when the survival of his people was literally at stake. He accepted the offer of help from an outsider without hesitation, as almost anyone would have. But now, when an uneasy truce had been established between the two opponents, he had time to think everything over and ask himself troubling questions.
I will say this, Ambassador Jikar. I nod, leaning back on the sofa and casting a thoughtful glance at my interlocutor. The Goa'uld Empire cannot unambiguously approve of the escalation of the conflict between your peoples. It will be a vicious circle of violence and mutual hatred. However, we also cannot fail to recognize your right to defend your territories and take retaliatory actions against the aggressors.
I understand,
Denarn breathed out. I will do everything in my power to convey your words to the Kari and our military. In that case, I can only strongly remind you that we consider the use of weapons of mass destruction, leading to significant collateral losses among the civilian population, to be a completely unacceptable method of waging war. And we will condemn such actions by both sides of your conflict with all our might. A shadow of understanding of the possible consequences flashed across Jikar's face. At least his skin noticeably paled and his pupils dilated. In response, the Narn ambassador simply nodded silently, gritting his teeth. However, I was more than sure that in the current circumstances, the Narns would not be particularly brutal. After all, unlike in the events of the series, their homeworld had not suffered, and the fleet, although it had suffered noticeable losses, retained enough forces for defense and possible retaliatory actions.
Yes, behind the scenes of what was happening, there were still shadows that would continue to push the two civilizations towards mutual hatred. But at the moment, the inhabitants of Sadum remained silent, somewhat motivated by my ships still hanging in high orbit of the planet. And their followers, whom I am sure they and the Vorlons raised quite a few, are unlikely to decide on active actions without the explicit approval and guidance of their mentors. At least, one could count on it. And in such equal conditions, the conflict between the Centauri Republic and the Narn regime could easily drag on for years, remaining in a sluggish state, until one of the parties or both gets tired of it. Or until someone with radically different views comes to power. Thank you, Lord Baal. Gakar stood up, placing his palm on his chest over his heart and bowing deeply. I will do everything in my power to keep my compatriots from reckless actions that could harm our people. Bowing once more, the Narn turned around, hastily leaving my cabin. It seemed he had decided to sit on the ears of Kari right now, in order to indeed minimize the very likelihood of stupid decisions made by the ruling body of the Narn regime. Well, now all that was left was to wait for the brains of the Centauri to awaken, signs of which could already be seen on the face of Londo Mollari, realizing what an abyss his people were being driven into. And Earth, apparently trying to flirt with the shadows in the same way as was shown in the original story, and the Vorlons themselves with the shadows. Well, I don't believe what I think. Chapter 63, Chthonic Random. You never know what's around the corner. You are about to meet existential horror. Max Fry. The test installation of the new spatial transfer device was built by the juniors in a very short time, as, incidentally, always happened when it came to the task of assembling a designed device from ready-made modules according to an existing structural scheme. In case of various unforeseen consequences, the device was assembled on the farthest edge of my territories, which, by coincidence, was located on the actual edge of the galaxy, literally. The replicator modules, along with the necessary volumes of rare Earth materials, were delivered to an uninhabited planetary system consisting of a dim red dwarf, around which a single planet revolved, and that was a lifeless ball of stone, smoothed by centuries of travel through the void and dotted with numerous traces of impacts from smaller space bodies, some of which were spinning nearby in the form of an asteroid belt. Perhaps millions of years ago the system was richer in objects, theoretically having a chance for the existence of some life forms. But the location on the outskirts of the galaxy itself did not favor the stable existence of planetary families, which had the risk of breaking away and flying away into the void. And with such a small star in the set, in any case, the place was almost ideal. Even if the opening of an interworld portal caused the effect of a supernova explosion, the galaxy would not notice the loss of a fighter, simply because there would be nothing to notice.
Initially, I planned to integrate the new technology into the existing Great Machine 2.0, which pleasantly resembled the Death Star and could become an excellent expedition planetoid that would accommodate key technologies and serve as a development core in new territories, while allowing one to carry with oneself an impressive supply of replicator blocks and resources for the first time.
But the first tests of the new technology still required greater experimental purity and impressive security measures. However, no one is stopping me from repeating the assembly in a common case, when I am sure that everything works and works as it should. After all, we all know that the answer shouldn't to the question, won't it fuck up, causes a nervous tick only slightly weaker than the famous oops. In any case, the juniors successfully assembled a test setup that looked like a complex multi-level antenna array covered with numerous spikes directed towards the focal point.
Technically speaking, this was a completely unnecessary complication of the design. The technologies available to the replicators were quite capable of creating the necessary spatial disturbance at any point, but in addition to the field generators themselves, the design contained a huge number of all kinds of scanners and sensors designed to record all the parameters of what was happening that were available for recording. And then, it just looked cool. Yes. Along with the device itself, hovering above the plane of the ecliptic of the local system, there was also a research probe spacecraft assembled by the replicators nearby, outwardly repeating the ever-memorable Loki, but containing a much larger number of additional devices inside.
The ship was almost completely autonomous. The control program embedded in it ordered the researcher to pass through a spatial passage, and having found himself on the other side, to hover immediately after exiting into normal space, if it was there of course, and to begin a comprehensive scan of the environment and a series of experiments designed to determine the parameters of the transition and all possible features of the ongoing process, which only I and the scientific databases of the replicators could think of. Having carried out the final check of the assembled device, making sure that the design meets the requirements and theoretically should do exactly what is supposed to, I gave the command to start the process, carefully observing what was happening.
A wave of green lightning ran along the openwork structure of the antenna, although it had very little in common with electricity, and sparks of energy began to flare up on each of the protruding spikes, becoming brighter and more intense with each second. The installation used the MNT reactor identical to those that already powered the laboratory complex, and the great machine hanging in the same system. I'll have to come up with a name for the planetoid. Otherwise, in any case, at the moment the replicators were recording an exponential increase in energy consumption as the device entered the operating mode in full accordance with the calculated parameters. The interworld transition generator required simply monstrous amounts of energy. However, this was not at all surprising, because it needed to literally break over the knee a considerable number of fundamental laws of the universe. Fortunately, the very principle of operation of the MNT reactor limited the energy production only by the physical parameters of the materials that made it up, running up against their banal strength. Finally, having loaded the generator to 99.844% of its capacity, a branched green lightning bolt of energy discharge struck from the antenna, completely enveloped in a green glow with brighter sparks of energy concentration sites. The replicator's sensors recorded a wave of distortions that rolled through the surrounding space, Cherenkov radiation, the birth of proton-anti-proton pairs, the mutual annihilation of which generated most of the glow, streams of tachyons and neutrinos, gravity fluctuations without visible mass accumulations. If an outside observer, even superficially familiar with physics, found himself in this region of space, he would probably start stuttering in surprise.
Finally, at the focal point, the emptiness of the vacuum was cut by a brightly glowing green crack, which unfolded into a quivering, uneven window, a kind of rupture in the fabric of space, leading to a completely different place. At least, it was difficult to visually understand where exactly. From this side, in the optical range, the probe saw only a murky haze on the border of the division of worlds, but that was all. The scanner readings were completely clogged by the ongoing bacchanalia of physical anomalies, completely depriving the possibility of conducting a scan remotely, remaining in this universe. A short command, and the scout smoothly begins to move, shifting towards the iridescent green portal. 100 meters, 50, 10, a meter. The moment of touching the border between worlds did not affect the module in any way. There was no moment of non-existence, as happened during the passage through the Stargate, or when teleporting with the Asgard device. The ship simply flew another meter forward and was already in a completely different world.
At least, this was quite eloquently hinted at by the data coming into the replicator network. To begin with, the space beyond the portal was not the usual space. No, of course, I did not expect that the other world would necessarily correspond to this one. After all, no one said that the laws of physics are the same throughout the universe. But the space on the other side was an endless green plain. No, literally.
One large field, sown with something similar to lawn grass, stretching from horizon to horizon. No optical distortions inevitable when on the surface of the planet. No distant details of the landscape. Even at the very limit of sensitivity, the replicator sensors saw nothing but the plain, the sky above, the solar sphere and a small building at some distance, the only clearly man-made building. The involuntary scream that escaped was probably heard across half the level of the embassy sector, and the feeling of chilling horror that rolled down my spine from what was happening was the most vivid emotional experience in my entire life. Because, having shifted a little higher, the replicator's reconnaissance module changed its angle of view so that the local sun fell into its field of view. A familiar-looking yellow-orange ball in the sky, with a completely alive and ordinary-looking baby's face looking down at what was happening. Lord Baal?
Came Corone's timid question, laced with emotions of misunderstanding and slight fear, directed more at my behavior than at what I saw in the replicator network. And all I could do was silently watch the picture transmitted by the module, not even reacting to the data flow from the sensors, saying that, despite the incredible nature of the image, there was a completely normal gravity and atmosphere suitable for habitation. Although, according to all the usual laws of physics, this was completely impossible. And for the first time, I felt an irresistible desire to see the world burn. I even began to go through the methods of mass genocide and destruction of objects the size of a planet, available to the replicators, at least. Because on the other side of the portal, I saw something I hoped I would never see again in my life.
I saw how from the building I had noticed earlier, curiously looking at the reconnaissance module hanging in the air, bizarre short humanoids were coming out. Colored humanoids with strangely shaped heads and an eerie semblance of television screens on their stomachs. It was the world of Teletubbies. Drop the Stargate onto the star, causing a supernova explosion? No, I can't be sure that this monster in the sky will behave like a normal star should, conduct an orbital bombardment. But is there an orbit here? The scout didn't record anything even remotely resembling celestial bodies, satellites, or anything like that. Just an endless plain and a smiling baby face radiating light. Then what? A recording of the Minbari cruisers attacking a giant spider from the orbit of their own colony appeared before my eyes. Yes, that could help. The all-cleansing flame of annihilation. But is there matter here in the usual sense?
Carefully ignoring the approaching creatures who had begun to babble something inarticulate, the scout flew away from them a kilometer and, having descended to the very surface, from the manipulator scooping up. Ordinary soil? It was extremely difficult for me to believe it, but, along with the complete surrealism in the sky, the lawn underfoot was exactly that, a lawn. Ordinary grass and ordinary soil, not distinguished by its mineral composition against the background of any average known on planet Earth. However, something else was more important. It was orthodox, positive matter, consisting of ordinary molecules and atoms, and therefore, it should have been in a completely understandable and simple way.
Ignoring the fact that my face in the cabin of Babylon 5 was probably now distorted into a cruel, anticipatory smile, I gave the order to the scout to spend part of his hull on the creation of a simple matter synthesizer device that allowed the generation of simple and understandable, but no less monstrous electrons and positrons, containing them in two separate areas of space, wrapped in a force field, so that, having left the gift, I called the scout back to the gap in space, still shimmering in the sky, above the endless green plain. Having dropped a small part of the modules in the form of a transmitting optical system, the main ship just as smoothly crossed the border between worlds, returning to the usual space. No unexpected special effects, a slight increase in the intensity of Cherenkov radiation, a neutrino beam that went somewhere towards the border of the galaxy, and that's it.
The Scout, consisting of replicator blocks, hung near the open work structure of the antenna.
And I watched and counted the seconds until that bright moment when the number of protons and electrons would be sufficient for an unbearably bright flash to mark the end, and an expanding shaft of sparkling flame would roll from the place of the abandoned matter synthesizer, absorbing everything in its path, erasing the very thought of the hated plane and the monstrous colored creatures. 1.02 gigatons of pure, unclouded destruction. Exterminatus, the lips of my body, sitting in the cabin, whispered with gloomy pleasure, simultaneously giving the order to close the spatial passage.
Lord Baal!
The worried necks ran into the room, abruptly stopping right in front of the sofa, looking anxiously at my face.
What was that? What's wrong with you?
Everything is fine, girls. Everything is fine now.
But what was that?
Corona frowned, looking at me suspiciously. We sensed fear from you?
А также не, но я давно стигречony z tobie. Posobiłem norsku jest tobie byszestwi bat, projędzomowyna nasie w regia ojcza, rez naszej dwudutan.
Я zaś trowo nie wakusze. Jeszcze czo nie wacy, dotuszkę się ja bomb. Jako hewlego koronę gudotajo w ty koronę boszligo prepitech. Ja aneka, prodziełna daszego prewe zranimie młośni z tobie nie mojcza. Jeszcze jadem. Jesz niera nierożyną zapowiesz narzego miego na sucholegów, które teletabis. Juki, roszestwo i ownia, storac, miorze baniani. Żnie okrujaśnie z tobie zaforon, niech to by fimia, furnani gidan. Na minie mazedzie dwugoljenarze, jezakiebani zaglibani, powares taki wszeła profidona, taki chcywka, roż, na przemie zagoń zagrewinia abena, porosznia barca wyno, jane rume, cugienia, swaje gugorówi, zanizaszczynie nie zaszcie gidani. A rume, jest tubie, nieżnie na, możnie na, mazini.
Although, no, it is a completely worthy reason to panic. Simply because if there are Teletubbies somewhere in the multiverse, then anything can exist there. If even the fruit of such a twisted fantasy was given flesh by the whim of the universe, then what can we say about everything else? Especially considering that I am now in the universe of an old space opera, filmed in the 20th century on Earth, being in the body of a character described in another series, filmed there, and at the same time, well, and if I can still come to terms with the existence of something like Stargate, Babylon 5, or Star Wars, then Teletubbies, it was beyond good and evil, pure chthonic horror as it is.
Corone's hand gently touched my shoulder. I saw sincere sympathy in the Neki's eyes, and an emotion of worry and concern for my condition came through the replicator network, seasoned with a feeling of support and readiness to help. It seemed she understood everything without my answers.
A dangerous technology emerged in the end. Frightening. But even such a monstrous result of the first launch of the installation only said that I had to conduct a new experiment. I simply had to check if there was anything else there, if a portal to a more normal world would open. Well, and of course to make sure that I destroyed this abomination. Taking a deep breath, I returned with a stream of attention to the test system, feeling this time exactly the same attention of the two long-eared sisters, who decided apparently to be present. A new wave of glow rolled along the antenna grid. A green lightning cut through the space, and in the same place a glowing crack appeared, moving apart into the window of the interworld transition. Well, let's see. Slowly and carefully, even more slowly and carefully than the first time, I gave the command to the scout, sending a slightly thinner but still capable of doing its job module forward. 100 meters. 50. 10.
Meter. Touch. Curious.
But this time the passage did not lead to a monstrous world of colored humanoids. Having crossed to the other side, the module found itself in exactly the same space as before. A shining blue star somewhere ahead, an asteroid belt, and a gas nebula. A completely different space, having nothing in common with a green plane and the monstrous sun in the sky. Hovering immediately after exiting the portal, in full accordance with the embedded program,
The drone began a broadband scan of the environment, determining coordinates based on the position of the stars, the spectrum of all present radiation, assessing the values of known physical constants and parameters of matter. Some of the data matched my current location, and some differed quite significantly. However, nothing fundamentally different, because in that case, the output might simply not have the usual vacuum and celestial bodies,
as well as many other things right down to the number of dimensions, no matter how strange it may sound. When the portal was reopened, the network recorded 1.891% deviations in the process parameters, Corona pointed out to me. Parameter fluctuations in all systems of the installation, from the level of energy consumed for opening to the time of creation of the spatial rift. Curious, I admit, really noting the indicated discrepancies, especially noticeable if you compare two tests simultaneously, and the passage leads to a completely different place. Could this be related to the changed mass of the transported object, to the movement of the galaxy, simply to quantum uncertainty? It would be wise to conduct a series of tests to collect statistics. This will allow you to make a more informed conclusion about the process features. I silently ordered the drone to return back, continuing to record what is happening.
The question was indeed interesting at first glance. The process of opening the passage went exactly the same as the first time. The changes were insignificant, quite consistent with the error of any complex technical device or, in truth, caused by external macro influences of a cosmic scale, but after all, it was not for nothing that the replicators were unable to calculate the exit point, so something must have influenced the operation of the device, something that could not be predicted, or something that I did not take into account when using this technology. Having closed the passage, I immediately opened it again. A wave of energy, lightning, a rupturing space, and a drone sent out to explore, carefully scanning the environment and recording all the data and parameters received. And then again, and again, and again. And each new discovery behind the portal was a completely different place. Unlike anything seen before, the boundless darkness and emptiness of space between galaxies, in which only at the very limit of the sensitivity of the sensors were some kind of gravitating masses recorded. A star cluster of monstrous density in which the stars were held in place by radiation of an unknown nature, completely contradicting the physics known to the replicators. A colossal chessboard hanging in a void covered in thick fog. The surface of some planet, this time completely normal. There was even a sun there, like a yellow dwarf on Earth, differing from the sun in the radiation spectrum by 1.112%. And in exactly the same way, each time the parameters of the installation itself changed slightly. The energy consumption for opening the portal, the time of the process, the spectrum of side radiation, their intensity.
Out of 312 experiments, there was not a single one that exactly repeated the previous one. And that was strange. I even decided to precisely reproduce the very first discovery, created an exact copy of the reconnaissance module, repeating it down to the last atom in the replicator blocks, drove it along the same route to the test site. I even reproduced the full sequence of actions and time delays that existed that time, but behind the new portal was a completely new space, nothing even close to the vile endless plain with colored humanoids and a baby's face in the sky. I certainly felt noticeably relieved by such an outcome, not wanting to face what I had seen anymore, but the result did not remove the main question. At the moment, there was no way to somehow control the destination of the transition. Additional calculations, experiments, and analysis of the data obtained were required.
If in most cases it would not be critical for me where such a passage leads, then with such a first pancake, I would prefer to at least approximately understand what a terrible place I could be thrown into if I decided to use the device myself. And until the bright moment of receiving convincing results, the only method would be to send a scout on reconnaissance so that he could make sure of the safety of the passage and the adequacy of the destination before the passage of the main ship. The results definitely require analysis. Corona drawled, watching the passage close. I could only silently agree to this, handing over the accumulated data for study and attempts to bring them to a common denominator. Despite all the randomness of the exit points, there should have been at least some patterns that determined one or another result.
After all, I had already encountered the existence of a prediction of the future that came true with astonishing accuracy, which, generally speaking, also contradicted sound science only slightly less than completely.
Interlude. We are listening to you, Jakar. The screen of the terminal in the embassy cabin displayed a small hall on the Narn home planet, in which, at the moment, almost all members of the Kari were present. Only the 5th through 7th circles were missing, as they were not involved in the foreign policy of the state. Advisors? The men bowed. I apologize for such an unexpected gathering. I know that this is not according to tradition, but I simply did not have time to do everything as required. We appreciate your service to the Narn, Ambassador Jakar, nodded First Circle member Tebar. Otherwise, we would not be here.
But do not delay us any longer than necessary. We must prepare a worthy response to the Centauri before they recover from their failure. That is exactly what I am going to talk about, Councillor Tibar. Jakar bowed again. Speak already. Kator, one of the generals of the Narn forces, waved his hand wearily. I had a very meaningful and serious conversation with Lord Baal, the ambassador of the Goa'uld Empire. The ambassador straightened up in front of the screen, giving his face an expression of extreme seriousness and his voice conviction. We must reconsider our plans. What? Katur jumped up. This is outrageous. Refuse to attack our enemy? What will happen next? Are you going to suggest that the entire nation voluntarily go into slavery to them? Katur, Tibar stopped the counselor. Let him finish. Jakar, although I do not agree with my friend's expression, you should still explain what you mean. We cannot leave things as they are.
The fact that the Centauri failed to attack the Narn does not mean that they will not try again as soon as they have such an opportunity. And the Goa'uld will not protect us forever, and if they do, the Narn sighed. For such help, I am afraid we will exchange one color for another. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The Narn threw up his hands. Lord Baal told me that the Goa'uld will continue to ensure the safety of the civilian population on our colonies. At the same time, he expressed concern about the possible escalation of the conflict, Jakar sighed, and made it especially clear that they do not approve of the use of weapons of mass destruction on populated planets, as the Centauri tried to do. Subtly hinting, the ambassador looked intently at the general, who was sitting with a displeased expression on his face, that this would have corresponding consequences. Jakar fell silent and spread his hands, waiting for the councillors to respond.
And they were clearly thinking about it. On the one hand, the Narns were undoubtedly proud, which was especially noticeable among the members of the 4th Circle, who were entirely high-ranking military men, and on the other, although the words of the Goa'uld ambassador were not a direct threat, he made it clear that there were limits beyond which his state's assistance would not extend, and these limits lay dangerously close to what the Narns were planning to do. Your words are troubling, Jakar. Tabar finally nodded, exchanging glances with those present. But we cannot refuse retaliation. If we do not strike at them now, when the Centauri are weakened by the loss of heavy ships in orbit of Narn, there may not be another chance. I understand that. I'm not asking you to do nothing. The ambassador put his hands in front of him. I'm only asking you to be more careful when planning an attack, and not to commit rash acts that will harm our people. We heard you.
And? The ambassador leaned forward. We will reconsider our plans to attack the territories of the Centauri Republic. Tabar, who acted as the unofficial leader of the current meeting, reluctantly exhaled. But the general sitting next to him turned indignantly to the advisor. We will reconsider the plans, Kator, the Non repeated emphatically. Jakar has long earned our trust and confidence in his professional qualities. If he warns us against excessive aggression, he knows what he is talking about. After all, his family lives on Narn too. Thank you, advisors. The ambassador pressed his palms to his chest, bowing low. We will let you know if your participation on Babylon is required, Jakar. Tabar nodded and cut the connection, leaving the ambassador alone. Jakar took a deep breath, absent-mindedly pacing his cabin. It seemed he had done everything in his power to avoid irreparable consequences, but as often happened, he was still gnawed by a worm of doubt that he could have done something more, been more persistent or persuasive. In any case, now he could only wait for the results and hope that his words would be enough, as well as Kari's common sense. How are you, Michael? With a tired sigh, the captain sat down at Garibaldi's table, carefully placing a plate with a sandwich in front of him, his late supper. Working, the man shrugged.
He spent the entire day going through the personal files of the employees together with Zach, making a list of those who could be snatched away from under the noses of the Guardians if the pressure was on. And what are the prospects? Putting aside my skepticism and pessimism, Garibaldi raised an eyebrow. Then we can count on somewhere around 35 to 40% of people.
They certainly won't be thrilled with the new laws and what's happening at home, and half of them have relatives living in the colonies and on Mars. And they're even calmer about it.
A little more than a third, John said darkly. It could have been worse, Michael spread his hands. We can recruit a few more from those who want to. But we will still have a noticeable shortage of personnel. What, has Lipman changed his mind already? I thought he was still behaving quietly like the rest of the Night Watch. No, Sheridan sighed. With the Night Watch, everything is really quiet for now. Lipman, as far as I know, sent an official request to Earth, presenting the problem exactly as I presented it in our conversation. I actually did the same, pointing out at the same time the powers granted to me earlier, the status of the station. I was resting all this on diplomatic problems, the subtleties of local relations. The captain bit off a piece of sandwich, grimacing.
He himself was disgusted by how much he had to dodge.
Then what? I have a bad feeling about this. The man leaned closer to the security guard, lowering his voice. There is still no news from General Haig, and of all the contacts from Earth, only Smith's is listed as available. It feels like we are sitting on a powder keg under which a fire has already been lit. You have a plan B? Garibaldi lowered his voice. Yes, I spoke with Jakar if necessary. He is ready to allocate some of the Narns on the station to help maintain order. He still considers himself obliged for our help to his people. And in general, it seems... John sighed. He tries to be useful in general wherever possible. Yes, Michael nodded. He approached me some time ago, about participating in our... The man raised an eyebrow meaningfully. Affairs. I thought I was able to cool his ardor a little, smoothing things over and changing the subject, but it seems he is quite persistent.
That's for sure. But the main thing is that he's ready to help. Narms and the security service could cause discontent among the Centauri.
Don't doubt it. They will definitely call. A misunderstanding on Earth, the man finished. But if we have to resort to their help, then everything will reach the stage where this will no longer be the biggest problem. This is already... The ringing of his wrist communicator silenced both men. Looking at Garibaldi with a very meaningful expression, Sheridan sighed heavily and raised his hand to his mouth. Sheridan speaking. Captain, Ivanov's worried voice rang out. We've received an encrypted message from the Alexander. You'd better go to your office. Damn it! I'll be there right now. General Haig's ship? Michael whispered darkly. The Babylon 5 commander nodded, rising to his feet and straightening his jacket.
He had already taken a couple of steps away from the table when he let out an irritated breath, turning back with a sharp movement and picking up his half-eaten sandwich. His intuition told him that he clearly wouldn't be able to eat peacefully anytime soon. And he also simply didn't care if anyone cared about the senior officer chewing on a sandwich as he ran. Waving for Garibaldi to follow him, John walked quickly towards the elevator, taking bites of his sandwich as he went. The security officer only sighed heavily, finishing his coffee in one gulp, and almost ran after him, catching up with the captain. Report, Ivanova. Trying to catch his breath, Sheridan leaned his hand on the wall. Yes, sir. We received a message from the Alexander, General Haig's ship. They were involved in a battle and were seriously damaged, and since they are only 5 hours away from the station, Major Ryan requested assistance. They need space to make repairs. Damn it. Did you give an answer? Not yet, Captain. The woman shook her head. But it's clear that they have nowhere else to go. The ship simply won't fly anywhere without repairs. I hope I don't need to remind you, Garibaldi grumbled, that Haig has been declared a traitor, and the entire Commonwealth space fleet is trying its best to catch him. And this isn't the secret pirate base. As soon as they emerge from hyperspace, someone will definitely hit Earth. What options do we have? We can't just not let them in here. What's the point of all our actions then? I know, Sheridan nodded to Ivanova, but we can't afford to expose ourselves like that. Damn it. Will we be able to send them a return message? I think so, Susan said hesitantly. If their communication system hasn't failed, it's entirely possible.
But what? We need to find out the full list of damages, the captain interrupted the woman. What resources they need and so on.
Perhaps we can carry out repairs in the neighboring system without attracting attention. But how are we going to organize this? They hardly have enough technicians and repair personnel. This is a combat ship, not a station. Let's send the Calvados. John answered sullenly after a short pause. I have confidence in Lieutenant Prendick and the crew. At least, so far they have not given any reason to doubt it. We'll load the spare parts, send a repair team with them, a few drones, and we'll try to patch up the Alexander. We'll do it, the woman nodded. Maybe we should ask Shekar for help in return? Garibaldi said doubtfully, since he wants to be useful. Of course, then we'll have to definitely accept him into the forces of light. The security officer made quotation marks with his fingers, but
I think about it, the captain nodded. And I'll talk to him myself. Something else is more important, Lipman. We can't afford to arouse the suspicions of the Night Watch right now, and that means we all have to behave as correctly as possible on Babylon 5. That means none of us can leave the station or attract attention at all, Ivanova sighed. I would feel calmer if I went personally, John grimaced, but now it is impossible. The situation is too precarious. Okay, Garibaldi slapped the table as he stood up. I'll try to prepare everything regarding the guard as soon as possible, so that, if necessary, the issue can be resolved in no more than an hour. Just don't get caught. Don't teach Grandpa how to make grandchildren, Captain. The security guard waved his hand, turning towards the exit. I'm going to need a lot of coffee. The man muttered the last words under his breath as he quickly walked away from the captain's office. He really did have a lot of work to do if they all wanted to keep Babylon 5 from becoming an even bigger madhouse than usual. If that was even possible.
Dr. Franklin was practically running down the hall following Ambassador Delaine Lenier's attaché as the Minbari burst into the medbay looking as if some kind of catastrophe was about to happen that could change the fate of the galaxy at the very least. Although, when the doctor managed to get more detailed explanations from the men, everything became only a little clearer. It was about one of the Minbari Rangers who had secretly entered the station but apparently got injured in the process, and now Delaine was begging Steven to provide him with immediate assistance, for some reason not being able to formally appeal. Why didn't you just bring him to the medbay? The medic asked, trying not to lose his breath.
Ambassador Delaine asked me to bring you in person, Doctor.
Lanier turned his head halfway, turning into one of the corridors leading to the station's cargo terminals. I could be wrong, but I believe it's about his mission. If he comes to Babylon 5 officially as a passenger, it would be dangerous. Please, they're here. Damn conspirators. Franklin breathed, entering one of the crate-lined compartments. Noticing Delaine kneeling in the corner, bent over someone's body. Ambassador. What happened? Dr. Franklin. The woman jumped up. Thank you for coming. We couldn't just come to you. There's a price on his head, not all the way from the station. We had to... Lanier already said. The medic stopped the Minbari, opening the tool case and taking out a medical scanner. What happened to it? Do you know? No. However, the question was more of a routine one in its essence. The instrument readings already told Franklin that the Minbari had multiple hematomas, a possible concussion that had occurred despite his skull being reinforced with a bone ridge, a broken arm, and a dried blaster wound on his side, which looked the most dangerous of all of the above. He was conducting reconnaissance on one of the League's worlds, Doctor. Delaine answered with genuine concern in her voice, and was heading to the station to report information, but he was attacked on the way. He must not die. We all die someday, the medic muttered, continuing his examination. But I think in his case it won't happen today. Unless, of course, we get him to the medical bay, preferably urgently. We couldn't get through the passenger terminal. All arrivals are accounted for and we don't know who we can trust. That's why he arrived on a cargo ship.
I think we can carry him through the corridors with the least amount of security. Stephen frowned, taking an injection gun out of his briefcase and giving the Minbari an injection that should support his body until he gets to the operating table. And I will help you, Doctor. The voice of Ambassador Jacquard, coming from the entrance, made Delaine jump. Lanier turned sharply, preparing for a possible fight, and Franklin simply exhaled in surprise. Although the Narn were not masters of stealth, no one noticed the ambassador's appearance. Pleased with his spectacular appearance, the Narn stopped near the boxes, looking questioningly at those present. Ambassador Jacquard? Delaine rose to her feet in surprise. You. I ended up here completely by accident, Ambassador. He spread his hands, but the voices of Dr. Franklin and the Minbari ambassador with her attaché, coming from the remote cargo bay, aroused my curiosity.
Well, and besides, the Narn smiled,
I really want the help. Okay, Franklin stood up, stopping the discussion. Then help me get across. I can handle it myself, Doctor. Takar pushed Stephen aside and leaned down, easily lifting the weakly groaning Minbari into his arms. The main thing is don't go past the 3rd terminal. A shuttle just arrived. I saw a crowd of guards there. Thank you, Takar. The Narn Delenn thanked him warmly, touching his shoulder with her hand. The man only smiled, simply nodding in response and quickly following the medic to the exit into the corridor. Franklin, intently walking slightly ahead of the procession, checking every turn for unexpected encounters, and confidently leading everyone to the least used elevator, which would allow him to bypass most of the busy corridors of the sector, although it would slightly lengthen the path to the medical bay.
What, how you're dingo?
Jakar stopped in mid-step, shocked when Lord Baal suddenly appeared from the elevator Franklin had called. The Goa'uld ambassador looked extremely thoughtful, clearly not noticing the random people he had met at the edge of the Narn's earshot. He heard the concentrated muttering from a man passing by, something like, damn this fucking random, but at least they weren't Teletubbies. And then, having already walked a couple of steps past the frozen sentients, Baal stopped, quickly returned to the Narn, and with a smooth movement, ran his hand over his body. Dakar only managed to notice the golden glow of air emanating from the ambassador's palm, and then the latter, still muttering under his breath, simply walked on, turning into one of the nearby corridors, which, as the Narn recalled, led to the embassy docks of the station. Where am I? The Minbari in the man's arms moved weakly, drawing attention to himself. Quiet, Sarut. Quiet. The Minbari remembered the name of the ranger, coming closer and staring at the wounded man with concern, which, however, turned into incredible surprise. Dr. Franklin. But the medic himself was already standing with his eyes wide open in surprise, frantically taking a scanner out of his suitcase. The hematomas, one of which was on Sarut's face, were dissolving right before his eyes, as if they had never been there. As were the internal organ damage, and the burn to wound from the blaster. The wounds were simply healing, albeit not quickly, but clearly hinting that very soon there would be no trace left of them. And the scanner in the doctor's hands only confirmed these conclusions. What was that? Finding the ambassador with his gaze, the Minbari blinked in shock, realizing that he was feeling better and better with each passing second. I felt warmth and light. What? Those present turned their gaze to Franklin, who was deliberately, slowly, and carefully putting the instrument back into the case, and felt a nervous tick coming on. The Goa'uld ambassador simply walked past, ran his hand over, and the potential client of the intensive care unit would be able to run in 2 minutes. But something else was worse, it seemed. He was now the one who had to explain to 2 ambassadors, an attaché and 1 simple Minbari, what had just happened. Although, how was it? It was Lord Baal, Stephen finally said with a satisfied sigh, smiling wearily at the patient and feeling a strange inner pleasure from the fact that he had finally had the chance to use the phrase, as they say, used by Ivanova so often. Just Lord Baal, who was passing by. Better not ask. He shook his head at Delenn's unspoken question, entering the elevator doors. Chapter 64.
Aggressive bureaucracy. The most indisputable logic is the absence of all logic. Folkart. The problem of navigation when opening interworld portals stubbornly refused to be solved, no matter how hard I tried to fix it. Despite another 3,651 experimental launches of the installation, during which the replicators played with all possible process variables, even going so far as to change the coordinates of the device in the star system so as to compensate for its movement during the rotation of the galaxy. Damn it. Even the observer effect was excluded when the device was programmed for a series of repeated launches, and the connection with the replicator network in general, and me in particular, was artificially severed. The results were as unpredictable as they had been in the beginning. In fact, I had no way of predicting in advance which space the passage would open to. Common logic, no matter how absurd its application, in the case of moving from one fictional universe to another, told me that a method of navigation must exist. At the very least, if not in the sense of being able to consciously choose the exit point,
then in the format of remembering where we have already been in order to have a chance of returning back. And even then, there had to be options with the destination. The universe is large and diverse, but there can be nothing infinite in it, which means that even this process can be calculated. The only question is in complexity and duration. Although, remembering such a phenomenon as stupidity, no, something infinite, perhaps, does exist. But I hope not the number of worlds. Yes, and it seems I already had one of the options. Ivanova, or rather, her brain, or even more correctly, the ability of her brain as a telepath to foresee the future using the interface of the Great Machine.
In the end, if the device gave the telepath the ability to see the probable future of a parallel option, it should also have given the ability to foresee which reality the passage would be opened to if the device was activated next time with such and such parameters. For an ordinary person, even a strong telepath, such a process should present an almost unbearable complexity after all. The number of options for the future that will need to be sifted by consciousness is somewhat large. But that's for an ordinary person.
Having spent 2,349 seconds analyzing the idea and thinking it over, but not having received any arguments against from the replicator network, or from Coroner, which was even stranger, I launched the process of growing an exact copy of Commander Ivanova's brain. Fortunately, it was quite easy to get its template. The woman at that moment was just sleeping in her cabin after a hard work shift, and therefore did not notice the thin beam of light that hit from the ceiling and scanned her head from all sides. Upon reflection, I did not make any modifications or improvements to the first experimental sample, despite the complete genetic base of the telepathic gene obtained over the past time. The replicators did not have a clear answer as to which particular parameter of the brain structure could be responsible for predicting the future.
The only thing I added from myself was the already tested implant for communication with the replicator network, which will take on the overwhelming majority of the load during the system's operation. Theoretically, there was a way to enhance telepathic abilities. Local chemists had long ago created the so-called dust, a drug that awakens even a dormant and underdeveloped telepathic gene and enhances it in established telepaths. Some time ago, information flashed in the station's security reports about the arrest of one dealer in this crap, who was clearly planning to make easy money on Babylon 5. But firstly, this substance had very severe side effects, bringing the user to the brink of insanity and loss of cognitive skills in a fairly short time. And secondly, I could have obtained all the same and had already done more than once using genetic engineering, immediately laying all the necessary improvements in the created telepath, so… No, I had a sample of the substance, but I simply did not see any point in using dust at the moment.
Interlude.
At home, it was a real bacchanalia.
Edward Prendick, sitting in the captain's chair, replayed in his mind the news broadcasts that had come from Earth, and along with them, the last conversation with Captain Sheridan. No, as a young officer, Lieutenant Prendick had considered himself an idealist in some ways, although such a description, from the point of view of the High Command, could hardly be considered something positive. But what was happening now? Both he and the captain were receiving a little more information through naval channels than was available to the press, but the results were only getting worse. Trivially because, in a matter of days, a huge number of verified contacts simply stopped responding. Edward himself tried to contact his friends from the Naval Academy, but out of a dozen officers like him, only one answered, and advised Prendick to keep his eyes open and his mouth shut, to follow the orders of the command, and not to do stupid things. Well, Lieutenant, the second pilot of the Calvados, called out to the man turning from his seat. Yes, Sergeant. The lieutenant nodded, typing a couple of commands on the captain's console and making sure that the loading of supplies, repair equipment, and special passengers was complete. Prepare the ship for departure. We're just waiting for permission from Babylon 5. Acknowledged, sir. The pilot nodded, beginning to conduct the final pre-flight check of the systems. Calvados came from the communicator. Babylon 5 dispatcher speaking. You have been cleared for departure. Flight corridor data has been sent to the ship's systems. Open the transition zone yourself. There is a queue at the station, as always. Copy that, Babylon. The man replied. This one accepted. We're getting the ship out of the dock. Sergeant?
I heard, sir.
The pilot nodded without turning around. The next moment, everyone on the bridge felt a slight change in the ship's propulsion system, and then the Calvados rose smoothly above the station's landing platform and moved at minimum speed toward the exit of the Babylon dock. Well, another secret command order, eh? Prendick glanced at the team. It might seem that this sortie was no different from the last mission, the same rescue operation, during which they had to find a ship at known coordinates, provide it with assistance, providing everything necessary for repairs, and ensure that it could independently reach a relatively safe place. Yeah, and all this had to be done in such a way that no outsiders on Babylon 5 would find out about it. Only, this time they were not flying to chase pirates through neighboring systems, rescuing the victims,
and not even to provide assistance to a distressed Narn cruiser that had sent an SOS signal. They were flying to meet a warship of the Earth Commonwealth, damaged in a battle with other ships of the Earth Commonwealth. Yes, it was still a rescue operation. Yes, they were flying specifically to provide assistance and carry out urgent repairs, but Prendick still felt an oppressive feeling in his soul. Finally, the ship opened the hyperspace funnel, and the purple-black shimmer of degenerate space spread out before the Calvados. They had 5 hours of quiet flight. At least, that's what he hoped it would be. Sighing, Edward stood up from his seat, walking over to one of the crew and placing a hand on his shoulder. Max, take over the bridge. I'll go make sure the cargo and passengers are all stowed properly. Babylon 5 has excellent supply and dock workers, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Acknowledged, Lieutenant. The man nodded, taking the captain's place.
The lieutenant straightened his uniform and headed towards the cabins. The prototype frigate was not originally intended for cargo transportation, but they still managed to place compact repair modules and a dozen service zones of the station on board, the control of which was transferred to the ship's computer. True, in order to place this stuff, as well as the technical and medical personnel who would have to provide assistance on the Alexander itself, they had to fill the crew's cabins, again reducing its staffing levels no more than it had been when the Calvados was transferred to Sheridan's command. It remained to hope that the mission would not turn into a long autonomous flight, with combat operations, maintenance and other nice things. Walking through the premises, Prendick was convinced that, yes, all the cargo and passengers were accommodated with the utmost safety and comfort that only a warship could provide.
The lieutenant couldn't help but wonder how lucky they were that the command had not yet remembered their ship and sent a separate order to recall the Calvados to its home base, or, what would have been much worse, to assist in controlling the station until replacements for the unreliable officers arrived. It would have been an extremely unpleasant experience, no matter how much he agreed with Sheridan in his attitude towards what was happening on Earth. Edward was not sure that the crew, and he himself, let's face it, would have found it in themselves to go against a direct, properly worded order from the command. The lieutenant spent the remaining hours before arriving in the desired system in his cabin, looking through the latest news reports and trying to isolate from them the bits of real information that had leaked through the official position of the state. It was not going well, although this was not the most worrying fact for the officer.
By all appearances, the crisis was not going to end anytime soon.
Rather the opposite. Just look at the news about the refusal of the provisional government of Mars to carry out the orders of the president. Although Prendick was from Earth, he had many friends from the Red Planet, and such an open act of disobedience could have very disastrous consequences for the population. President Clark would certainly not turn a blind eye to what was happening, literally, in the backyard of Earth.
Lieutenant Prendick, came from Edward's communicator. We're here. 3 minutes to hyperspace.
I'll be there right now, the man replied, rising from his chair and quickly leaving the cabin, heading for the bridge. Well, now there was only work left. The first mate made it just in time for the transition zone to open. The familiar funnel opened up in front of the ship, and the Calvados smoothly floated out into normal space.
A tense silence hung over the bridge. At some distance from the exit point, the Alexander could be seen drifting in space through the observation window. The Omega-class ship was seriously damaged,
Even from such a distance, holes were visible in some parts of the hull, although the still preserved rotation of the module responsible for artificial gravity inspired optimism. ZZS Alexander. Sitting in the captain's chair, Prendick tried to contact the destroyer, says the senior assistant of the frigate Calvados, Lieutenant Prendick. "We read you, Calvados." After a short silence came from the communicator. "This is Major Ryan. I hope you have good news for us. Several tons of materials, tools, provisions and medicines with personnel will do?" Prendick smiled with the corner of his mouth. "You bet, Calvados. Approach the starboard aft lock. That's where the least damage can be done to the docking and reloading."
If you don't mind, I'll come aboard and we can talk quietly while the guys work.
"Received, Alexander. I'll meet you at the airlock." Nodding to the co-pilot, Edward exhaled, watching the destroyer approach. Well, now all that was left was to do what they had come here for, hoping not to suffer any consequences during and after the mission. If ships reporting directly to Clark suddenly jumped out nearby, the situation would become very uncomfortable. The last thing the lieutenant wanted was to shoot at his own, or for his own to shoot at the Calvados. Major Ryan, as promised, was already standing on the other side of the airlock as soon as the ships came close and docked, synchronizing their speeds and orientation in space. The man looked extremely tired, and the scorch marks and soot on his uniform subtly hinted that the last hours of the ship's crew had not been the easiest and most peaceful.
"Major Ryan!" Prendick snapped to attention and saluted as the Alexander officer stepped aboard the Calvados.
"Lieutenant Prendick," the man nodded. "May I come aboard?" "Permission granted. Welcome, sir. If you wanted to talk, I suggest we do it in my cabin, so we won't interfere with your work." Prendick stepped aside, letting a couple of doctors pass who quickly headed to the Alexander with weighty cases in their hands, and will stay informed about what's going on. "Lead the way, Lieutenant," the man smiled slightly. Slowly walking along the corridors of the Calvados, Ryan looked around with an expression of serious interest and, especially thoughtfully, at his feet. The Major, accustomed to the artificial gravity created by the rotating modules, was surprised to feel the familiar, almost earthly force of gravity when he himself saw the most simple, albeit unfamiliar in appearance, frigate. The creation of the Calvados was not a top secret, especially since they were still going to release it into production if the first example showed itself well, but many naval officers simply did not have time to be interested in everything in a row, and no one made a big fuss about the launch of the new ship. "I never thought I'd see this with my own eyes," Ryan finally exhaled, shaking his head. "Sir? Artificial gravity, full-fledged. This is that prototype ship built using alien technology? There have been rumors for a long time, but without specifics, so almost no one knows. Yes, Calvados was built without much fanfare," Prendick shrugged, "although it turned out, I think, just wonderful. That's for sure. No rotating sections, full Earth gravity, small size. To tell the truth, gravity can be set to almost anything, within reasonable limits, of course," Edward corrected himself.
"For combat situations, you can set zero gravity, but in normal times we maintain the standard 1G for convenience. You feel like you're on an elite yacht, not a combat frigate. What is, Major, please." The lieutenant let the guest into his cabin. "Coffee? Yes, that would be great." Having entered the room, Ryan only shook his head, looking around the simple but much more comfortable than on the usual ships of the same class, cabin decor. "Tell me, Lieutenant, did Captain Sheridan fill you in on the situation?" "As much as possible in the current situation." "I was instructed to meet your ship at these coordinates and assist with repairs and, if necessary, evacuation of the seriously wounded to Babylon 5. I assume, given that it was you who met me and not General Haig, that things did not go as planned?" "Alas," the Major shook his head. "General Haig was killed. We were returning from negotiations on the Orion 7 and were ambushed."
Where damage came from. We're all in shock that we have to fight our own. I hope your crew, my people are also worried, Edward sighed, but they're holding on for now. Many don't understand what's going on, and until they do, they prefer to simply and straightforwardly follow the orders of their immediate commander. "And you?" The Major looked closely into the eyes of his interlocutor. "The same, sir. Misunderstanding and confusion. This is a real civil war, and in it, as we know," Prendick sighed, "there are no winners." "I can understand. Thank you." Major Ryan accepted a cup of coffee from Prendick's hands. "Do not take it as a lack of confidence, but Captain Sheridan asked me to compile a news summary for him. Truthful, the man took a data crystal from his pocket. Could you pass it on?"
I understand, Edward frowned. Perhaps there are some things that are better left unsaid for now. Indeed, Lieutenant. This is the captain's request.
I think he knows what he's doing, although he was counting on General Haig being here, not me. No, I really understand. Tell me in your own words what you can. No complaints. What I can, at home, it's calm for now. The martial law surprisingly has been beneficial, in a sense. At least the ordinary people are happy. But why? Crime has almost disappeared, the Major explained. When you can get shot on the street, petty theft or robbery don't seem like such exciting activities anymore. It's strange that the news doesn't cover this in such a colorful way. They are also in a difficult situation, the man shrugged. As far as I understand the situation, the texts of the broadcasts are subject to strict censorship. If they say something unnecessary, they will simply be closed. What about Mars? I have a couple of acquaintances there, but since the beginning of the mess, I haven't heard from them. Mars rejected the martial law imposed from Earth.
For now, everything is quiet. But if they find allies in the form of other colonies, Ryan spread his hands. Yes, it was already in the news, Prendick nodded, sighing. If this continues, it could end in a bloodbath. You're not the only one who understands this, Lieutenant, but it's simply impossible to predict where things will turn. An oppressive silence fell over the cabin. Both officers were well aware that things could turn out much worse than they could even imagine. However, there was very little that the two of them could do at the moment, so all they could do was wait and hope that the mess that had begun would not go too far. That would be a very bad sign for the entire Earth Commonwealth.
Dylan. Sarut bowed briefly as he entered the ambassador's cabin. I apologize for the delay caused by my injuries, but Dr. Franklin refused to let me go immediately, even though I told him that I was completely healthy. It's nothing, Sarut. The Minbari smiled, gesturing for the man to come over to the sofa. Dr. Franklin is a healer by vocation. Sometimes it's better just not to argue with him. But are you really okay? In full. The ranger nodded. However, I was already like that there in the corridor. I don't understand what it was, what exactly I did. What did you call him, Lord Baal? But I'm completely healthy. This can't help but please. In any case, the ambassador sighed. A couple of hours of delay are unlikely to be critical. But now that you've escaped the tenacious hands of the station medic, tell me what information brought you to Babylon 5 in such a hurry and with such risks.
Of course, the man nodded solemnly, fishing a data crystal out of his pocket and handing it to the ambassador. Here is a copy of all the records collected by our scouts in the worlds of the League of Non-Aligned Worlds. I believe you will be able to convey them to the necessary intelligent beings. But the information is alarming, Dylan. The Shadows are preparing to attack. To attack. The Minbari frowned. I have not received any information about their activity, for now. Dylan frowned, mentally calculating how much there really was not alarming news. Yes, perhaps, practically since the Centauri attack on the non-capital world, thwarted thanks to the protection of Lord Baal, as if they had abandoned their plans altogether. I don't know, maybe it was just a trick. Sarut shook his head. But our data has made contact with many League worlds. Some of them were tempted by the promises, and are preparing to attack their less accommodating neighbors. But why?
Don't they understand how this will end? It all started as a defense, the Minbari sighed. That's why we didn't attach any importance to these events at first. The Centauri aggression was an excellent reason to worry about our own safety. The worlds of the League were afraid that without a strong ally and patron, the Centauri Republic might consider them a tasty morsel, especially in light of the failure with Narn. But now the defensive alliance has grown into dreams of conquest. We've had more than once that such a powerful ally as the Shadows would guarantee victory. And that's why they are ready to fight even with each other. Delen's head was filled with extremely dark thoughts. The events that were taking place were, of course, somewhat better than the direct aggression of the Shadows towards all the inhabitants of the galaxy, giving a little more time to prepare. But at the same time,
they were also much worse, because the civilizations that had clashed with each other, with each new battle, with each new victory granted by the patronage of the Shadows, would move further and further away from the ability to hear the arguments of reason, and this meant that at the moment when they all really needed help and allies, there would be no one around willing to help. You are supposed to pass on information to the Grey Council as well. What do they say about what is happening? The Grey Council. The Minbari grimaced as if he had a toothache, something Delen had never seen in his kind before when they spoke of their leaders.
The Grey Council replied that the problems of other races were none of their business. For perhaps the first time in her not-so-short life, Delaine felt an overwhelming urge to swear in a very elaborate and extremely foul manner.
The Grey Council, created by Valen to bring wisdom and enlightenment to all the people of Minbar, to guide and instruct them in all aspects of life, the same Grey Council that was supposed to lead Minbar in the approaching darkness, easily and simply brushed off what was happening, as if they did not see anything beyond their meeting hall. It was frightening. "They've gone mad," the ambassador shook her head. "I have to talk to them." "It may be, Delaine, that they will not listen. In truth, there have been very disturbing rumors circulating at home for several months now. Only the warrior caste maintains a proud silence. From their point of view, everything is going as it should. I have to try. We can't let the council lose its mind in the face of a big war. It will be the end of everything." "Will you allow me to accompany you?" The ranger bowed his head. "No, Sarut." Delaine shook her head after a short thought. "I will have a separate request for you. I'm not sure it will be feasible, but if you can find out what is happening on Centauri, I'm afraid that Londo's relatives might be preparing a particularly high-profile move in their confrontation with the Narn. Last time everything went right to the edge. Next time we may not be so lucky." "I understand, Delaine," the man bowed. "I will get the information." The ranger left the cabin, leaving Delaine alone. The woman rose to her feet, her expression clearly doubtful, and began to pace the room. The council's behavior was causing more and more confusion. She was almost calm about the representatives of the priest caste. Like herself, they understood better than many what was at stake, and would not stand behind decisions that could harm Minbar. But the rest. The builders were a down-to-earth caste, often preferring not to get involved in high politics until circumstances forced them to. But that was the problem. The current situation was precisely the very circumstances that should have shaken them out of their complacency. Delaine did not understand, which meant that she really needed to fly to the council, see everything with her own eyes, hear their speeches with her own ears, and hope that everything had not gone too far. "Commander Ivanova." Sitting down at the terminal, the ambassador called the deputy commander of the station. "Ambassador Delaine, is something wrong with you? Is there anything I can do to help?" Susan assessed the worried expression on the Minbari's face. "Nothing insurmountable," she shook her head. "At least, I hope so. I just got some disturbing news from home. I wanted to let you know that I'm going to need to leave Babylon 5 for a while. On business. I understand things aren't exactly the calmest around the station right now, but..." No, Ambassador," Ivanova reassured the Minbari. "You are right, there is a complete bacchanalia going on here now. Many have decided to fly away. But we will find a window for you if necessary. We will let you out of turn as soon as the ship is ready. I will give the order to prepare it for flight, and I will inform you as soon as it becomes possible to let you through to the transition zone." "Thank you, Commander." The Minbari bowed her head, disconnecting. Now she needed to leave orders for Lanier for the duration of her absence and convince her assistant not to rush off after her. Nova Sial. Well, the situation on Babylon in particular, and around all the extraterrestrial colonies in general, was becoming more and more tense with each passing hour. In some ways, I even felt sorry for Sheridan and his crew, trying to maneuver between a government that was losing its last bits of sanity, headed by a tyrant president, and following the oath they had all taken. By sending Calvados to help Alexander, John somewhat reduced the degree of tension without exposing the station as directly as it happened in the series, and with Night Watch, everything was going quietly so far as could be judged by the movements of Garibaldi, who had switched to coffee fuel almost completely. He had practically managed to prepare for a purge of the security service, waiting only for the go-ahead from the captain. But the events were not limited to the station alone. Even in the publicly available news releases, between the lines of the script, one could notice that everything was far from as good as the official authorities were trying to show. And the rumors leaking onto the internet about the readiness of a considerable number of colonies to tell Earth to go to hell and declare independence. Well, yes, I suppose the arrival of the fleet of educators at the station will only be a matter of time, although the captain is trying with all his might to demonstrate loyalty to the authorities, trying to save the galaxy at the same time. There are far from idiots sitting on Earth, which means they cannot help but understand
that in such matters there is no such thing as too much control. Not that it was a particular problem for me personally. After all, even if Clark decided to completely lose the coast, he would hardly go so far as to take the whole of Babylon hostage, in which case he would be devoured by the galactic community, unless this outcome, that is, a global mess of everyone against everyone, is the goal of the Shadows, who have clearly decided to pull the strings of literally everyone they can reach. It is surprising that Zadum itself is still completely inactive. The fleet of Hattaks, hanging in its orbit, has not yet recorded any movements of the shadow forces on the planet. Even Lorien, which managed to return home, showed up only once, again flying around one of the pyramids and hiding in the depths of the homeland of its aggressive pupils. In any case, even the arrival of a pan-galactic furry animal will not be something particularly scary, but what a fuss will arise. That is why the preparation of the Imperial Guard was being completed on my planet, that is, brutal cats in armor, who should discourage all not very smart, reasonable people from causing disorder in the embassy sector of one particular diplomatic station. Well, and not only in the embassy, the girl's favorite cafe should also remain an oasis of calm and constancy in the surrounding sea of ugliness and chaos. Yes.
From Korani, who had indeed kept silent for some time about all my absurd and irrational thoughts and plans, came an image of a focused and serious face, along with the desire to personally take care of delivering the cats to the station and, a request not to peek. The only thing I managed to notice in the replicator network before the long-eared boar wiped her tracks was the write-off of replicator blocks in a volume sufficient to build something extremely large. Korani. It should be a surprise. I literally saw Korani twitch her ear, stubbornly raising her nose. You're not planning on doing anything stupid, I hope. You haven't forgotten that a galactic war is not in our plans, have you? No galactic war. From what I've learned about your behavior, you'll even like it. Lord Baal, Yuki suddenly joined in. I'll make sure Korani doesn't do anything reckless, at least no more than usual. Right.
Benoi na gestimosha zusirk prioruna.
Movarci. Zovnagani shizondemy żaremi liga. Обнаження банюані кидалактик вармар всо двархаки галаксі. Архавтуфони спотку і воładziane в шродза. Zoskoczko, zopodkrowo neśnią logoa, wiem spotka zoa, jeszmiero, ja zmoszę żoca boistko, zawarżyćko, by naszli. Diplomatara, yes, ze tu gule wakso, ze omnicajde. Kaptejna, komander Iwanowa Wugac wot Sheridana, ona kize. Wsana siegna, Sheridana hyszliwa luwenio, orbej kontrolnumy beżarza. Son Churchill, Sandra Johary. Hiroshi, Susan Tomar Shidata wsz komputera. No, Andro nie choroba wugo, stacjone chewary żyże normal, isewa. Stół wlaneta. Hiroshi. John Varna. Yes, General Haig spoke of her. But why did they come? Imię Slinans fajna. Cieridiu. You think that? I doubt it. The captain lowered his voice, thoughtfully stroking his chin.
As far as I understand, she's not on Clark's side. Perhaps she's following the Alexander. Maybe. In any case, we'll find out in half an hour. Sheridan nodded and chewed his lips, running through the text on the screen again. Although he had said that Captain Hiroshi was one of our own, for some reason her unexpected appearance at Babylon 5 caused an unpleasant feeling. Something was clearly about to happen. The experienced officer's intuition was literally screaming about it, and he, as luck would have it, sent away the only combat ship they had. Babylon's defensive systems, of course, allowed them to fight off many opponents, including, perhaps, the combat ships of the Earth Commonwealth itself, but only on the condition that there would be only one ship, and it would not have the goal of destroying the station, and, well, not the most life-affirming situation.
Half an hour before the expected arrival of the guests was depressingly long to just sit and wait, and at the same time too fast to allow himself to leave the wheelhouse and do some other things. The only important one could be called the departure of Ambassador Delenn, which, at last, managed to squeeze into the schedule of the ships, and even then, the whole process was managed by Ivanova, so that Sheridan himself was almost bored. But finally the wait was over, and at some distance from the station, almost hidden behind the visible disk of the planet, the funnel of the hyperspace jump sparkled, from which the expected Churchill emerged. Churchill calling Babylon 5. The ship's captain immediately responded. Babylon 5. Sheridan nodded, rising to his feet. This is Captain Sheridan. How can we help you, Captain Hiroshi? This is not a conversation for open air. The Chinese woman frowned, looking somewhere off camera. If you allow me, I will come on board with you.
It is urgent. Of course, Captain Hiroshi. You will be shown to my office when you arrive. Sandra Hiroshi nodded and hung up, leaving John with an even stronger sense of impending trouble. Judging by the expression on his deputy's face, Ivanova had exactly the same feeling. It seemed that he had indeed sent the Calvados away from the station in vain, even though it had allowed him to maintain some secrecy over the repairs to the Alexander and reduce the risk of a direct confrontation with the same night watch, which would certainly have reacted to the presence of a rebellious destroyer near the Babylon. But what's done is done. Why do I feel like this isn't going to end well? Susan grumbled after a short silence. Because that's how it always is? Sheridan chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Okay, you take the wheelhouse and I'll go meet our guest. I hope we don't end up in the middle of a battlefield after this conversation.
Ivanova nodded without saying anything, although her expression was clearly saying something like, "Does that happen?" Turning on his heels, John headed for the bridge exit, calling security on the go and giving instructions to meet the captain of the Churchill and escort the woman to his office. Out of the corner of his eye, he managed to see how a transport shuttle had already separated from the arriving ship, which meant he had about 15 minutes to get to his office. Perhaps he would even have time to pour himself some coffee. Captain Sheridan? A collected and frowning Hiroshi nodded briefly as she entered the office. Captain Hiroshi? John nodded back, gesturing to dismiss the security officer who was escorting the woman out. Coffee? I won't refuse, she sighed. Although, frankly speaking, we don't have much time. What's happening? Alexander. Sandra sat down in the chair offered by the captain. He did show up here, didn't he?
Major Ryan was hoping to get there, but we missed each other after the battle, the Chinese woman added, noticing John's uncertainty. We contacted him, the man nodded, sighing, but I decided not to lead the ship to the station. There are too many unreliable eyes, ears and tongues. Maybe that's right, but it won't help now. Have you received information about the attack on Mars? Just from the news. Has anything changed? Clark decided not to wait for the weather to change. Officially, this was only the first action of bringing to submission. But in reality, they are preparing to take everything into their own hands. In advance, Hiroshi took a sip of coffee. Orion 7 declared independence, and this served as the last straw. President Clark, not wanting to lose control over the remaining colonies, dispatched elite units to suppress any attempts of disobedience in the off-world settlements, including Babylon 5. Damn it.
Understanding appeared in Sheridan's eyes. As far as we can trust the intercepted order, the Chinese woman nodded. The ships Agrippa and Roanoke are already on their way here. How much time do we have? About 6 hours, hardly more. The woman shook her head. As far as I know, before the order, they were at anchor not that far from the station, so... How inopportune it all is. The captain exhaled. And yet yesterday I hoped to avoid direct conflict, to somehow come to an agreement, to slow down this mess. I sympathize, Captain, but I'm afraid that won't work now. In any case,
Hiroshi was silent for a few seconds. If necessary, we'll stay at Babylon 5. We'll accept the fight together with you. If only it were that simple. If only my life were at stake, or even if only the life of the station's crew. But we're talking about 250,000. And I'm not even talking about the diplomats. An attack on whom could result in a general war. Captain Hiroshi,
Sandra, are you sure they are coming here? I wish I was wrong, Captain. The woman sighed heavily, seemingly oblivious to her interlocutor's familiarity. But the intercepted order was clear. Babylon 5 is to be placed under direct command of President Clark and the Night Watch, and all senior station officers are to be arrested. So unless you decide to simply surrender when they arrive, a battle is inevitable. What are they thinking about? It's up to you, Captain. The Churchill will be in orbit around Epsilon 3 for now. If you decide to fight, we'll help as much as possible. Having finished her coffee in one gulp, Hiroshi stood up, giving the captain a short nod and heading for the exit, and John, with an unreadable face, looked ahead and tried to decide which scenario would have the least amount of negative consequences.
However, no matter what he decided, they still needed to prepare, although, as always, there wasn't much time. "Garibaldi!" Sheridan called to the security guard. "Here, Captain!" Michael's tired voice rang out, literally a second later. "Drop everything and come to my office. 5 minutes." Garibaldi switched off. The first thing to do was to solve the internal problems. The Night Watch would hardly stand and watch the station shoot government ships, and it would no longer matter whether a legal order to change command had been received or not. And something told John that this time, all the documents would definitely be drawn up according to the rules. The first time Clark had rushed, passing the paper through the political department, which was simpler, faster, and more reliable. But now, 2 Omega destroyers heading to Babylon 5 would serve as an excellent stamp for any document that needed to be confirmed. Chapter 65. Was that even possible?
The Emperor protects.
How else? The atmosphere on the station was becoming more and more tense. The Churchill, which had just arrived at Babylon and taken up a tactically advantageous position in orbit around the planet below us, was a clear warning sign of impending chaos. And if you looked more broadly and carefully analyzed the news releases and the fact that immediately after the captain of this very Churchill visited Sheridan's office, a sweaty Garibaldi literally teleported to him. Moreover, he teleported without any use of technologies inaccessible to local humanity, I checked. Well, to summarize, the replicator network gave an 89.445% probability that in the next 2 hours the station command would begin to restore order in the ranks of their own subordinates. And in another hour, one of them, Sheridan, 91.411%, Garibaldi, 64.31%, or Ivanova, 32.114%, would ask me for help in defending the station as a representative of the neutral side, which has no geopolitical interests in this part of the galaxy. On the one hand, I had already decided to deliver combat SEALs to Babylon 5, who, I think, by their mere presence could cool the ardor of many of the rowdy comrades who suddenly wanted to stage a hostile takeover. And Coroni, still carefully hiding her promised surprise among the data, promised the arrival of the Guard within 3 hours, 45 minutes and 15 seconds, with an error of 5.15 seconds. On the other hand, this was precisely what posed a weighty question to me about how much I should participate in what was happening.
Summing up my presence, I could soberly say that I could not remain a detached observer. Even the chosen role of a spectator, entertained at the expense of the local population, still entailed significant changes in the events, as I remembered them from a TV series I watched somewhere in a past life. What is the direct and undisguised aggression of the Shadows on an enemy unknown to them, which occurred only because they feared my interference in their long-standing game with the Vorlons, worth? We all remember how, as a rule, attempts to change the predictions of all sorts of prophets and seers end, right? More agony of choice. Oh yeah. The resources collected by the replicators and the available technologies already allowed them to simply, and without fuss, reduce any enemy in this galaxy to 0. Of course, unless some wonder weapon suddenly appears in the bins of the Shadows, the Vorlons and their followers capable of sharply and unpredictably tipping the scales in their favor.
But I couldn't shake the thought that I would simply take the place of the old overseers. Being the deity of an entire galaxy of Papuans only sounds cool and tempting in words. No, of course, there is always the option to send everyone present to hell, say I'm tired, I'm a fly, and, shaking my head in disappointment, leave the galaxy recognized as unpromising. Of course, there are some nuances here. For example, an unfinished device for moving between worlds capable of throwing me somewhere. It will be extremely awkward and uncomfortable to go out of a portal somewhere above Old Terra at the moment of a family showdown between a father and son. Yes, extremely awkward and very uncomfortable. But it was still a very real possibility. However, 89% is not the same as an event that has already happened, so we can wait for now.
Especially since, as in the original story, Ambassador Jakar also has motivation to participate in what is happening, although less pronounced due to the failed bombing of Narn. And Captain Sheridan has already had several conversations with him about joining the forces of light in the fight against darkness. Interlude. Interlude Glan B after all, Captain, Garibaldi summed up after listening to the more gloomy Sheridan than usual. Until the very end, I had hopes of resolving everything calmly, sorting out the situation, but... John rubbed his face with his palms wearily. 2 of Clark's destroyers flying to Babylon 5 put a big fat dot on these plans. I hope you have everything ready. As much as it was possible in the time I had. The security officer nodded. I went through the personnel, weeded out people loyal personally to Lipman and the legitimate government. He made quotation marks. The only problem is to remove them from the station quickly and without unnecessary casualties. As I understand it, in light of the upcoming events, we cannot afford a colorful assault on an entire sector of the station.
You understand correctly. But Jakar can help us with quickly restoring order. I managed to exchange a few words with the ambassador. The Narns are ready to help us if necessary. Jakar only asks that we arm his people if they are going to take an active part. They have no weapons of their own, except for a few semi-ritual blades.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Captain? Michael didn't particularly like the idea of giving combat weapons to aliens, even if Jakar himself had asked for them, probably understanding the responsibility he was taking on for the results of this process.
Jakar vouched for them with the Narns, who want to help. He's as sure of himself as he is of himself. So, even though I don't like the idea of arming aliens and using them to fight our own people, we don't have much of a choice.
Either these, or kneel silently before the airlock and patiently wait for the boarding party to come and arrest us. And what next? Have you forgotten that after such a purge we will have less than 40% of the regular security staff left? I haven't forgotten, and there are already options on how to solve this problem. But let's first survive the assault on Babylon by Clark's forces, and then we'll work further. As you say, Michael shrugged. Then can I get started? Go ahead, Garibaldi. Jakar and the Narns will meet you in the 15th sector. Got it. Zach! Turning on his heel, the head of security called Alan on the move, issuing a rapid series of commands. He had everything ready, so all that was left was for reality not to suddenly decide to behave completely differently from what you expected. In any case, the dark thought was spinning in Garibaldi's head that tonight, if he lived to see it, he would be aching in just about everything that could hurt, and a couple more places that he had never even suspected existed before. And he really hoped that Dr. Franklin had a large supply of painkillers. Sheridan watched his subordinate leave and took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment. He also had a lot of work to do with the night watch. Garibaldi could handle it himself. The man had no doubt about that. But all further actions were already his personal headache. Captain Hiroshi said that 2 destroyers were flying towards them, but Clark could very well send a couple of escort ships along with them, and that would immediately turn the situation from bad to simply disgusting. Ivanova. Touching the communicator, he called Deputy Sheridan. "Come to me." "I'm coming, Captain." The woman answered briefly, hanging up. In addition to the night watch, the station still needed to be prepared for defense. Once again, the captain caught himself thinking that he probably should have just repaired the Alexander near the Babylon. That way he would have kept his own ship accessible. But at that moment, trying not to expose the station to the arrival of a mutinous vessel seemed much more reasonable. Who could have imagined that shit happens? Of course, he could have sent Prendick an order to return. But in the time remaining before the destroyers arrived, he would not have had time to bring the ship to Babylon 5, appearing at Babylon 5 for a final dismantling, at best. And leaving General Haig's ship without help was a bad idea. The Alexander might not have lived to see it. "What was your name, Captain?" "Susan.
who entered the office, looked collected and ready for any surprises. "We have guests flying to us," John sighed. "How much?"
Ivanova immediately darkened, guessing that this news clearly did not bring them anything good.
Agrippa and Roanoke, at least.
Possibly also support ships, Captain Hiroshi intercepted. "Clark's order, 2 destroyers. What about the fighters? The main team is fully ready. The reserve team can be put on duty within an hour. Prepare all serviceable machines for launch. Recall all pilots from leave. Let them be ready." "Got it," Commander Ivanova nodded. "But fighters against heavy ships? The station's weapon systems will certainly help a lot, but you understand, the Churchill will provide cover fire. Captain Hiroshi will not take the ship out of the system. Go ahead, Suzanne." "Yes, Captain." Nodding, Ivanova quickly left the office. It was difficult not to notice the crowd of Narns quietly conversing at the exit of the 15th sector. As the captain had promised, Ambassador Jekar was there, waiting for Garibaldi and Alan to arrive. Slowing down for a moment, Michael shook his head in annoyance and nevertheless walked the last meters, showing himself to everyone present.
"Mr. Garibaldi," Jekar bowed his head ceremoniously. "Mr. Allen, Ambassador Jekar, did Captain Sheridan bring you up to speed?" "Of course. Dispose of us as you would yourself, Mr. Garibaldi." The Narn pressed his hands to his chest. "Give us weapons and indicate the target." "Us?" The man frowned. "Are you going into battle, Ambassador?" "My comrades are trying their best to dissuade me." A wave of dissatisfied grumbling swept through the crowd of those present. "But it is still up to you to decide. I can be useful." "Jekar," Garibaldi sighed. "You are the ambassador. If something happens to you, we will lose not just one Narn, we will lose all the Narns on the station. You are the only one your people are willing to see as their representative here on Babylon." Jekar sighed, spreading his hands. "Okay, Mr.
Garibaldi, I agree with your arguments. I just hope that when this is all over, we will be able to talk calmly." "When it's over," Michael grimaced but nodded anyway. "Okay, listen carefully. Now we are all going to the armory quickly, but quietly, where I'll give you combat weapons and protective gear. Zach, your job is to find Lipman and tell him that we're preparing to take over the station, as we discussed." "Yes, I remember." Alan nodded tensely. "The 9th airlock, the arrival of the Narn landing force. Right, in the meantime, you and I," Michael turned to the aliens who were listening attentively, "will take a place in the neighboring compartment and wait. As soon as everyone is gathered, we will block the bulkheads and neutralize anyone who has the Night Watch emblem on them." Garibaldi took a crumpled black armband out of his pocket. "If you object, we will find convincing arguments. After all, the airlock can be opened."
Laughter was heard from the crowd of Narns. "Let's try not to kill anyone. Dr. Franklin will not be happy with after-hours patients. Got it?" "We understand, Mr. Garibaldi," said one of the Narns, looking around at his fellows with an attentive gaze. "Then let's get to work, Zach. Give us half an hour." "Understood." Deputy Garibaldi nodded, turning around and quickly walking away down the corridor. And Michael himself sighed, looking at his charges with a gloomy look, and motioned for them to follow him. Ambassador Jekar saw off his departing relatives, smiled contentedly, and clapping his hands, also headed towards the elevator. He was confident in his people. He had specially selected the most calm and reasonable Narns, and now he could be calm. They would not let him down. The flight to the sector where the Grey Council cruiser was currently located was tense for Delenn. The news Zarud had brought was alarming enough in itself, and the fact that the ruling body of their own people, a people who knew firsthand what shadows were and why it was dangerous to underestimate their power, simply brushed aside the information they had gathered, filled the woman with almost horror. Valenta met her with silence and emptiness. Previously, when she arrived for a meeting with the council, one of the priests met her on the cruiser's landing deck, demonstrating the banal respect of one of their caste. Now, perhaps it was because she was not invited and not expected? Well, sighing and shivering, the Mingbari twitched her cheek in annoyance and confidently moved forward. If they did not want to meet her, she would get there on her own. After all, she remembered the way. "You are not expected, Delenn." After another turn, a tall Mingbari in priestly robes blocked her way. "The council has denied your request." The Minbari squinted and simply stepped forward, intending to ignore the interruption. But the priest stepped in sync with her, blocking her path once more. They didn't want to see or hear her? Seriously? The Grey Council was denying her presence? "I have served the council for 16 cycles." Delenn looked intently into the eyes of the trembling priest.
Dukat chose me as his successor. He died on my hands. His blood is on me. His spirit is in my eyes. His word is on my lips. You will step aside, priest, or, I swear by myself, Dukat, or even Valen. The ambassador's voice betrayed only the fury restrained by miracles of willpower. I will smash this cruiser with my bare hands, compartment after compartment, until I drive them into the last one and make them listen to me. Step aside. The priest almost immediately lost the staring game to Delen. Despite all the twists and turns, in her homeland she was known, respected, and feared.
The woman who was, in fact, the successor of the deceased religious leader Dukat, despite all her kindness and demonstrative politeness, knew how to defend her position. And the member of the priest caste to which she also belonged didn't want to argue with her excessively. Pressing his lips together, the man bowed his head, retreating to the wall of the corridor. The Grey Council Hall greeted her with the usual darkness, only in the very center of the vast room there was a ring of illuminated areas, on which, with their backs to the one who entered, stood figures wrapped in grey robes. Although they refused to talk to her, although they tried not to let her pass further, they were still waiting for Delenn. Well, since she had come here, she would tell them everything. 3 years, Delenn began to speak, slowly looking around at the 9 figures. For 3 years I have been telling you that this day would come.
But you did not listen to my words. Pride, self-conceit, unwillingness to see the obvious. And what now? Do you think that Centauri and Narn will be the only victims of the shadows? Young worlds, wards of the League, are already drawn into confrontation. The Narns are balancing on the brink, but here too, not through your efforts. Even Earth is brewing a schism, nurtured by the efforts of the same enemy. For 1,000 years we have waited for the fulfillment of the prophecy. And what now, when the hour has come? Do you reject your duty? The Grey Council was silent. It was impossible to read anything from the Minbari's hooded faces, to read their true emotions, but Delenn could feel the tension building in the room with her whole skin. Some of them would certainly disagree with her words, but surely they couldn't all be so blind and reckless. She moved from one participant to another, trying to discern at least something behind the silver capes, at least some reaction to her accusatory words. We stand between the candle and the star, between the darkness and the light, she quoted the council motto. You speak the words, yes. Your lips speak them, but your hearts are empty, and your ears are deaf to the truth. Are other people's problems none of our business? The Minbari woman grimaced, sending a wave of contempt down the room. And now you remain silent. You have nothing to say? You knew what was coming. We all knew it. But now you are unwilling to shoulder the burden of decision-making, the hardships of war? Well, if the warrior caste does not want to fight. The figure in front of whom the woman stopped flinched at the accusation thrown at her, but the council was still silent. Then others will go into battle. And if the council has lost its way, unable to lead our people forward?
Delenn's gaze fell on the ceremonial staff in the hand of the current head of the Grey Council, a massive silver structure topped with one of the triluminaries, in this case fixed as a pommel. It was an ancient object, a symbol of power and a tool of sorts. The staff had many purposes, including, in fact, the function of a triluminary. Well, right now, that was the least of her concerns. If the council is inactive, if the oath you gave to Valen 1,000 years ago no longer means anything to you, then the council must be dissolved. Delenn jerked the staff out of her hand, taking a step back and glaring at the Minbaris standing before her. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed the shaft with both hands and, straining, pulled the end of the staff toward herself. A plaintive crunch pierced the darkness of the council chamber. The triluminary at the top flared brightly. Electrical discharges ran along the staff, and in the next moment, the symbol of the Grey Council's power simply broke into 2 pieces. As the prophecy says, we must unite against a common enemy. The warrior and peace castes have always shared responsibility for the fate of Minbar. So I implore you, listen to the voice of conscience, dissolve the council and follow me. Because the time for self-isolation is over. Now only war awaits us, and either we all act together right now or we never do. And may Valen help us in this case. Spinning on her heel and no longer looking at the frozen council members, Delenn strode toward the exit. It tore at her soul to see how little her fellow Minbari cared about what was happening.
And while she still hoped that common sense would prevail,
Delenn was prepared to simply fly off the ship and back to Babylon 5, to do whatever it took to win, even if she had to fight alone, even if she was destined to die without achieving anything. Just like she had during the Inquisitor's interrogation of the Vorlons. Already approaching the doors to the landing deck where her ship was, the woman heard hurried steps behind her. 3, 6. Turning around, she saw with relief figures in silver robes apparently hurrying after her from the council chamber. Not all of them, that's true, but most, which meant that not all was lost in their struggle. "Wait, Delenn," one of the advisors addressed her, after a brief pause, throwing back his cloak revealing his face. "We heard you, and your words reached our hearts," the second figure echoed, also throwing back its hood. "We have heard you, and your words have reached our hearts." 3 of us remained there, in the hall.
But, as you rightly noted, now the Great Council is disbanded as having lost its way and lost its meaning. We will follow you. We will go into the darkness for the sake of the light.
"Thank you."
Delenn took a deep breath and bowed low to the former members of the Great Council.
"Then, we have much work to do, and there is no room for mistakes or slowness. Sheridan, after all, as the replicator network had calculated, after the mess in the area of one of the rarely used airlocks that had been caught on surveillance cameras, Captain Sheridan stood in front of the door to my cabin, a gloomy, focused, and somewhat uncertain-looking Captain Sheridan. However, the officer could be understood. It's not every day that you have to go against your own people just for the sake of not going against your own conscience, moral compass, and faith in the charter and the oath you took.
Lord Baal. The captain touched the door panel, and his voice was heard in the cabin. "I apologize for the sudden visit, Captain Sheridan. I get up from the couch, giving the command to open the door. Please come in. How can I help you? Judging by the rumors I've heard, the last few hours haven't been the most peaceful for you. That's putting it mildly, Lord Baal." The man sighed, nodding at the suggestion to sit down and lowering himself into the chair. "Based on the operational tactical information available to me, that is, the recordings from the surveillance cameras, Garibaldi had successfully locked most of his own security service in the airlock, thus solving the problem with the night watch, at least for a while."
Unlike the original story, here they refused to surrender their weapons and leave one by one, naturally and logically believing that they had been locked in completely illegally, and the senior officers of Babylon 5 were generally rebels and traitors to the motherland. However, given the tight deadlines and the situation, the solution was quite workable in the short term. In any case, Sheridan would have to solve the problem radically, especially since President Clark was clearly not going to back down, and at least they would not be in the way during the expected arrival of the guests. "Should I pour you some tea, or maybe some coffee? I'm not sure I have time to drink tea. If you don't mind, I'd like to get straight to the point." In that case, I nod, I'm all ears. "As you've probably heard," the captain began, "on Earth right now everything is not very smooth. Perhaps I am now breaking my own oath, but it would be stupid to close my eyes to the obvious.
I watched the news, and I think I'm pretty good at reading between the lines. Yes, I suppose that..." He sighed. "Without going into too much detail, military ships reporting directly to President Clark are currently en route to the station, with the goal of establishing unconditional control over Babylon 5 and ensuring its loyalty to the current government. Interesting. Judging by the direction the conversation is heading, has Sheridan chosen the path of complete honesty? I wonder how exactly he will ask me for help, because in this formulation of the question, everything looks completely not in his favor, but rather the opposite. The station command appears to be quite the rebels. To put them under Clark's fleet is flying, and Sheridan will certainly ask for help since he has already come. The ability of the station to fight back on its own, according to the replicators, is a modest 28-12%.
Они на колени без знать всему, как Делен хероиклия в мелкое старимбари крузерс, лечтоносте. Найшися все бы ну ужитер, на жесту стояшную на самосе, и субы на самосе, гда равное прицинал, не поврене.
I sample you and raise a captain, so I know when you're feeling with us. Maybe that can happen. I sense up as Arian Mitals considering now what you're trying to do, not a skull. But I was in much net sem plus of your bite us our attention in that, and if you will not a skull tal, your appears in other invasion. Now, as attention contend to find net sem plus of you. The situation notice clear-cut and not find me. And if you are ledizary, needs to ways down, give 'em mannereasy, no, ledies. Mannereasy, not as court, not feeling. You and needs to ways down, now being, giving, and a ways down. That's no invention. Me, no and save fine, not as caused. And no, ledies down, and no, ledies down. If you won't lest, and make your a place then. But I stay.
If I had a choice, I would not turn to aliens because, as you yourself correctly noted, first of all, this is an internal matter of the Earth Commonwealth. But without outside help, I simply cannot hold the station. And you, Lord Baal, during your stay at the station, repeatedly and openly demonstrated your... The man moved his fingers, choosing the word neutrality. Even in the case of support provided to Narn, your ships only protected civilians without taking direct part in hostilities. Although the technology is available to you, I understand you, Captain. Well then, in gratitude for your honesty and openness, I will listen to your request, whatever it may be, and I promise to find all the possibilities to provide assistance, if such is possible in principle within the framework of my authority. As I said, at least 2 Omega destroyers are flying towards the station, Sheridan nodded, although I believe that escort ships were also sent with them.
Based on the available resources, I cannot be sure of the ability to defend Babylon on our own, even taking into account the destroyer Churchill, which is currently at the station. I should not, cannot, and do not want to ask your ships to take part in the battle. But, as practice has shown, even one of your pyramids is capable of turning the tide of battle in a simply radical way.
You mean that awkward incident when my assistants, I smile, defended the station with the hull of my yacht, protecting the strategic reserve of confectionery? Yes, I still feel strange when I think about it.
Nevertheless, that incident was quite indicative.
The captain involuntarily smiled in response.
Well, I can't guarantee you open assistance. It would in any case require coordination with my government, for which, I believe, you simply won't have enough time.
I sigh sympathetically, spreading my hands.
However, as far as I know, in the next few hours, a ship of the Emperor's guards, sent to provide protection for the embassy, should arrive at the station. It is unlikely that the ship will arrive before the attack on the station, but I think I can try to contact the captain and ask him to speed up the arrival, if possible, at least for a little while. It would be an invaluable help. Even just the appearance of your ship at Babylon 5 could help. Disappointment and hope struggled on Sheridan's face, although he clearly understood that even such a promise, essentially not obliging me to anything, turned him into a very large debtor in a political sense. However, the captain had little choice, and I would not have to do anything extra. The guards had long been ready, and the ship, which, as I assume, is that very surprise of Coronae, can arrive at the station at almost any necessary moment.
For Asgardian hyperspace travel technologies, distances within one galaxy were far from an insurmountable value. Captain? Ivanova's voice, coming from Sheridan's communicator, made the man flinch. I'm listening, Ivanova. Just received a message from the Churchill. One of their scouts in hyperspace has spotted Clark's ships. They'll be at Babylon 5 in an hour at the most. Fighters on alert. I'm on my way. Eat! Well, John sighed. Here we go. Thank you for the conversation, Lord Baal. The man rose from the sofa, straightening his jacket. And for your willingness to help. I hope we can talk again when all this is over. Good luck, Captain. I nod, rising with him. The officer nodded twitchingly and almost ran out of the cabin. Interlude. Sheridan almost ran to the control room of the station, running through all the plans he had made in his head.
Some had been successfully completed, some were being carried out right now, and some, as always happened, had followed a known route, forcing him to completely rework all the activities. Now, when there were only a few minutes left before the attack on Babylon 5, and he could no longer even think of calling the arrival of the combat ships reporting directly to President Clark anything else, he could only hope that he had done everything correctly, had not made any catastrophic mistakes, and that he would not have to clean up the consequences of what had happened in an hour or two. Although, who was he kidding? He would have to clean up in any case, one way or another.
but life on the station would not remain the same.
Is everything ready, Susan?
Having given himself a couple of seconds to catch his breath after the run, the captain entered the wheelhouse.
The fighters are ready. They are just waiting for the command to take off. The woman nodded. The Churchill reported that their fighters are also ready. They are also under our control, and the ship itself will try to knock out at least one of the opponents. What? Lord Baal? There won't be any direct help, John sighed in response. But he promised to try to hurry the ship with the guards. Perhaps, the man waved his hand. For now, we're counting on ourselves. Did you contact Dral as I asked? Yes, the communication system is ready. He transmitted the control codes to my terminal. But, Captain, the woman frowned. Perhaps it was worth asking him for military assistance. The great machine is a powerful weapon. No. He said it was a trump card. The last hope against the Shadows if things go badly. We can't take that risk now. As you say. In that case, if you are ready,
I'd like your attention for a moment. Sheridan sighed, stepping up onto the dais opposite the entrance and turning to face the officers on the bridge. Commander Ivanova and I have prepared a formal statement in response to the unconstitutional actions against Babylon 5 and the Mars colony sanctioned by the current president of the Earth Commonwealth, William Morgan Clark. Ivanova, he turned his head to Susan. Launch, stand still for 3 seconds. Under the surprised glances of his subordinates, Sheridan nodded, freezing, and the next moment a wave of orange light seemed to run across his figure, rolling from his head down to his feet and back again. The strange feeling lasted for a short moment, and then everything stopped as before. Only exactly the same silhouettes of the station commander, only translucent and hanging in the air, appeared throughout the station, located in places where there were large concentrations of residents, so that they could be seen by the largest possible number of them. You may speak, Captain, the woman nodded, making sure the communication system was working. You can be seen and heard. Esteemed residents and guests of Babylon 5, the man began. I request your attention. Earth military starships are en route. They have been ordered to force the station into obedience. As commander and governor of Babylon 5, a diplomatic station in a neutral sector of space, I cannot allow this to happen. In violation of the Earth Commonwealth Constitution, President Clark dissolved the Senate, declared martial law, and ordered the bombing of civilian targets on Mars. He is therefore personally responsible for the deaths of civilians.
Some of you may not be aware, but in response to these actions, the Orion 7 and Proxima 3 colonies announced their secession from the Earth Commonwealth, declaring their independence. Having no other choice, Babylon 5 will follow suit from this point on. I hereby formally declare that Babylon 5 is no longer part of the Earth Commonwealth. We will remain an independent nation until President Clark resigns. Once the threat of military action has been removed, we will provide all assistance to any of you who wish to leave the station and return to Earth or other inhabited worlds. Until then, for your safety, I strongly recommend that you remain in your quarters. That is all I have to say. Ivanova, who was looking at the captain attentively, pressed a couple of buttons on the terminal, turning off the broadcast, and approached Sheridan. The man's face showed a doomed readiness. Now they had only 2 options for the development of events. Either they recapture the station, and Clark even temporarily will consider it irrational to send an even larger fleet here, or they will all be tied up, their faces laid on the deck by the arriving soldiers, and they will be very lucky if at least a semblance of law and order is preserved. That's it, the man exhaled. The bridges are burned, now it's either us them or them us. I vote for the first option, Susan chuckled, smiling sadly. Yes, Sheridan turned to the officers who continued to stare at him. If any of you wish to leave your post, leave now while you can. There was a heavy silence. Finally, one of the dispatchers stood up, taking off his earpiece, nodded guiltily to the captain, and quickly left the wheelhouse. John couldn't blame him. For most of his subordinates, what was happening in his speech were just words, and it didn't concern them directly, no matter how you look at it. But still, he secretly sighed with relief when no one else from the officers left, seeing support, even if it was so stunned and uncertain, was important. Captain. Ivanova hesitated for a few moments, then stood at attention. May I be allowed to go with the squadron as one of the pilots? What? Ivanova, no. Sir. The woman frowned stubbornly. The pilots will have to break their oath, go against their own. One of us must be there, with them.
You understand that perfectly well. Fly. Acknowledging the deputy's rightness, Sheridan nodded. If you scratch the fighter, I'll deduct the repairs from your salary. There is don't scratch the fighter. Susan smiled wryly, turning towards the exit. Well then. The captain watched the woman go. I wonder whose salary the scratch station will be deducted from. Ahem. Shaking his head, Sheridan walked to his workstation, lowering himself into a chair.
A couple of buttons were pressed, and the display showed a tactical map of the area within Babylon 5's sensor range, as well as the signals from the fighters still docked at the station and preparing to take off. A few seconds later, an icon appeared, indicating that the data had been synchronized with the Churchill's bridge. Captain Hiroshi was as ready as she could be under the circumstances. The agonizing minutes of waiting dragged on. Almost all that could be done was done. 4 squadrons of fighters, including those transmitted from Hiroshi's ship, the Babylon's defense system, the Churchill itself, patrolling nearby. Captain, the dispatcher looked up at him. Opening the transition zone. Earth Forces identifiers. Here they are. This is Captain Dexter Smith, Earth Commonwealth Starship Agrippa. A male voice came over the forced open communication channel as the hyperspace funnel flared. Calling Babylon 5 and the rebel ship Churchill.
In accordance with the direct order of the Supreme Commander, I order you to surrender and prepare to receive capture teams. This is your first and only warning. Earth Commonwealth Starship Agrippa. Sheridan answered, twitching his cheek. This is Captain John Sheridan, Babylon 5. You are carrying out an illegal order that contradicts the constitution of the Earth Commonwealth. In order to ensure the safety of the station and its inhabitants, including representatives of alien diplomatic missions, we were forced to declare the independence of Babylon 5. The last thing we want is a fight. But in the event of your aggression, we will defend the station with all available forces.
Captain, think with your head. Your orders are criminal. Turn around and fly away before anything happens.
They've disconnected. The dispatcher shook his head. The enemy fighters are forming up in battle formation. Orders? All squadrons of Babylon 5, John said over the intercom. Prepare for combat.
Do not open fire. I repeat, do not open fire first. We will not start the fight, but we will do everything to finish it. The markers on the display shifted, marking the station's fighters as they departed. With each second that seemed to stretch on forever, Sheridan grew darker. From here in the Babylon 5 control room, all this looked like just a picture on a screen. But out there in space, behind each marker, there was someone's life. And the worst thing was that on both sides, there were the same people's lives. There were no enemies and no friends. There were people everywhere. Only some of them felt it their duty to carry out other, wrong orders. Damn it, Smith. You know that your orders are illegal. The captain muttered under his breath. But it seemed that this thought only occurred to him, as if in slow motion he watched as the enemy fighters approached the attack line and their pilots selected their targets, preparing to open fire.
Staring at the markers on the display, he still heard the short reports of the dispatcher, noting changes in the sensor readings, although there was no critical need for this. The cry of "Contact!" sent a wave of goosebumps running down his spine. Now there was definitely no way back. The battle had begun. Even here, sitting in the cockpit and not seeing what was happening with his own eyes, he knew what was happening outside. During his service, he had managed to participate in more than one battle. To an ignorant person, a battle in space can even look beautiful. Flashes of energy charges flying out of the ship's guns, scarlet beams of energy striking from larger calibers, and colorful but brief swelling fiery spheres. There are no explosions in space. There is no oxygen and environment for that distribution. But in each tiny shell of a fighter, this oxygen is just there.
And for a short moment it's able to illuminate the surrounding space, marking another extinguished life of the pilot. The station shuddered. One of the shells fired by the enemy fighters was missed by the defense system. Sheridan stared at the display, noting the damage received by the Babylon, duplicated by the vigilant dispatcher. With a quick touch of a button, the captain brought up a picture from the service drones which were moved away from the station and acted as surveillance cameras, albeit with interference, but at least he could see what was happening with his own eyes. Here from the Roanoke, the second ship to arrive at the station,
The destroyer's main forward gun fired a ruby beam. The strike from an impressive distance was aimed primarily at the Churchill as the most dangerous enemy for them, but one of the fighters, unfortunately, turned up in the beam's trajectory, flaring up in a quickly dying cloud of flame.
The tiny ship could not stop the powerful salvo, but still weakened it, due to which the distant destroyer Hiroshima, although damaged, still remained combat-ready, in turn responding with a salvo of guns. "Captain, some of the enemy fighters are maneuvering, trying to outflank and enter the station. Barrage fire from bow batteries, maximum range." The display lit up with a series of bright flashes. The station's defense system guns started working. A chain of white sparks, glittering in the darkness of space, passed over the 5 enemy fighters trying to break through to the Babylon. 2 fiery clouds, 2 pilots' lives extinguished. The station shook again, this time quite noticeably. One of the damaged fighters seemed to lose control and crashed into the hull structures. "Landing module, Captain. They were covering the boarding party." "Damn it, Garibaldi," called the head of security Sheridan. "Landing force, Sector 95th," added the dispatcher. "I heard."
"We'll meet them there," Michael reported, hanging up. "Boarding is always bad. One bot can't hold many soldiers, but still, it's an armed enemy practically in your rear. All that was left was to hope that Garibaldi would cope with the help of Jacquard's Narns. They should have enough forces to hold the breakthrough point, if only there weren't too many of these points. "Ivanova, if possible, track the boarding capsules," Sheridan transmitted. "They are covering them with a group of fighters and breaking through to the Babylon." "Accepted." The captain brought up the station's fire system readings and breach sensors on the display, albeit indirectly, but this way he would at least be able to find out how far the enemy would break through if Garibaldi suddenly failed to hold them within one compartment. Now he had 2 headaches: the ongoing battle around the station and the risk that at one wonderful moment a rifle would be poked into his back, and the ingratiating gentle voice of one of Clark's soldiers would demand that he surrender. The fight had broken out in the compartment while the cameras were still working, not knocked out by the army jammer. He managed to see a cut-out piece of the inner lining falling to the floor and figures in green infantry uniforms jumping out of the breached passage one after another, and then everything went dark. But John knew perfectly well what a merry bacchanalia was going on now with Garibaldi and his men. It remained to hope that... "Captain? What is it?" The man turned sharply to the dispatcher, who for some reason suddenly turned pale. "Transition zone. Above the station, Captain." "Damn, they brought more ships?" No, the man swallowed. "What? What do you mean?"
Dimensions. Sheridan frowned as he gave one of the drones a command, turning it toward the coordinates, and the next moment he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The flash of energy that illuminated the area was far brighter than usual, even brighter than the Pathfinder-class ships that were the largest vessels in the Earth Commonwealth. A second later, the captain's eyes widened in shock. A huge vessel, the likes of which he had never seen before, was floating into the shining funnel of the hyperspace transition. What's more, he had no idea that such ships could not only fly, but even exist. At the very edge of his senses, Sheridan felt a wave of tremors roll through the Babylon. The ship was clearly not only large, but also extremely heavy. The station's positioning system in space needed a split second to compensate for such a huge gravitational object that had suddenly appeared nearby.
The captain's eyes, fixed on the image on the screen, crawled from one detail to another. It was not a ship, a colossal hull, made in black and gold, covered in bas-reliefs and carvings, discernible even from cosmic distances. Massive golden statues depicting intelligent beings unknown to Sheridan, with majestic expressions on their faces, looking into space. It was not a ship, a temple, a palace. These were the words that came to John's mind when he looked at this, and when he lowered his eyes to the data read by the sensors. 26 kilometers? "I apologize, Captain Sheridan." The voice that came from behind John made the man take a sharp breath. Only now did he realize that he had involuntarily held his breath, for some confusion, probably caused by the arrival of the Emperor's ship at your station. Sheridan slowly turned his head, looking at Lord Baal. Of course, it was Lord Baal, next to whom, maintaining a haughty dignity on her face, stood the ambassador's permanent attaché, Corone. On the face of the Goa'uld representative, one could read carefully concealed surprise. For him, the arrival of such a ship was clearly no less of a surprise than for the crew of the Babylon.
although something told John that what was happening was giving the diplomat pleasure. Lord Baal, what kind of ship is this? The Emperor's will, Corona answered for the ambassador, twitching the tip of her ear. A battleship of the Goa'uld Empire's battle fleet.
An honor bestowed upon Lord Baal. The girl glanced sideways at her superior standing next to her, continuing with carefully calibrated sarcasm in her voice, for his outstanding achievements in the service of the Emperor. The captain tried to find the words to respond, which could take a very long time. But after 5 seconds, the ship, which continued to slowly approach the Babylon, its mere appearance seemingly freezing the conflict in the blink of an eye, became at the most spectacular thing in the visible space. A blinding white beam struck through the ceiling of the cabin, accompanied by a quiet, grinding sound, and the raised area at the entrance to the room suddenly became cramped. Next to Baal, with his head respectfully, or rather forcedly, bowed, a massive golden figure appeared from thin air.
Feeling like a patient in a psychiatric clinic suffering from hallucinations, the captain looked around at the tall, broad-shouldered humanoid, dressed in some kind of golden armor which was clearly a very high-tech armor. The humanoid, who looked around at those present with slightly narrowed amber-yellow eyes with a vertical pupil, and moved his ears decorated with fluffy tassels. Finally, having finished his examination, the 2-meter-tall upright cat turned to Lord Baal and Corona, briefly growling something in a dialect unfamiliar to Sheridan. "Captain." Baal inclined his head slightly to his shoulder. "If you require assistance within the station, I believe I can provide it."
Yes, Sector 95th. The landing force was breaking through there. How is Mr. Garibaldi now?"
The Goa'uld ambassador glanced quickly at the new arrival, who bowed his head the next moment and disappeared in the same flash of light.
Hold them! We can't let them into the central corridors of the sector.
Garibaldi leaned wearily against the wall, giving himself a brief respite. The landing craft that had breached the sector wall had been disgustingly roomy, or it was getting old. But in the past minutes of the fleeting battle, which had seemed like long hours to the man, they had already lost 5, including 2 Nans. Nans! Jakkar's kindred had fought with a courage he had rarely seen even among the completely crazy Marines. But on the other side, they were being met with far from being Girl Scouts. Damn! A stray blaster shot hit the wall next to him, passing right next to his shoulder, bringing a refreshing, hot feeling. Peeling himself off the wall, Michael winced from the pain in his arm, but forced himself to roll behind the nearest crate, looking out for an approaching enemy. If the shot reached his position, it meant that the enemy had managed to push his people back a few more meters into the corridor, which meant he didn't have time to finish thinking what "it means" was supposed to be, feeling an irresistible desire to curse in admiration. Several snow-white beams of light struck from the ceiling of the compartment, from which massive figures, as if cast from pure gold, rushed straight forward towards the blaster shots, completely ignoring the latter. 1, 2, no, 3 creatures unfamiliar to Michael without making almost a single sound, which seemed incredible for figures dressed in obviously heavy armor, ran with inhuman speed past the security guards and Narns, who were no less shocked than he was, literally sweeping away Clark's soldiers who got in their way. Until now, he had only seen such things in low-budget action movies from Earth, the kind where the main character scatters his opponents in droves, calmly sipping his morning coffee and discussing the weather.
The unexpected allies weren't even armed. At least Garibaldi didn't notice anything like that in their hands. But their hands were enough. Golden gloves, topped with curved claws, sent Clark's soldiers flying with sweeping blows, after which they preferred not to get up again. Michael exchanged glances with an equally shocked Zach and sat down tiredly on the hallway floor. It seemed like their involvement was no longer required, right?